up this Thursday and
International Corporation. We come for respond particularly to a development we involve Sierra Leone Embassy in particularly the Republic of Guinea. I'm glad for say, in addition to the very distinguished Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, the Honorable Timothy Musa Kaba Alhaji, we also get the Inspector General of Police because of the nature of the updates we can provide. Mr. William Faya Selu, Witelantenki, Jenwe. Of course, we also get Mr. Logan Wena, the Director General at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Without further ado, I want to pass the microphone over to the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. We will start with a release. We are at the end of this presser. We will also make available to all. But first, we will start by reading the official release on this issue with the government of Salone, don't prepare for provide additional updates to the public, and then the minister will say a few words, just add and provide some context, additional context. Then I will pass over very briefly to the Inspector General of Police, who himself could say a few words, and then we'll open up for we'll get a conversation. Mr. Minister, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. And I also want to thank the journalists then for come attend this press conference. It shows we all have one concern, and that concern is to promote and protect the integrity and image of the Republic of Sierra Leone. Since we don't get press conferences at this hall, today for us is the fullest at the time. Today we don't get the hall to its capacity. That shows our unified aspiration of the Sierra Leone, where we all go and call home. This is relating to what is going on and the rumors that are everywhere relating to with diplomatic mission in the Republic of Guinea, Conakry. So before we start the press conference proper, we will solicit some questions from UNA for the benefit of the public. I read the official press statement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the Republic of Sierra Leone. It reads, dated January 16, 2025. Government of Sierra Leone responds to arrest, I'm sorry, I don't think I have the, okay, yes. Yes, the government of Sierra Leone responds to arrest of Sierra Leone Embassy vehicle and driver in Guinea. On 13th January 2025, the government of Guinea informed the government of Sierra Leone that a vehicle belonging to the Embassy of Sierra Leone in Conakry was impounded by the Guinean authorities. The driver and another occupant of the vehicle are being held on suspicion of possession of substances suspected to be cocaine. In light of this serious development, the government has urgently recalled Sierra Leone's ambassador to Guinea, Ambassador Mr. Almami Bangura, to Freetown to provide a full account of the incident. Additionally, a thorough investigation has been launched to determine how this incident occurred and to hold all responsible parties accountable. The government of Sierra Leone is collaborating with the Guinean authorities to verify the fact on the matter, and anyone found guilty of breaking Sierra Leonean and international drug trafficking laws will face the full force of the law. The public will be updated regularly. A utility vehicle registered to the Sierra Leone mission in Conakry was impounded by the Guinean authorities, where they find trunks of substances where they allege say cocaine, and the driver with
as you know, your ambassador, you're in touch with them, you go work, and you did it, and you continue for maintaining diplomatic status. I just want to go provide clarity on that.
Absolutely. We have in law what they call strict liability offense. A car was impounded, and in the car they found substances. The ambassador remains the ambassador of the Republic of Sierra Leone to Guinea, and now call we don't recall him for make he can explain how is it possible that a utility vehicle registered to the Embassy of Sierra Leone was carrying substances that have been alleged to be cocaine. And the ambassador, as I talked before they came, I was just on the phone with the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Guinea, and every day me and the ambassador they talk. This morning we spoke. The ambassador is in the office, is not under any house arrest. He has inviolable right under the Vienna Convention, where established diplomatic relations between nations of the world.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Inspector General of Police, the announcements and the release will come out from the government of Salon say that a thorough investigation don't be launched. As the Inspector General of Police, just provide quick context to people about what's in the nature of this investigation, what will they look at, and what's in and under which maybe laws or things like that will look at this situation.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. For we as police, we don't set up a team for investigate this matter. We come on the site, we look at exactly what happened and who has the responsibility for what happened. Drugs, like way the minister say, if it is proven to be drug offense. Strict liability. You will get out with identity to responsibility. But for now, it is still on that side. where the press release they say they not recall the ambassador, we cannot investigate in a void. So we need to talk to people to provide us with the requisite information. We will guide what and what we look for. What we look for, and what happened, how it happened, and who was involved. So for now, we are waiting for that moment. That's all for now.
Thank you very much. Now we'll open up. Questions. We want to make sure say we follow and adhere to the same general rule.
What will do waiting now? Those steps don't put in place in terms of remedying these situations, the occurrence of this situation, because this is not the first time it only happened. We now another one way the arrests are London, yeah, but also Liberia. So we want to know, because this is becoming too often. Waiting on the security measures will not be put in place for the next 20 years.
All right, thank you. And by the way, congratulations, the newest Oko will get at the house. Congratulations. Yes.
Mr. Minister, you talk about a second person passenger in the vehicle. Is it possible at this time for the second person in the vehicle passenger? And also, this vehicle, can we cancel alone or not good people? Who said it? Come on, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon. Solomon from Liberia. IG, quickly, the colleague just asked if the motor car now coming like how go. So if I go in the Guinea, I also know waiting they happen with the police over there on duty, because right now for my body also. Even in time, my body goes to Congo, there's a lot of police or not checkpoints for check. So if in case you want to come here, Freetown for Guinea, and hope say police and don't you see that particularly in a current checkpoints, then they do check up now Muscari. So waiting them they do and how they manage to that Muscari pass Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. And then the final question for this round, and somebody on the table.
Events CC West of Southern Radio. Mr. Minister, Foreign Affairs, together with the IG. First of all, this team, they have the 31st. Why now we see on social media on a call press conference immediately? Don't let them. Basically, when I say when they prosecute the matter. So how we get for differ from political interference towards the issue now weighing on their time, because we don't see any prosecute a lot of people based on those issues. So that's my question.
All right, thank you very much. We have, I think, some good questions. I just want to clarify some issues before I hand over to the ambassador. There's no direct allegation against the ambassador. The ambassador don't be recalled because they're not the ambassador. So we don't make that clear. Because I'm at the head, and not just in, but I think, in my capacity as the chair, I can provide additional context or guide on the answer, on the issue that day. And so now I will come to the foreign minister. Mr. Foreign Minister, the question is how this could affect reputation of Salone. And especially Sierra Leoneans overseas, especially as Theo say the tension between Salone and Guinea, allegedly related to drug-related issues. So with these kind of developments, how we go, what will they do? And then some details, question on details about second person in the vehicle, if we know the details. And then any information on what have been the origin and destination. I think so you get some information, maybe we will help you on this one. And I think the other question is, okay, why now they do press conference when I do? By the way, if you listen to the press statements with the Minister, he said on 13 January, government of Guinea informed me. 13 January, and today, immediately got all the facts. We don't call a press conference again. I can answer. Origin and destination. I think so you get some information, maybe we will help you on this one. And I think the other question is, okay, why the terms
of the arrest of Sierra Leoneans by Guinean authorities who then deport them as Salone. Now that there's this allegation of the ambassador being involved in this alleged trafficking of cocaine, how is that going to affect the morale and reputation of Sierra Leoneans the way they live in Guinea? The ambassador, it has not been proven that the ambassador is involved in this trafficking. 2 persons were in a utility vehicle that is registered to the embassy, that had registered to the embassy. So where the older people are, those are the people that have been arrested and under investigation. The ambassador is the head of the mission. So by that, the vehicle belongs to the ambassador because it's the mission vehicle. But the ambassador himself has his own diplomatic vehicle at the CMD-1. And this thing was not found in the CMD-1, and the ambassador was not in the vehicle. Investigation is ongoing. When we get the details of the investigation, we will bring it to the public. As for now, the ambassador is working, representing the Republic of Sierra Leone in Guinea. He's not under any house arrest. That will be a flagrant breach of the Vienna Convention that establishes the existence of diplomatic relations between 2 nations. Mr. Connolly asked details of the second person. It is not clear. The diplomatic communication will come, a call the driver in name is avec and not a person, which means with another person. That is the information so far that we have in the diplomatic communication. The direction of the vehicle, obviously the vehicle will be moved from Sierra Leone to Guinea, to the Republic of Guinea. The one is for the IGP. Mr. Sarasi say of Voice of Salmon Radio, he said, why not now will they come out for talk? We are not journalists, so we don't run at jet speed. We are very diplomatic in the way we deal with issues, because when you deal with state issues versus another state, the state is a personality, it's an infallible entity. So when they deal with them as a diplomat, you have to make sure you don't bring infallibility to the state. True diplomatic means, now the 13th of January, I was informed through a note verbal. And so when they inform me, we respond immediately. We would not have called a press conference with sketchy information for can window dress the hearing of journalists here. I ensured, even before I came to this press conference, I had another telephone conversation with my counterpart in the Republic of Guinea and also with the ambassador of Sierra Leone to the Republic of Guinea for make sure anything that is said in a press statement or that is said in this particular press conference is
veritable with respect to the information that is available. So I would not have conjectured, say something happened 31st, I call a meeting on the 1st of January. So that's, I want it to be very clear that not only the 13th we get information, and today now we get sufficient information for saying at this press conference. So he also say if there will be political interference. You know, when you deal with drug trafficking, it's an international crime. It is a crime that is frowned at by the laws of Sierra Leone and international drug trafficking laws. So there will be no way where there will be a political interference into something that has an international implication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in the statement, it's clear we will hold all parties accountable that are responsible, and that when the facts are verified, anyone found guilty of breaking Sierra Leone and international drug trafficking laws will face the full force of the law. IG, questions about steps taken for stop these drug flows. The border mentioned multiple other incidents in the past. What are you trying to do? This question of the particular vehicle in question, if that's alone, now we don't confirm, say yes, the vehicle comes alone, move from here and go Guinea. And so with all the checkpoints that we did, can you comment on that? If we go all responsible and waiting will happen to the police, they will be there on duty. I think that the question are there for you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. With respect to the movement of the vehicle, all of that subject of investigation. We'll go for ascertain which direction the vehicle will be moved from, where it take off from, because at the border, we log every vehicle where they pass through the border. So we are going to log, we look for that particular information. If you did it, we get to your duty roster, who will know would have been there on duty at that particular time, because we in the Sierra Leone police we get a zero tolerance policy to complicity in drug issues. Transnational organized crime, drug particularly in a very organized business way, people then can take the time for that. So we are going to look at that plan. Whoever is found culpable, we take an two-track approach, disciplinarily and criminally. We don't send several people to court. With respect to steps we take at the borders for curb drug trafficking, it will sound, maybe it will find for make a known as say 80% of the drug interception that we make at the borders, they are drugs bound to come into this country from Guinea and Liberia. Most of them, tramadol and everything, they are coming into our country. So, and if you look, if you study the pattern, most of the major interceptions of drugs are off the coast of Guinea, not to Sierra Leone. So we get cases, plenty cases, where drugs they move from Guinea into Sierra Leone, where drugs they move from Liberia into Sierra Leone. We get people, the other nationals who don't charge severally for being in possession of drugs coming into our country, tramadol, those other substances, kush, precursor chemicals, where they use for manufacture. When they take concrete steps to search vehicles so they go across the border. But again, not lose sight of the fact that we get a very porous border with Guinea and Sierra Leone, and some of those things you can carry a good quantity on your head. You don't need to go through the border crossings. So we are taking those concrete steps with the stop, with the search. Then of course we intercept several drugs from Guinea and from Liberia. We don't charge people, then they serve jail terms. People from Liberia, people from Guinea, and all of that.
All right, thank you very much. Now the second round of questions. I've been saying on this side now, so Kamaradi number 1. Number 2 is the person with the being, and let's see. Number 3 on that side. Number 4, the man with the green. Number 5, this gentleman I have. So that's it.
Actually, I want to ask my question to the Director of Foreign Affairs for clarity's sake. Director of Foreign Affairs, for clarity's sake, sir. The Director, I want to ask my question. You want to take it? Go ahead. Excuse me, how could you differentiate this following? Individual responsibility, come employee of a given diplomatic mission. As well, diplomacy and diplomatic community come assets of a diplomatic asset. 3, I'm coming. 3, the international law or international relations, which calls for relations of same despite occurrence. Thank you.
So, individual versus command responsibility.
Diplomatic side should get some differences.
What I want to clear here is this. Yes. I was once a student minor, diplomatic science, diplomatic relations and the international law. Yes, sir. This issue consists of the three. Yes. How could you differentiate me, Mohammed Kamara, being an employee in a given embassy, with my own private life, right? I have the decision. I have my own state of independence to decide what I'm going to do with an asset of a given diplomatic mission, which might not be in the knowledge of the given diplomatic corps, right? For example, the guy. True. Here is a question of saying, there is a diplomatic immunity which should be respected. That the Guinean government, according to diplomatic side, should not have gone on social media or even announced it, and it has investigated the case in question. The diplomatic side, it should have been hidden, been a secret, until it has authentic reasons to prove that indeed the diplomatic mission shot or the driver shot is proven wanting. True. So it's a violation of international law. To me. Okay. Right. Then number three. Number three is international law. Most of these things most of this what has happened has contradicted the diplomatic side's regulations. Thank you. Director General, today, you can show you see this Director General, diplomacy, Sierra Leone exam. All right, number two, thank you. I don't get the question now. You see me understand me.
Mr. Minister, you say, and I don't recall, child from exclusive. You say, when I don't recall the ambassador from Sierra Leone. How come you didn't talk to the ambassador back in Guinea? And I want to know how much kilogram they inside the Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Mohammed Usman Bandura, publisher, Capital Times newspaper. I want to know, this to go to the foreign minister as well as the IG. I want to know, this thing will not happen so. It only happened back before now. And we don't get information we did to the rest of Sierra Leone national to other countries with contraband. I want to know the mechanisms now where the governments of Sierra Leone will put in place for save this country from this mess. And also, the IG, the minister said the people will come from Sierra Leone, Guinea. And if na pizza will come on, we get mechanism based on the government for put in place.
We don't ask her already. All right, this second one back on checkpoint, we don't ask her.
Yeah.
So
the angle will cover different. The angle different because when they travel from here to go up country, it gets a lot of checkpoints. And put up the IGC, the police the way they did in charge, not do the job properly. Yeah, what's that question? Good. I want to know when they did arrange checkpoints there, if like they actually did it for do the work for the interest of the country or for the pockets.
All right, thank you. Just to be clear, if we don't ask that question, but go ahead. Would that be the number 4? Yes.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is David K. Slengai. I'm the MD for FTN and the CEO for Online Twitter Update. So I want to actually ask this first question to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I want to make you openly explained to the Vienna Convention Article 27 and by extension 29.
No, another kilo give me parallelism exam. To me, the Vienna Convention 29.
All right, because
why don't see the question they want?
Okay, because we don't see in our social media they say the driver of the vehicle they on the arrest, and which is according to the Vienna Convention. According to social media, we don't get it stuff.
No. I'll stop you. You know why?
Yeah.
You see what me political term Canaya, and for there we separate what you get from social media versus what they are. The fact.
Alright.
The ways we make this man with all the left work who can sit on here and forgive the facts.
Okay.
So when they ask you a question, we know they respond to speculation. Okay. We don't give you the facts now. If you ask me direct question based on the fact we don't establish.
Alright, the Vienna Convention say actually a forbidding for at least the Guinean authorities what they do actually to have vehicle day, according to Article 27.
Okay.
And the second question
so when are the question day?
Yeah.
For the minister.
So is it good waiting the Guinea authorities then do when it comes to international law?
Thank you. Go ahead.
Or when it comes to the Vienna Convention, it is good? Now that's the question. Then the second question is this. So
go ahead.
All right, okay. Then the other question we actually want to ask that the IG wanna get any advanced equipment we wanna can use for check if actually drugs in the past that we bought as them. Wanna get any advanced equipment apart from we local equipment that we at least wanna use any advanced equipment for turbulence.
What's not the local equipment?
Maybe
it's okay. Give it, it's okay.
Good afternoon, Captain Shaw. Mr. Minister, the investigation on the two people that they investigate, as you say, and I don't preview to the statement they will make because maybe they get more foresee towards the investigation. Is it that?
1 second, please. Can you repeat the question?
The people that were the only two people that were inside the vehicle. We don't give statement presently in Guinea, and I don't preview to the statement that we make. If yes, waiting so far on our makeup of the statement. IG, will they travel upline or will they travel go Guinea or Liberia? Will they see plenty of government vehicle and can just pass? Who? Now then checkpoint and they. Now I give them the order and checkpoint say government vehicle enough for checking them at all will they lead to this embarrassment for government? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good questions, Mr. Minister. Well, first, now for you, Director General. Well, I think the question related, two people have asked this question around diplomatic immunity and whether even the action of checking, searching a Sierra Leone vehicle is consistent with the Vienna Convention and within the government of Sierra Leone position on that issue there. The other question about Bakamayan question around, this will come for you for the minister, in terms of possession, like within the individual all versus whether that may be covered by diplomatic immunity. So I think there was a question around that tension there, and whether we will clarify within the difference between the thing and day. So there's those questions are related on that. And then I think there's quite a few questions, particularly for the IG, around security issues, checkpoints, but also for you, Mr. Minister, whether we don't get access to the statements from the two people that we currently in custody of the Guinean authorities and how we and then one more question, we also don't come online. Somebody also sent a question saying, for let you clarify, I think somebody asked this, we say we don't urgently recall the ambassador, but you also say it work and you talk to one today. So I think I will just clarify what urgently recall really mean and waiting the steps that we take and how long. Maybe for just clarify, we see urgently recall when we expect them for Canaya. So actually let's start with you and then I think DJ can add something there.
All right, I will let the how do we call it? Foreign Policy 101 with the Director General for respond to that and come to yes, and this question we cited in way of exclusive ask we you don't also say the same question you don't receive from online. Where I talked to the ambassador, and I say he has been urgently recalled. Yeah, today we call him, and tomorrow we call him. He has been urgently recalled. He cannot until we don't call him. He's going to come to Sierra Leone to answer to the question: how come a vehicle assigned to the embassy has been found, carrying substances when they impound the vehicle? And not mean say we don't recall her now, if a flyer can. No, he's going to do preparation. He's in the office as I speak to you. He has something to do and he's coming to Sierra Leone to respond. He will come at any time from now to Sierra Leone. So being in Guinea and having been recalled, they are not mutually exclusive. He therefore come. He has been called because a diplomatic vehicle has been found with contraband, and we not assign a vehicle in there for such purposes. Neither will they send a diplomat then out of our country for go represent we and promote and protect the image of a country for being involved. But I want for this be on record that the ambassador was not found in the vehicle, and the ambassador, they not accuse the ambassador say na in FM with cocaine, na a vehicle that belongs to the embassy. And as Minister of Foreign Affairs, it's our responsibility to call the ambassador for answer to those questions. And that is what we've sent to the ambassador, for him to come to Capital to explain under which circumstances the embassy vehicle was found with substances of police and public interest.
Timeline?
No, you cannot put a timeline to that. Okay. We have recalled. We are the Minister of Foreign Affairs. We call our diplomat. The ambassador is coming. This is a very great development. It's a very serious matter of international cocaine trafficking. So the ambassador is coming. Okay, he's been recalled. Mr. Mohamed Kamara say, okay, he say what to do to save the country's reputation. We've spoken about it. President Bio, since he came to power in 2018, we met a very soiled international reputation of Sierra Leone. We don't see that has been sanitized in many ways, and that is why today Sierra Leone is being respected. Every day we get countries of the world calling Sierra Leone for Sierra Leone in participation in regional and international matters. This morning at 11 o'clock, I had a telephone conversation with the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia, discussing regional and bilateral issues. And as we see, His Excellency the President is in Scotland with the King of England. This is a show say the reputation of our country is non-contested. Things like this, we will not tolerate it, because you get the tendency for poach the good name of a country. So we're responsibility now for promote and protect the name of a country. Mr. Fangai say, why they arrest the driver? Because the Vienna Convention say, arrest a diplomat. The driver is not a diplomat. The driver is a local staff to the embassy of Sierra Leone, where we drive a utility vehicle. Yes, not to Article 27, Article 22 of the Vienna Convention. Subsection 2, subsection 3, subsection 3, 2 and 3 sequentially say the premises and the properties of a diplomatic mission are immune to search. Yeah, that is it, it's established. But also, let's say if that vehicle was not, and let me play the devil's advocate, the vehicle was not searched, that cocaine making way outside they go destroy, go support other things that we not find for Guinea and other places. So yes, they mounted a search. They may have had information, say that thing they contain something way no good. If they had searched that vehicle, they not find anything, would have protested diplomatically, say they have brought our reputation under disrepute. Be it now that the search gets a consequence of a substance that is frowned at by international drug trafficking law, I don't think there is a violation of the Vienna Convention in this case. And you say if we privy, some other person say if we privy to the statement where the driver and the other occupants in the vehicle don't already make. The only thing we are privy to when they tell we say they have questioned the driver, in possession of the driver, they meet a laissez-passer issued by the Embassy of Sierra Leone, where say the vehicle for cancel and go at that within that particular period, or then give the laissez-passer. And also, as a proactive action, the head of administration under the HOC has also been recalled to capital through the diplomatic process. So inside for come for answer on what basis a laissez-passer was given to a vehicle that was found with contraband. So all gears are in full operation for help the Guinean authorities for investigate this matter and bring all those that are involved to the full force of the law.
Mr. Minister, there was a question around quantity, if we get any indication.
The diplomatic communication says 7 trunks, 7 bags and portmanteau in the whole, but the kilos were not established as to the document that was available, but as 7 boxes.
So 7 suitcases.
Suitcases.
Okay, 7 suitcases full of substances suspected to be cocaine.
And there were other items as well, telephones, and I think about $2,000 of money of cash.
We've seen some numbers being bandied online.
$2,000 of cash.
Officially, there's $2,000 of cash. That's what is in the official communication. Yeah. DG, you want to add something?
Thank you very much, Minister. I think the Foreign Minister has addressed the issue of inviolabilities and immunities, and the fact that the search had established, though it had actually gone against, contrary to the convention. Yes, indeed. Although the search been contrary to the convention, substances, contraband or prohibited substances were found defended inside the vehicle. So what we don't do so far, I mean, if we listen to the minister, the press release, the ambassador, the fact that they don't call him for come give a full account of the incidents. After that, then we make able to ascertain all these questions and all these facts. And then we will move on further from that. But it's in diplomacy, it's always good, as the minister saying in his opening, for verifying the facts so that there are no misunderstandings. So I think I will leave at that.
Thank you very much. IGP, additional questions about checkpoints and the fact that government officials and government vehicles are not subjected to search if this is not direct instruction, whether you get access to additional equipment there from the local equipment that we get for search for drugs, who's additional one day. And then I think there was a question. I think that your question in that day.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. For checking of government vehicles, no instruction, not for say, for check government vehicle. There is no instruction from any quarter, say for check government vehicle. We may check them, we realize some people left for cover the number plate. Me, at my 38, I don't accept 2 government ministers when they go up country, then cover the plate. I remove the cover. I said, it hasn't got to be that way. You therefore carry the number plate so that it is readable at all points. So there is no instruction from anybody saying for check government vehicle. Police work, now discretion and work. If you choose police discretion, it amount to an offense, you pay the price. Like this one, we are going to check. They track the vehicle from Musai, it come out to Musai, they go intercept. So all of those people who have been deployed along those checkpoints on that route, they therefore face the full force of the law. So that's how we operate. Myself, while they work on the net now this store, then they check the vehicle, and they allow them to check and go and sit down there. They check. Yes, for just make sure that they are checking the vehicles. Yes. And of course,
we all believe now, we all believe. Because when they go out and I don't use police vehicle, I use unmarked vehicle, I use vehicle of friends. I sit in the back, so they don't check. Lord, check this vehicle. Yes. No, we witness that. We should have witness that. Then on the issue of
The question was if we get any advanced equipment for detect drugs. No equipment not will advance past mortal man. For us, we depend on information coming from members of the public. Most of the interceptions we don't make across the country. Now, members of the public, we intelligence operatives and others can feed with that information where they make people do the arrest. And if you go, for example, now the airport, the scanner where they design the scan luggages, the metal detector them, and they will detect drugs. But working with people, we get good intention for this country. We are also able to apprehend plenty people at the airport where they travel carry drugs out of this country. So no equipment on the way advanced past Montaman. For now, we don't get that kind of equipment where they detect drugs in luggages.
Well, IG, maybe this is an opportunity for you inform the public, say, just today, we don't announce, say, you don't install closed circuit television camera all across the city of Freetown.
Yes, that is ongoing.
We're live for local check, so in case any crime or other thing happen now, we will be able to say, you check the camera, they will be all over. I think it's a big news this week.
Yes, I think they don't know, because if you follow the social media, you know, smart city project, the smart city project, we don't launch them, we don't implement them. For now,
make that public place then, sir.
For now,
we don't put on a bathroom, sir.
For now, we don't install over 30 cameras in the monitoring room now, Kington, which are where the National Joint Operations Center, ADD. We also bring them Freetown East get you a set of cameras, Freetown West get you a set of cameras. And this is not the tap now, Freetown. We intend for Krakow as far as up country to all the major police administrative regional headquarters.
All right. Thank you very much, IGP. I think on that note today, we come to the end of this press conference. Mr. Minister, you got anything more you want to say last word? I just want to give last word and I will do a quick summary and then we will close. Yeah.
Well, I want to say we processes are not a hurried processes. We make sure, say, in diplomacy, you don't want to make any mistake in the execution of your job, because we're representing the image of the country, and the country is a persona. And being a persona, a country should never be apologetic, because the country is considered an infallible entity. So we are patient with we use the diplomatic means. When we don't do the diplomatic means, if the investigation, that would deal with law enforcement. But as far as the diplomatic processes are involved, they are ongoing. As we get the information, we will accordingly inform them.
Thank you,
and social media should not speculate what is happening between the two countries. It will give insight, but the full information will come from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, either through the Ministry of Information or in conjunction with the Ministry of Information and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I want to thank you all and for the audience, and let it be known that it is in our collective interest, both as a ministry, a government, and also as journalists and citizens of this country, for protect and promote the image of our country for the betterment of the people. I want to thank you all.
All right, so I want to take this opportunity for maybe just give a summary of which we don't talk now today. On the 13th of January 2025, on the 13th of January 2025, the government of Guinea informed the government of Slbc on the 31st of December 2024, then be arrest one motor car, we been get 2 people inside, the driver and 1 more person. That motor car then be Olam on suspicion, say he gets drug the day, banned substances the way the suspect say include cocaine. Then communicates that to we on the 13th. Since the 13th, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, leadership of the country, done the back and forth with the government of Guinea. What we know so far are this. According to the Guinean authorities, that motorcar will hold now be a utility motorcar, but we know now see the motorcar being get clearance from the embassy for come on a mission at Salon, for come out Salon and go back Guinea. Then get the document we say he be did it. It's very important for us to talk that. The motorcar come out Salon and go inside Guinea, and inside Conakry they arrest this motorcar and they hold them. We know now say inside the motorcar they may get about 7 suitcases them. Suitcases they were full of their including them banned substances and other small items. Money we total, according to the official correspondence, about $2,000. Now in the inside there, plus 7 suitcases full of alleged banned substances. The government of Salone don't act swiftly. While the ministers don't talk, they talk to a colleague on that side, they don't also recall not just the Ambassador Mami Bangura, but they also don't actually say they don't recall the head of Chancellery, when at the head of admin at the embassy. When I issue the clearance under them, because I'm authority for issue that clearance, they say, okay, we'll go Salone for that mission. Salone government committed for investigate fully this issue and make the IGP denial. When they can explain to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the government of Salone, the local law enforcement officials, so that we go investigate how this happened, would I handed it, and the government don't make a clear inside this zone and it gets now for say we know they left nothing, we know they spare nothing for all anybody to account. We put hand back anything we get for do with drug trafficking. The work with His Excellency President we don't do, with this young fine minister don't they do. Now for help this country, let image go fine, let push the country good name go before. This now we all we job that day. Forget the fact out, we don't nothing for hide, we make we don't explain to una everything where we know. We don't answer every question we una get. Because the government of Salone, now they condone and now they take part by anything we get for do with drug business. Until next Tuesday, we will meet up again at the Ministry of Information and Civic Education at U building. Assalamu alaikum.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance.
Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever.
Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here, we've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
We are Freetown!
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown!
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 Yeah!
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria. I'm Freetown.
I am from home. I'm Freetown.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
the taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, the dancers,
all of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
the greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey from ten. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
Up this Thursday on Bottom Line is a one-on-one with the Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge, as he explains his role as one of the decision makers in cabinet.
So join Asmi Uba as he talks to the country's Chief Minister, the man who oversees other ministries, departments and agencies.
How has he handled this complex office over the past 1 year as the youngest person to have been Chief Minister in Sierra Leone?
So join us on Bottom Line this Thursday, live on SLBC at 7 p.m.
Bottom Line, the show to watch.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Editions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC. And this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
Up this Thursday on Bottom Line is a one-on-one with the Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge, as he explains his role as one of the decision makers in cabinet.
So join Asmi Uba as he talks to the country's Chief Minister, the man who oversees other ministries, departments and agencies.
How has he handled this complex office over the past 1 year as the youngest person to have been Chief Minister in Sierra Leone?
So join us on Bottom Line this Thursday, live on SLBC at 7 p.m.
Bottom Line, the show to watch.
Martha Fofana, a reporter, a presenter, and an anchor for the Slbc.
I am Dennis Fraser, a reporter and presenter here at the Public Broadcaster, and this is the Slbc.
Hi, I am Kenema, a news anchor, a reporter, radio presenter, and announcer. I find pleasure in keeping you updated, and it's a pleasure.
Hello everyone, I am Slbc Tv, a reporter and presenter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned all day, every day. Cheers.
Hi everyone, I am Cecilia Alice Sise, a news anchor, radio and television reporter and presenter, and an announcer. I take interest in stories of human interest, particularly women and girls and minority rights issues. So, keep watching the Slbc, the authentic voice of Sierra Leone.
My name is Daphne Kimamakoli, and I'm a reporter, presenter, producer, and I am a voice at the state broadcaster, the Slbc.
Coming up this Thursday on Bottom Line is a one-on-one with the Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge, as he explains his role as one of the decision makers in cabinet.
So join Asmi Uba as he talks to the country's Chief Minister, the man who oversees other ministries, departments and agencies.
How has he handled this complex office over the past 1 year as the youngest person to have been Chief Minister in Sierra Leone?
So join us on Bottom Line this Thursday, live on SLBC at 7 p.m.
Bottom Line, the show to watch.
Are you tired of watching or listening to uninteresting television channels? Then your worries have been addressed, as the SLBC Podium is the answer to your concern.
The SLBC television show, The Podium, is one of the programs you can't afford to miss as a guest or a viewer.
Oh yes, Podium is a show where the mighty and the low will like to sit, because it is a trusted medium to channel your views, concerns, and aspirations for Sierra Leone and other happenings around the globe.
Podium is where you get breaking news, because everyone wants to talk to us. If you hear it on Podium, ask no further.
Don't forget to join us every midday from Monday to Friday as we ask the hard questions that you otherwise will have asked to the newsmakers, the movers and shakers of events.
Don't miss the opportunity to be part of Sierra Leone's topmost midday show, The Podium, where the agenda is set for others to follow. Thanks for watching. God bless you. Goodbye.
we don't run away. We come for better. We people that want for see what we they do. We people that want for know what we they say. Oh, we let we swallow. Oh, we let we swallow.
Coming up this Thursday on Bottom Line is a one-on-one with the Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge, as he explains his role as one of the decision makers in cabinet.
So join Asmi Uba as he talks to the country's chief minister, the man who oversees other ministries, departments and agencies.
How has he handled this complex office over the past 1 year as the youngest person to have been chief minister in Sierra Leone?
So join us on Bottom Line this Thursday live on SLBC at 7 p.m.
Bottom Line, the show to watch.
Life no go ever sweet without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
Love Factor a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind program we for spend time for watch. Now the kind program we for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it may around land for and I wonder you say for life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. We say we dey build and maintain relationship. This na program we say we dey counsel you for let you know how for dey with your partner, let you know how for settle dispute between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you don't hear it for yourself.
join the Love Factor team
every Sunday 10 p.m.
for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
Coming up this Thursday on Bottom Line is a one-on-one with the Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge, as he explains his role as one of the decision makers in cabinet.
So join Asmi Uba as he talks to the country's Chief Minister, the man who oversees other ministries, departments and agencies.
How has he handled this complex office over the past 1 year as the youngest person to have been Chief Minister in Sierra Leone?
So join us on Bottom Line this Thursday live on SLBC at 7 p.m.
Bottom Line, the show to watch.
We don't run away. We come for better. We people that want for see what we they do. We people that want for know what we they say.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else, or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver,
The barber,
the drummers, the dancers,
all of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours. The future is ours. It's our time again.
and this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright, the greengrocer,
The teacher,
the dog.
this space is ours.
This light is ours.
the beaches are ours. The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too. We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey here from 10. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
Welcome back to the Nature Moment channel.
In the enchanting landscape of vast grasslands, a vivid scene unfolds with massive herds of animals moving in perfect coordination. Stealthy predators lurk in the shadows, creating an eternal battleground of survival, revolving in an endless cycle. Welcome to the Serengeti, the starting point of the greatest survival journey across Africa's wild grasslands. Here, millions of prey face the toughest challenges: hunger, drought, exhaustion, and relentless predators. The survival race has begun. Join us as we explore this battle in the survival war in Serengeti, where life and death collide. Every creature, from the agile predators to the resilient prey, plays a role in the perfect tapestry of the wild. On the grasslands, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoes as a signal of the impending clash between hunter and prey. Cheetahs, with unmatched patience, stalk their targets, then haul their catch up high to keep it out of the reach of lions and hyenas. The cheetahs strike like arrows towards their prey, but victory is often just a fleeting moment. Even after capturing their prey, the cheetah's control is rarely secure. Meanwhile, the lions seize the opportunity amid the chaos to ambush their prey with strategic precision. They lead the antelope and zebras into narrow grass corridors, cutting off their escape routes. The chase begins, with the stronger animals pushing forward, while the weaker ones risk falling behind. Beneath the waters of the Mara River, lurking figures wait patiently. Nile crocodiles lie motionless with keen eyes, ready for the moment when the herds cross the river, where the chaos provides the perfect opportunity for a swift and powerful strike. As the herds leap into the water, the current becomes a violent swirl, and each jump is a fight for survival. Every escape from death brings them one step closer to survival. With an area spanning over 12,000 square miles, the Serengeti is an endless world, where vast plains evoke a sense of tranquility, only to suddenly come alive in a burst of energy. Millions of gazelles, zebras, and smaller animals like Thompson's gazelles begin their arduous journey across the Mara River, facing the harsh challenges of the wild. Each step of the herd carries the threads of a delicate ecological web, from the cool forests by the riverbanks to the waterlogged marshes, from the expansive grasslands to the dense woodlands. Each area is home to hundreds of bird species and 70 species of mammals. This is a connected ecosystem where every creature, no matter how small, plays a crucial role in maintaining the balance of nature. The wilderness here is not only a battleground for predators like lions, leopards, and hyenas, but also a place where fierce natural battles unfold with every migration. They create a dynamic, colorful picture, both graceful and intense, reflecting the majestic beauty of one of Africa's 7 natural wonders. The western region of Serengeti National Park is home to the Serengeti Forest ecosystem. This land, with its blend of vast grasslands and sparse woodlands, creates a unique and vibrant natural landscape that stretches for thousands of square miles. The Serengeti Forest provides a stable habitat for many non-migratory species, such as giraffes and African elephants. In particular, the rich vegetation here, including acacia trees and dense shrubs, serves as a crucial food source, supporting the food chain for both herbivores and powerful predators. With average rainfall ranging from 30 to 40 inches per year, mostly between November and May, the Serengeti Forest provides essential resources for the region's plant and animal life. The rainy season brings lush green grasslands and thick bushes, providing food for herbivores like giraffes and water buffalo. However, climate change is altering rainfall patterns, leading to prolonged droughts and erratic rainfall, forcing these animals to travel farther in search of water and food, increasing competition. This challenge becomes even more apparent during the dry season, when resources become scarce. The herds of water buffalo must compete with one another for patches of green grass, while giraffes use their height to forage for food in the tree canopies. With rising daytime temperatures, conserving energy has become harder than ever. Changes in the rainfall cycle not only affect the Serengeti Forest, but also extend to the Mara, forcing herbivores to adapt to an increasingly harsh and unstable environment. The Serengeti Forest, with its rugged and untamed beauty, is where African elephants stand tall as symbols of strength and adaptability. Standing 10 to 13 feet tall and weighing up to 13,000 pounds, African elephants are not just gentle giants. They also play a crucial role in maintaining the balance of the ecosystem. Over 5 million years of evolution have left a unique mark on their bodies, with large ears like fans that help dissipate heat under the harsh Serengeti sun. Living in a harsh tropical environment, African elephants move in small herds, crossing the Serengeti Forest in search of water and food. During the dry season, they search for rivers like the Grumeti or dig temporary water holes, not only for themselves, but also for other species that depend on this vital resource. The vegetation in the Serengeti Forest, including iconic trees like acacias and kora trees, provides essential nutrients for the elephants. An elephant consumes an average of about 300 pounds of food each day, sustaining its massive body while also creating space for other animals to graze. Each step they take creates trails through the forest, encouraging the growth of low-lying plants and providing shelter for many smaller species. However, climate change is presenting new challenges. Prolonged droughts and irregular rainfall force elephants to travel further, increasing competition within the food chain. Despite these challenges, the presence of African elephants remains crucial, as they play an essential role in maintaining the nutritional cycle. Elephant dung not only acts as a natural fertilizer to promote plant growth, but also ensures that the Serengeti forest continues to thrive. The Mara and Serengeti regions remain thriving wild kingdoms, where dense grasslands and trees like acacias and kora create a lush paradise. African buffalo, with their muscular bodies and helmet-like curved horns, stand firm in the wilderness, ready to face predators like lions. These powerful horns not only symbolize the strength of the buffalo, but also serve as weapons to help them survive in fierce battles for survival. In each herd, the strongest individuals lead, forming a living fortress that predators find difficult to penetrate. As the sun rises high, African buffalo seek shade under large trees to escape the intense heat. When in need of food, they move in large groups to the vast grasslands, not only maintaining their diet, but also managing the surrounding vegetation. With the ability to consume up to 35 pounds of grass each day, the buffalo play a vital role in regulating the plant growth in the Serengeti forest. They graze on grass and shrubs, clearing space for smaller plant species and encouraging biodiversity. Their movements create trails and open areas where smaller species can take shelter, contributing to the structural integrity of the Serengeti ecosystem. African buffalo are not only caretakers of the grasslands, but also provide essential nourishment in the food chain. While adult buffalo are rarely threatened due to their size and strength, young
إني رأيت الوجه وجه محمد وجه كبدر الليلة البلماء شمس الهدى طلعت لنا من مكة عين الندى نبعت لنا بحراء
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Dear viewers, welcome to the Golden Age of Islam, a program where we discuss the life and legacy left behind by our master, the Holy Prophet Muhammad. May the peace and blessings of Allah be upon him. In the previous episode, we looked at the terrible and inhumane boycott leveled by the Quraysh in an attempt to stop the spread of Islam, and they besieged the Muslims, the Banu Hashim and the Banu Muttalib, in a valley called the Valley of Abu Talib for approximately 2.5 to 3 years. In today's episode, we will look at a very interesting phenomenon that took place in the time of the boycott, known as the Shaqqul Qamar. And joining me for today's episode in the studios is Ayaz Mahmood Khan, who is a missionary serving in the Additional Galta Tasneef office here in the UK. And joining me on Skype will be Adam Walker, who is serving as Director MTA Online. Assalamu alaikum to both of you gentlemen. Welcome again to the Golden Age of Islam. Ayaz, we discussed about the boycott in the previous episode. Whilst the Muslims were still there, this miracle known as Shaqqul Qamar and took place. And this is something which there's a lot of debate about. What was it? Was it a physical event? Was it a spiritual event? What is the Ahmadiyya viewpoint on this?
Jazakallah. Zafir, Shaqqul Qamar is an Arabic term which literally means the splitting of the moon. And as you mentioned, this was a miracle that was shown by the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And through this miracle, Allah the Almighty established the truthfulness of the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and in a way, it was a prophecy of what was to come in the near future. This is recorded in the Holy Quran as well, where Allah the Almighty says, اقتربت الساعة وانشق القمر, that a time, the hour is near, اقتربت الساعة, that the time has drawn near, وانشق القمر, and the moon has been rent asunder. And so the question is that we know the incident, the moon was split into two. In the ahadith, there is also mention that when the Meccans asked the Holy Prophet ﷺ for a sign, he made an indication towards the moon, and the moon could be seen on one half could be seen on this side of the Hira mountain and one side on the other. So now the question is, was this a physical, did this actually take place in reality? Was this a vision which was shown to all of the people around the Holy Prophet ﷺ? What was it? And both possibilities are there. The promised Messiah ﷺ, the founder of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, has very categorically stated that there are countless phenomena which take place in the world around us. Some of them seem impossible, but you or I, nobody can claim that we know all of the laws of nature. People are very quick to raise objections and say, this is not possible because this is against the law of nature. And the promised Messiah ﷺ says that, do you have a list of all of the laws of nature? Does Allah the Almighty not have certain laws of nature which you are not aware of? So it's possible that things can take place in reality which are seemingly against the law of nature, but that's just because we haven't discovered them yet. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that it was a spiritual experience, a vision which was shown to all of the people around the Holy Prophet ﷺ. And that is also a perfectly reasonable explanation. Both are there.
In fact, Imam Ghazali and Shah Waliullah Muhaddis al-Dehlvi, they were both of the opinion that it was a spiritual experience, a vision.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what was the purpose of this miracle then?
Well, the Ta'bir al-Ru'ya, which is a science in Islamic, in Islam in general, is that there are interpretations of dreams. Certain things are symbolic for certain things. And the moon has always been symbolic for authority or power or kingship or reign, so to speak. So there is a hadith in which Hazrat Safiya, radiallahu anha, who later became a wife of the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who was the daughter of a very famous Jewish chieftain, Huyay ibn Akhtab. She saw a dream that the moon has fallen into her lap. And her father at that time interpreted that to mean that she would marry the Arab king, an Arab king. And who was a greater king than the spiritual king of the whole world, the Prophet of Islam, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Similarly, there is mention that Hazrat Aisha radiallahu anha saw that 3 moons have fallen into her chambers. And what that was later, history demonstrates that what that meant was that in her quarters, where she used to live, the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was buried, then Hazrat Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu was buried, and Hazrat Umar radiallahu anhu was buried. So all of these people were holy men who were leaders of their time. In a way, they were spiritual kings, and they also had secular authority as well at the time. So what this meant was that the moon was breaking into two, that Allah the Almighty was saying, "Iqtarabatis sa'atu." The hour has come near now that the rule and the authority which the Arabs and the Meccans in particular enjoy, that will be rent asunder, and a new form of leadership, which is a spiritual leadership of the Holy Prophet ﷺ, would be established. And you are busy opposing the Holy Prophet ﷺ. You may besiege him here in the Sha'b Abi Talib, but a time will come when he will be in power, and Allah the Almighty will make him the ruler and the king of not only Arabia, but the whole world.
And interestingly enough, it's not the moon and being disappeared, or has rent asunder has happened before in history as well. Everyone has access to the internet. If anyone types in Google even moon disappearance 1110, they'll come up with a list of websites which all mention a very strange phenomenon which took place in 1110 CE, and it was when it's recorded by a traveler who was walking in the night. And he said it was a bright, starry night. There were no clouds seen, and suddenly the moon just disappeared. No orb, no light at all, and it wasn't an eclipse. And scientists now, in the late 21st century, they now say that they don't know exactly which volcano caused it, but what happened was 2 years earlier, in 1108, there was a series of volcanic eruptions which caused volcanic ash to somehow cloud the moon, and that's why it disappeared. And I'll read you just a quick from one of these websites, which says that, so who, or rather which volcano is to blame for the disappearance of the moon? Scientists don't give a clear answer to that question. They simply say, closely spaced volcanic eruptions that occurred between 1108 and 1110 produced a dust veil which hid the moon. So these sorts of phenomena do take place.
It just demonstrates that sometimes you don't know which law of nature is in play. And I mean, it's possible that sometimes meteors can fall in certain places. It's possible that there was some sort of an eruption on the surface of the moon at that time, which made it appear as if the moon had broken into two. Sometimes meteors fall in certain places, which give you an optical illusion of what is happening. So the miracle, Hazrat Mian Sahib has mentioned a very important philosophy. He says that miracles are not against the law of nature. Miracles are miracles because they are manifested at a time when Allah the Almighty and His prophets of God are demonstrating something to the people who oppose them. And at that time, they asked for a sign. The Prophet of Islam showed them a sign at that time.
Brilliant. That's brilliant. Jazakumullah for that. Adam Saab, we were discussing the Shaq al-Qamar incident, which took place in the valley of Abu Talib when the Muslims were still under siege. And as you quite rightly mentioned in the last program, that the boycott came to an end. Despite it being a time to rejoice, we see that this was quite a difficult time for the Holy Prophet on a personal level as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a troublesome time, such a sad time. So the boycott finishes, as we discussed in the last episode, and and that came with all of that tribulation. And then, not too long after that, when they returned from the valley of Abu Talib, two people that are so dear to the Prophet ﷺ pass away one after the other. First, Abu Talib, at the age of 80 years, passed away, and he began to fall ill. And as he was falling ill, different people were visiting him. The Prophet ﷺ used to visit him a lot. He cared much for him, for his well-being, for his welfare, and he would visit him often. And one time when the Prophet ﷺ went to visit him, he was sat with him was some of the Quraysh, and among them was Abu Jahl. And the Prophet ﷺ, he came quite passionately to encourage his Abu Talib to recite the Shahada and to die upon the Shahada. And Abu Talib thought about it, and Abu Jahl, was obviously didn't want that to happen. And he said to him, would you abandon the religion of Abdul Muttalib? and he thought about it for a while, and then he said, I'll die upon the religion of Abdul Muttalib, which itself must have been a very painful thing for the Prophet ﷺ to have heard. And there's another narration which is in which it said that Abu Talib delivered a speech to the Quraysh, and in that speech he identified lots and lots of different characteristics of the Prophet ﷺ that were just preeminent.
And you mentioned Hazrat Khadija also passed away right after, or a short while between.
Yeah, I mean she passed away not too long after that. She was age 65, so 80 years and 65 years, and she, I mean, just finishing on that last point, when it comes, the one characteristic that I was going to say really came out most of all was truthfulness. That this is what Abu Talib had highlighted, and even Orientalists in the modern era have really picked up on upon that and said that that there's no way that Abu Talib would have remained so attached to a deceiver had the Prophet ﷺ been such a person. But with Hazrat Khadija radiallahu anha, it's again a very painful time, because she was so dear to the heart of the Prophet ﷺ. The Holy Prophet ﷺ used to speak so kindly and lovingly about her that even Hazrat Aisha radiallahu anha used to say to the Prophet ﷺ that was she sort of the only woman in the world, and the Prophet ﷺ said that that she was among the greatest of the women of her era, and he highlighted the wonderful characteristics that she had in her personality, and he would become very emotional, when he would see the family of Hazrat Khadija radiallahu anha, and when he would think of her, she was clearly someone that just and I think if we even go back to the beginning of the story of this series to the beginning of Revelation, whatnot, we see that the journey was a long one, and yeah, in that regard, it was an extremely painful time, and in many ways, it's been suggested that perhaps it was the boycott and that strength of iman with Hazrat Khadija that had led her to be so strong, even though she was unwell. And then it was after that was settled that she passed away. And with Abu Talib, because of the love that he had for the Prophet ﷺ, that after there was that sense of comfort that he passed away after then, and he said to the Quraysh, please don't disturb this Muhammad. He's a truthful person, and don't disturb him, don't cause him any trouble. And you should support.
In fact, this year was actually known as Am al-Huzn, like the year of grief, because I guess two very close people in the life of the Holy Prophet passed away. And in fact, it's interesting to note that Hazrat Mia Sahib mentions that no funeral prayer of Hazrat Khadija was offered, because at the time there was no Islamic injunction, but the Holy Prophet himself lowered her into the grave. So it's a really beautiful narration, and it's such an intimate account as well. 25 years they spent together as husband and wife, and if someone reads through these chapters, you'll know how much love the Holy Prophet had for her and how much love she had for him. And this was a perfect example of how everyone can spend their married lives. Viewers, we are coming to that part of the program where we would go to an external panelist and see what they have to say on a very important matter. And that was, just as Adam Saab mentioned, Hazrat Abu Talib had passed away, Hazrat Khadija had passed away. What were the treatment of the Quraysh after Abu Talib passed away, who was his guardian in many ways? And we'll go to New Zealand, to Mustansir Ahmed Qamar Sahib for this question.
Yes, absolutely. So after the demise of Hazrat Khadija radiallahu anha and Abu Talib, the adversity faced by the Holy Prophet ﷺ increased manifold, and the Quraysh of Mecca became bolder towards the person of the Holy Prophet ﷺ and began to inflict severe hardship upon him. Once the Holy Prophet ﷺ was walking on his way when an ill-behaved person publicly threw filth upon the head of the Holy Prophet ﷺ. The Prophet returned home in this state, and when one of his daughters saw this, she quickly fetched some water, washed his head, and began to weep bitterly. The Holy Prophet ﷺ calmed her and said, "Daughter, weep not, for Allah shall Himself protect your father, and all of these difficulties shall pass." Then, at another instance, the Holy Prophet ﷺ was in prostration before Allah the Almighty in the courtyard of the Kaaba, where a few chieftains of the Quraysh were gathered as well. Abu Jahl said, "At this time, if someone can muster the courage, throw the uterus of a camel upon Muhammad." Hence, Uqba bin Abi Mu'ayth stood up and threw the uterus of a slaughtered camel full of blood and filth upon the back of the Holy Prophet ﷺ, and all of them burst into laughter. When the daughter of the Holy Prophet ﷺ, Fatimatu Zahra radiallahu anha, learnt of this, she came running and removed this burden from her father's shoulders. It was only then that the Holy Prophet ﷺ was able to lift his head from the prostration. Interestingly, it's narrated that once the Holy Prophet ﷺ called upon the chieftains of the Quraysh by name who were adamant on erasing and humiliating Islam, and prayed against them, seeking a verdict from Allah. And the narrator of this narration says that, "Then I saw all of these people killed on the day of Badr at the hands of the Muslims, polluting the air in the valley of Badr."
Jazakallah to Mustansir Ahmed from New Zealand for that very eloquent answer. Ayaz, we mentioned earlier that the Holy Prophet's marriage to Hazrat Khadija lasted 25 years, and that was his only wife at the time. But now that she has passed away, his companion, in order to, and further enhance the mission of the Holy Prophet, it was necessary that he would marry again. And this is a time where even his near relatives were proposing different marriages.
Yes, absolutely, Zafir. Especially for a law-bearing prophet, it's important. Marriage is important because not only does the prophet show a wonderful example of how to live a domestic life, how to live a married life, but also because there are various teachings of Allah the Almighty which are specific to the women of the community. And so the manner in which wives of the prophet facilitate the distribution and the teaching of that knowledge is important. The wives play a very active role in that. So after the demise of Hazrat Khadija, whom the Holy Prophet ﷺ loved and respected, it was natural for him to think about his mission and the responsibilities that he had to fulfill to the women. And so he thought about marriage and he prayed to Allah the Almighty. And it is narrated that he saw a vision or a dream in which Angel Gabriel alayhi salam came to the Prophet of Islam and showed him a picture of a picture on a green silk handkerchief. And he said that this is your wife in this world and in the next. And the picture on that silk green handkerchief was the picture of Hazrat Aisha radiallahu anha, who was the daughter of Hazrat Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu. And so during that time also, the wife of Uthman ibn Mad'un radiallahu anhu, Hazrat Khawla, also came, and she also proposed that, "Oh, Messenger of Allah, you should think about marriage." And he said, "Well, who should I marry?" And she said, if you're looking for an unmarried girl, then that is Aisha radiallahu anha. And if you are looking for a widow, then there is Sauda bint Zam'a, who was the wife of one of the servants of the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So the Prophet of Islam said that, all right, send a proposal to both of them. And at that time, the Prophet of Islam, when that proposal was sent, Hazrat Abu Bakr and the mother of Hazrat Aisha radiallahu anha, they were surprised and they said that, well, the Prophet of Islam is like our brother. How can this happen? And so the Prophet of Islam then explained that spiritual relations do not affect these physical relations, and this is permissible. And so then what more could that mother and father ask for than for their daughter to be wed to the greatest man on earth, the Prophet of Islam sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who was at the highest level of morality and who had such a beautiful character. And then we see how both of these marriages were a source of blessing, because we see on one side how the Holy Prophet ﷺ demonstrated a nature of how he was a caring guardian for a widow who needed support, and in that way he showed an example. And he also showed his example in the case of Hazrat Aisha radiallahu anha also, and how to treat her. And then Hazrat Aisha radiallahu anha went on to play a major role in Islam. It is narrated that the greatest companions after the demise of the Holy Prophet ﷺ, the real elite, the top elite in the sense of who were at the highest spiritual level and the most knowledgeable, even those companions would come to Hazrat Aisha and ask for religious verdicts on various matters, because she was so knowledgeable, because she had spent almost all of her time in the presence of the Holy Prophet ﷺ, and this was the purpose.
She was born into Islam as well.
And she was born into Islam, and she was very intelligent, very sharp, and she had a very good memory, and she could understand things. And so we see how
The death is reported of Mr. Isaac Kole Dumbuya of 96 Soldier Street off Circular Road, which took place on Wednesday the 15th of January. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Rugiatu Dumbuya, and children. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on mobile numbers 076 450 871 or 076 725 061. It is well with my soul. The death took place in Manchester, UK on the 13th of January of the dear husband, father, grandfather, brother, cousin, uncle, and friend, Dr. Emmanuel Ayodele Cleve, former lecturer at Sierra College, University of Sierra Leone, aged 72. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may contact his wife Laura on +44 7833 085156. The Whitfield family of Kissy Road announces the death of their beloved mother, aunt, grandmother and friend, Madam Millicent Josephine Jones Whitfield, commonly known as Witty Witty, which took place on the 15th of January, age 75. She survived by relatives and friends at home and abroad. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may offer their condolences to the family at 21A Kisi Road or call on mobile numbers 034-693-726 or 078-602-548. May her soul rest in perfect peace. The death is announced of Mrs. Victoria Elizabeth Janet Klein of 13 Adelaide Street, which took place on Wednesday, the 15th of January, aged 88. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 13 Adelaide Street or call on 078-538-677 or 079-730-881. Funeral and communion service for PC 14820 Emmanuel Lansford Darren Pratt, who died on the 5th of January, aged 45, will take place on Friday, the 17th of January at the Zion AME Church, Pademba Road at 2 p.m. Burial at the Kingdom Cemetery. There will be laying out at 3 Robert Street from 10 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. A vigil will be held on Thursday, the 16th of January at the New Zion AME Church, Pademba Road at 7 p.m. He survived by his wife, Mrs. Abibatu Pratt, son Emmanuel Darren Pratt, stepdaughter Zainab Rogers, father Mr. Solomon John Pratt, mother Mrs. Rosamond Fumi Pratt, sisters Mrs. Crispina Pamakol in the UK, and Rosalind Sidela Pratt of the Sierra Leone Commercial Bank, brother Mr. James Ayodele Pratt, uncle and aunts, cousins, nieces, nephews, relatives and friends at home and abroad. The death is announced of Betty Lansana, who died on Monday, the 13th of January. Funeral service will take place on Sunday, the 26th of January, at the Calvary United Methodist Church, Tayama, at 10 a.m. Burial at the Tayama Village Cemetery. Sympathizers may call on 076-278-440 or 077-946-114. Funeral and communion service for Mrs. Erika Kizabok Nibright will take place on Friday, the 17th of January at the Trigaskis Methodist Church, Wellington at 2 p.m. Burial at the Wellington Cemetery. Mrs. Erika Kizabok died on Tuesday, the 19th of November 2024, aged 72. She survived by her husband, Mr. Frederick Bock, in the USA. Children Rita, Henry, Frederica, and Erickson Bock. Brother Mr. Henry Cockle-Bright. Several cousins, sisters, nephews, in-laws, grand and great-grandchildren, close relatives and friends include residents of 80 Old Railway Line Brookfields, Rose Street off Mountain Court, the Eastman family in the USA and Freetown, the Wobe of Kenema Road, Mr. James Clark of McDonald Street, the McCarthy and Aroni families in the USA and Freetown.
That flows by the throne of God. Soon we'll reach the shining.
The death took place on the 11th of January of Joseph Ishmael Fona of 3 Smith Street, Grafton. He survived by his father, Mr. Molai Fona, chairman of Grafton, mother Mrs. Sarah Lombe Fona, retired chief police inspector. Children Esther Fona, Paul Ishmael Fona, Emmanuel Fona, and Joshua Fona. Several brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, cousins, nieces and nephews at home and abroad, close friends, and other relatives. Funeral service will take place at Pope John Paul II Kwasi Parish Grafton at 1:30 p.m. on Friday the 17th of January, and burial at the Grafton Cemetery. Sympathizers may call on the following numbers: 077-552-561, 078-666-921, 076-639-162, or 075-108-652. He was 42 years old. The death is reported of Inspector Prince Nat Gauja Darami of Ross Road Legal Aid Court and of 3 Palais Drive Rokel Checkpoint, aged 60. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on 033-311-417, 077-843-437, or 034-037-786. The death is announced of their beloved, long-serving minister, retired district elder, Rector Samuel Manga Kabia, which took place on the 1st of January, aged 74. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Aisata Kabia, children Matthew, Samuela, Mary and Princess M.S. Kabia, brothers Francis Obai and Michael Kabia, both in the USA, Dennis and Dr. Soko Kabia. Several grandchildren, relatives and friends include Rector, CEV, priests, apostles, and the entire membership of the New Apostolic Church at home and abroad. Funeral service will take place on Sunday the 19th of January at the New Apostolic Church, 169A Kisi Bypass Road, Samuels at 1 p.m. Burial at the Kisi Cemetery. The death is reported of Mrs. Beatrice Abiodun Lavinia Fisher, fondly called Auntie B or Mommy, former employee of the Liberian Embassy, Brookfields in Freetown, and formerly of 4 Benjamin Lane, Freetown, which took place on the 26th of December 2024, aged 90. She survived her children in America, Vic Oba, Princess D. Patnelli, Muriel Brown, and Charles Fisher, several grand and great-grandchildren, Sister Mrs. Josephine Hughes, in-laws, nieces, nephews, relatives, and friends at home and abroad. Mrs. Beatrice Abiodun Lavinia Fisher will be buried in America on Saturday the 25th of January. The family will converge at 21A Smart Lane, New England Vale, Freetown at 1 p.m. Sympathizers may contact Mrs. Modu Conte on 076-729-592, Mrs. Josephine Hughes on 078-547-955, or Mrs. Sally Koma on 034-030-738. In loving and affectionate memory of the dear father, brother, uncle, and grandfather, Mr. Frederick Ekundayo Kuti George. 5 years have passed by since you changed time for eternity, yet your memory still lives in our hearts. Lord, in thy gracious keeping, live we now thy servant sleeping. By Franklin, Precious, Florence, and Fanta.
And foolish oft I strayed, but yet in love.
In loving memory of the late Mr. Taiwo Gashon Israel Joseph Rena, who was called to eternity on the 16th of January 2016. It's been 9 years since you passed away, but your memory is still fresh in our hearts. Your memory will continue to linger in our hearts. We love you, but Jesus loves you best. Sadly missed for your dear wife, Patricia Rena, children Melrose, Arnold, Andrea, and Omope, grandchildren at home and abroad. May God give you a place in heaven. May your soul continue to rest in peace. Sleep on and take your rest.
Thou spreadst a table in my sight.
I'm so confused. Tell me what's happened.
The death is reported of Haja Mayama Davis of 7 Early Bank Street off Mountain Court, aged 74. She is survived by her sister Haja Minira Tucham, brother Alhaji Brahma Koko of State House Communications, adopted daughter Frances, aunt Haja Sali Kamara, several children, grandchildren, in-laws, close friends, and other relatives at home and abroad. Jazana prayers will take place on Friday, the 17th of January, at the Jamil Salam Mosque, Fulatown at 4 p.m. Burial at the Aku Muhammadan Cemetery, Kennedy Street.
Please forgive me.
Inna lillahi wa inna lillahi rajiun. Quranic reading to mark the 4 months and 10 days funeral rites for Ibrahim Mohammed Sanko Esquire, fondly called Pabrahima, who died on the 11th of September 2024, will take place on Sunday the 26th of January at 2 Zubairu Street, Okupa, Wellington, by One Ward Garage at 2 p.m. He is sadly missed by his wife, Mrs. Mariam Sanko, children, Braina to Sanko and Ahmed Mahmoud Sanko, Father Alhaji Mohammed Sanko in the USA, Mother Haja Memuna Sise in the USA, stepmother Haja Aminata Mansaye in Rotawa Town, grandmother Yada Matholi, several sisters, brothers, uncles, aunts, close relatives and friends at home and abroad. Family, friends, and well-wishers are cordially invited. May Allah grant him Al-Jannah.
I need you.
Inna lillahi wa inna lillahi rajiun. The family of the late Mr. Amadou Wuri Jallow, former finance officer at the National Authorizing Office and of Godrich Village, wishes to inform relatives, friends, and well-wishers that there will be Quranic recitations and charity for the late Mr. Amadou Wuri Jallow, who died in Fredericksburg, Virginia, USA on Tuesday, the 3rd of September 2024, age 69. The Quranic recitations and charity will take place at his former residence, 19 York Road, Godrich Village, Obafunkia, at 2 p.m. on Sunday, the 19th of January. He is sadly missed by his wife, Mrs. Hafsatu Jallow, several children, grandchildren, brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews, and in-laws at home and abroad, the entire Muslim Jamaat of Godrich Village, the Fulan Godrich communities. Baba, you are gone, but your name and memory remain intact until the day of judgment, inshallah. Baba, may the Almighty Allah grant you Janatul Firdaus.
But this is all up to Allah. He sent his angel of death.
Inna lillahi wa inna lillahi rajiun. In remembrance of their beloved husband and father, Mr. Nasiruddin Magona, former chairman of Pujehun District Council, who died 10 years ago. In connection with the 10th death anniversary, the Holy Quran and other funeral rites will take place on Saturday the 18th of January and Sunday the 19th of January in Potoru, Bari Chiefdom, Pujehun District. Relatives, friends, and well-wishers are cordially invited by wife Adiza Magona, son Din Shaka Magona, and the rest of the family of Bari Chiefdom, Pujehun District.
When sorrows like sea billows roll.
The family wishes to announce the death of Mrs. Alice Mandewa Dumbuya of 13 Edward Street Estates, who passed away on the 14th of January, aged 68. She is survived by Mr. Peniel Dumbuya, Kati Dumbuya, and Mrs. Jamila Tupias. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 13 Edwin Street Hastings or call on 076 603 388 or 079 257 171. Funeral service for Sub-Inspector Mrs. Patricia Hanagegba Ni Peacock of 86 Up Mountain Peacock Farm, Wellington, and of Garment Factory, Sierra Leone Police Force, age 51, will take place on Friday the 17th of January at the Lamb of God Church, Campbell Street, Wellington at 2 p.m. Burial at the Palmer Street Cemetery, Wellington. The body will be laid out at the church from 11 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. She survived by her husband, Mr. Jonathan Hindolo Gegba, chairman of SLPP constituency 115 Wellington. Children, Mrs. Sybil George, Jennifer Lima, and Joshua Elijah Gegba. Father, Mr. David Alex Peacock. Stepmother, Janet Peacock. Several sisters, brothers, cousins, nieces, nephews, uncles, aunts, in-laws, and the rest of the family and friends at home and abroad. The death took place on Sunday the 12th of January of Mr. Charles Bayo of 13 Skellington Street, Wilberforce, age 64. Former employee of Wakinot Security Agency, SOS Minor International School, and of AfriCell Wilberforce branch. He is survived by his wife, children, Edward, Solomon, Henry, and Philip Bayo in the USA. Several brothers, cousins, uncles, aunts, friends, and other relatives at home and abroad. There will be a vigil on Saturday the 25th of January at 13 Skeleton Street, Wilberforce at 6:30 p.m. Laying out is on Sunday the 26th of January at his residence from 11 a.m. to 12 noon and at the Christ Healing Center, 32A Freetown Road, Wilberforce from 12:30 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. followed by funeral and communion service at the church at 2:30 p.m. Burial at the Wilberforce Cemetery. The death is reported of Dr. Mori Lengo, which took place on the 30th of November. He is survived by his children, Mrs. Katin Sanko, Slavic Lengo, Mrs. Mary Mahoy, Sir Emmanuel and Katimu Lengo. Brothers, Mr. Sama Lengo in the USA, Dr. Sama S. Banya and Kailondo. Nephew, retired AIG Mori Lengo. Several grandchildren, nieces, sisters, close friends, and relatives at home and abroad. Funeral service will be held at the Faith Healing Bible Church, 6 Wormsley Lane off Berry Street by the Hillside Bypass Road on Friday the 17th of January. Burial will take place in Kailahun. Sympathizers may call at N38C Moiwa Street, Mbelebu 2 at 8 a.m.
Please forgive me.
Inna lillahi wa inna lillahi rajiun. The Koma family and home and abroad announces the 40th ceremony for Mr. Hussein Koma, former employee of Rokel Commercial Bank Limited, Sierra Leone, who died on the 6th of December 2024. The ceremony will take place in Yoyema Village, Kayamba Chiefdom Moyamba District on Sunday the 19th of January at 10 a.m. Close relatives and friends include staff of Rokel Commercial Bank. All sympathizers and well-wishers are cordially invited. Transport will be available to and from the village at a minimum cost of 240 leones on a first-come, first-served basis. May his gentle soul rest in perfect peace.
I need you.
Blessed assurance, Jesus is mine.
The death is reported of Mr. Lawrence Babajide Ayola of 12 Mary Street off Circular Road and an employee of Elephant Bet, aged 54. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 120 Circular Road or call on mobile numbers 076 606 110 or 030 816 226. The death is reported of Madam Sarah Kebesise, formerly of 13 Ascension Town Road and of Jesus is Lord Ministry, Tower Hill. She died on Sunday the 12th of January, aged 68. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at her residence 13 Ascension Town Road, or call on mobile number 034 966 054 or 088 576 271.
Of mercy, whispers of love. This is my story.
The death took place on Monday, the 13th of January, of Marion Olajide Lemon Thomas, formerly of 7 Desmond Lane, Angola Town, Godrich, Freetown, aged 78. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on the following numbers: 078 422 724 or 076 449 789.
Perfect submission, all is at rest. I and my Savior.
The death is reported of Mrs. Cecilia Fumi Frederica Susan Rena of 20 Montego Street, who died on the 11th of January, aged 82. She is survived by her husband, James Eric Rena, children, Sylvanus Charles, Mr. James Edward, Florence and Ezekiel John Rena. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on mobile numbers 076 966 140, 078 341 344 or 088 026 773.
Wondrous love is this, oh my soul.
To the glory of God for a life well spent, the family at home and abroad announces the home call of Madame Vivat Caroline Roberts of 17 Sykes Street, Congo Town, formerly of the Ministry of Works, New Englandville, and a member of the New Testament Church Congo Cross of Girls High School, aged 83. She is survived by her son, Farrell Halstein, formerly of Government Printing. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on mobile numbers 080-141508, 0302148802, or 079118821. The death is reported of Ellen Shirley Babylove Leopold, formerly of Bangura Drive off Angola Bridge, and of 15A Benjamin Lane off Campbell Street. She passed away on Friday the 10th of January, aged 87. She is survived by her children, Colin Dillis Marvel Kojo Davis and Akilade Kelvin Ronald Cole in the USA. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at Bangura Drive off Angola Bridge or call on 078 750 Funeral service for Sergeant Alvin Kenneth Francis, formerly of the McKinney Correctional Service and of 22 Priscilla Street, commonly known as Sugar Sweet, who died on the 7th of January, aged 42, will take place on Friday the 17th of January at the Correctional Service Church, Willoughby Lane by the canteen at 1 p.m. Burial at the King Tom Cemetery. He is survived by his daughter Alvina Francis, sister Christiana Francis, brothers Michael, Dudley, and Solomon Francis, nieces, nephews, uncles, aunts, and the rest of the family and friends at home and abroad.
Oh, sacred head now wounded, with grief and shame weighed down.
Funeral service for Miss Janet Mauta Williams of Thompson Bay, who died on the 8th of January, aged 49, will take place on Friday the 17th of January as the Living Spring Ministry, Thompson Bay off Frequency Road at 2 p.m. Burial at the Morristown Cemetery. The body will be laid out at the church at 11 a.m. A visit will be held at the church on Thursday the 16th of January at 7 p.m. She is survived by a very close friend, Eunice Akagbo. Children, Momo Kagbo, Mrs. Safiatou Soare, and Eunice Akagbo. Grandchildren, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, nieces, nephews, in-laws, cousins, relatives, and friends at home and abroad.
Does thy face now lay
The death took place on Wednesday, the 25th of December 2024, of Nanette Henrietta Halstein of 26 Smart Farm Road off Wilkinson Road, aged 51. She is survived by siblings, Mrs. Batayan Sane, Mrs. Theodora Taylor, Mrs. Charlie, Mr. Frederick, Mr. Arthur, and Mr. Derek Halstein. Several nieces, nephews, in-laws, cousins, uncles, aunts, close friends, and other relatives at home and abroad. A vigil will be held at 26 Smart Farm Road on Thursday the 16th of January from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Funeral service will be held at Wesley Methodist Church, Lamina Sanko Street on Friday the 17th of January at 2:30 p.m. Viewing will be from 12 noon to 2 p.m. in the church basement. Burial at the Ascension Town Cemetery. Funeral service for Madam Willietta Fumilayo Annette Nicole Wilson Nick Johnson Cole will take place on Friday the 17th of January as the Living Waters Ministry 4A College Road, Congo Cross at 12 noon. Burial at the Wilberforce Cemetery. Madam Willietta Fumilayo Annette Nicole Wilson died on the 3rd of January, aged 71. She is survived by children Donald Trufon, Leonard Indoa, Donaldson, Evelyn Nicole Wilson, and Mrs. Onike Faulkner. Grandchildren Louis, Alisa, Renald, Valicious, Michaela, and Karina. Several in-laws, close relatives, and friends include the Johnson Cole, Nicole Wilson, Ryan Coker, and Robin Coker families, Annie Beckley in the USA, and Sayan McFoy in the UK. The death took place in England on the 5th of December 2024 of Mr. Noel Samuel Patrick McRae, aged 74. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Minerva McRae, mother Mrs. Eunice Modupe Williams of 19 Upper Brook Street, children Louis, Eugene, and Cavell, several grandchildren, sisters Mrs. Princess Iloba, Frances Williams, Ransolina Macaulay, Thelma Cocker, and Mrs. Linda Sisse, brothers Maurice McRae, Robert McRae, and Horatio McRae. Funeral service will take place on Friday the 17th of January at the All Hallows Church, Greenfield, United Kingdom at 11 a.m. Burial at the Greenfield Park Cemetery. May his soul rest in peace.
Peace be still. Peace be still. Though
The deaths announced of their beloved wife, mother, sister, aunt, cousin, and friend, Mrs. Josephine Mabinti Sisse. She died on the 10th of January in Freetown, aged 76. She is survived by children, Mrs. Fatu Tarawali and Mr. Alaji Wombo Sisse, both in the USA, Miss Aisata Kombe Bundu, Jane Kombe Bundu, Alfred Kombe Bundu, and Miss Fatu Kombe Bundu. Several grandchildren, sisters, relatives, and friends at home and abroad should be buried on Saturday, the 18th of January at the CKC Cemetery in Bow. Sympathizers may call at 1 Hennessy Street, opposite Government Printing, New England Vale, Freetown, or call on mobile numbers 030-018-704 or 078-841-571.
One day.
Inna lillahi wa inna lillahi rajiun. The Quranic recitation to mark the 4 months and 10 days ceremony for Mr. Abdul Karim Sisse will take place at 18 Parsonage Street, Kisii on Sunday, the 26th of January at 2 p.m. Relatives and friends are cordially invited by wife Mrs. Margaret Karim Sisse in the UK. Children Haja Fatmata Karim Sisse, Abdul Sam Karim Sisse, and Emma Sela Karim Sisse, all in the UK. Brothers and sisters, Kande Osayo Kamara in the USA, Boporo Savage in the USA, Helga Kamara in Freetown, Francis Kamara in the UK, Mrs. Olivia Fraser in the USA, Marie Sisse in the USA, Alaji Conte in Freetown, Amina Rowe in Germany, Kadi and Fatou Sisse and the Sisse family. Stepmother Mrs. Alimatu Sisse, father-in-law Samuel Kagbo, mother-in-law Mrs. Uma Kagbo, other in-laws, numerous relatives and friends in the USA, UK, and Freetown. The death is reported of Mr. Joseph Kagbo, formerly of 5B Circular Road, which took place on Friday the 10th of January, aged 69. He is survived by his wives and 8 children. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 5B off Circular Road. The death took place on Thursday the 2nd of January of Elijah Sonny William Ompa of Leopard Hill, Fonima Godrich, aged 42. He is survived by his wife, Princess Joy Ompa, children Ruth and Rejoice DJ Ompa, mother Saleh Ompa, brother Thomas Ompa of Thomas Ompa and Co., several sisters, friends and other relatives at home and abroad. There will be a vigil on Thursday the 16th of January at Mayo Compound, 8 Jerusalem Avenue, opposite the Water Factory, Metchem, Godrich, at 7 p.m. Funeral service will take place on Friday the 17th of January at the Gethsemane Praise Chapel, 10 Tiwani Drive off Milton Magai College Road, Godrich, at 1 p.m. Burial at the Adonkia Cemetery. The family announces the death of Mrs. Frances Muriel Ibironke Williams, which took place on the 27th of December 2024 in the United Kingdom. She is survived by her husband, Mr. Cornelius Eldede Williams of Mambo Peninsula Road, Sierra Leone, 5 children, 8 grandchildren, several nieces and nephews at home and abroad, sisters Alithea Johnson and Olive Briggs, cousins Mr. and Mrs. Maxam Dixon File, Mrs. Rosalind Nelson Jones, and several cousins from the Gray family. Other relatives include the Olu Williams, Fowler, Mokomok, Reful, Day, and the Parker families. Funeral service will be held at St. George's Cathedral, George Street, on Thursday the 23rd of January at 2:30 p.m. Burial at the Kingdom Cemetery.
The King of Love, my shepherd is.
A memorial service for Mr. Joseph Aliu Safa, formerly of 39J of O'Neill Street and former employee of Total, who died on the 6th of December, age 71, will take place on Sunday the 19th of January at Winners Baptist Church, Old Wharf, Wellington at 10 a.m. Relatives and friends are cordially invited. By wife, Mrs. Marie Safa, children, grandchildren, brothers, sisters, in-laws, and the rest of the family at home and abroad.
The 12th of January marks the 15th death anniversary of our dear mother, grandmother and friend, Mrs. Edna Beatrice Decker. Still loved, still missed, your unfading memory still lingers. Sleep, Mama, sleep and take your rest. You'll forever be missed.
Funeral service for Madam Sylvia Ada Ashong, formerly of 54 Soldier Street, who died in Atlanta, Georgia, USA on the 18th of December, age 73, will take place on Saturday the 18th of January in Atlanta, Georgia, USA at 1 p.m. A Zoom link will be held at Soldier Street Media Center, Sierra Leone at 6 p.m. prompt. She survived by her son Malcolm Pratt, daughter-in-law Mrs. Essie Pratt, other children Edgar Ashong, Diane, Ian and Valley, all in the USA, grandchildren Zenaya, Jeremiah and Chance, siblings Valerie, Desmond, Bradman, Beryl and Nadia, all in the USA and UK, several cousins, nieces, nephews, relatives and friends at home and abroad. With gratitude to God for a life well spent, the family at home and abroad announces the death of their mother, sister and grandmother, Mrs. Clarice Akwavi Priscilla John, Nee Wolf of Ajibu Cold Drive, Lumley Road, Freetown. She died on the 8th of January, aged 88. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at a residence, Ajibu Coal Drive, Lumley Road, Freetown, or call on mobile numbers 034-595-299, 076-786-566, or 079-123-891. May her soul rest in perfect peace. Funeral and Requiem Mass for Mr. Robert Bob Jones will take place on Friday the 17th of January at the Mary Immaculate Conception Church, Waterloo at 1:30 p.m. There will be viewing of the body at the Columbia Davis Funeral Parlor off Circular Road on Thursday the 16th of January, followed by vigil at 18 Sharif Drive, Lumley. The body will be laid out at the Frandy Hall, Hatchon Street, Waterloo from 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Friday the 17th of January. Burial at the village cemetery. Mr. Robert Bob Jones died on Sunday the 8th of December, aged 66. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Ethel Jones, children, baby Nance and Christiana Jones, brothers Daniel Jones and Patrick Samora, in-laws Fatime and Admire, Uncle Sundance, Catherine Alaba Crowder in the USA, Emmerich, Millicent, Nyao Maturi Jones and Ayok Kalon, several cousins, nieces, nephews, close relatives and friends at home and abroad.
Shall we gather at the river?
This benefit was reaped by the Muslims as a result of these two marriages, and also Hazrat Aisha radiallahu anha in specific.
And both of these marriages took place roughly about the same time. They were settled for 400 dirhams each. Yes. And we will come back to this as well, continue the discussion from here. But at this point, we would like to go to one of our viewers and see what they would like to ask us for today's question.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Nabil Ahmed Khalid. I am from Frankfurt, Germany. And my question is, can you please explain the concept of polygamy in Islam? Jazakumullah.
Jazakumullah to that question. And Adam Saab, please could you shed some light on why Islam allows polygamy?
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, I think the first thing to say is that that it's not compulsory in Islam. So, you know, a person doesn't have to marry multiple wives. You know, marrying one wife is what Islam is an obligation upon Muslims. In terms of marrying more than one wife, there are a whole range of reasons as to why that can be necessary and is something which is possible. You know, first and foremost, polygamy is made legal in Islam because God has said so in the Holy Quran. So that's the first thing. Beyond that, it's really in those circumstances in which there's some kind of necessity there, and that's why, you know, Islam is a practical religion in the sense that it recognizes that within the social constructs of any society, there are lots of different reasons as to why people might want to marry more than one wife. So the basis of marriage is procreation, of course, and that's the reason that's often put forward first in terms of why polygamy is something that's practiced. That for the purpose of procreation, if that's not possible with you know, with the first wife that someone married, you know, Islam doesn't believe that procreation should stop, but at the same time, it doesn't believe in divorce in this situation. So the option that's open is to consider marrying a second wife. Another reason could be, for example, to the avoidance of sin. It could be for some kind of domestic or national benefit within a nation. There are lots of different reasons in this regard, and I know that it's quite a shocking thing to people that come from different cultures, where, especially the sort of Christian tradition, where polygamy is a big no-no, and you have to be monogamous. But we see within society the difficulties that are caused in this, in the sense that that with marriage come rights and come obligations, and without marriage, which is the same thing that happens in many other countries and different types of cultures.
And Adam, even within the Bible itself, there's so many there's mentions of prophets who have married more than once. So it's in fact, Islam has put a limit that you can't marry more than 4.
Exactly. There's the argument that the law was adapted despite of what's found in the Bible, as opposed to in line with it. So that's absolutely right. And there is a limit there, and with each marriage there are clear obligations and there are clear legal rights that are there. So it's not a case that someone can just misuse a partner. But I think the one thing which is a misconception is that just for lustful purposes, for pure enjoyment and pleasure, someone can just say, "Oh well, I'll marry 4 women." I mean, it's just not. It's not a reason for polygamy in Islam. There are proper reasons that exist, and they're practical reasons, and they're in accordance with the laws of nature as well. When we look at societies and how societies are formed and affected by what happens across the world, whether it's war or other types of socioeconomic factors that come into play. And these are realistic situations. And in the absence of polygamy, what we do find is very difficult circumstances where there are many women that remain unmarried in many circumstances. And it's a very difficult situation. And it's not an ideal situation in any shape or form. So I think that there is a mercy within that. But returning to the original point, there's no obligation in Islam to marry 4 wives.
Jazakallah Adam Sahab, that's very well put there. It's a question that will be in the minds of a lot of non-Muslims, that why does Islam allow the marriage of more than 1 wife? But again, as Adam Sahab mentioned, it's not an obligation. It's actually a responsibility, a very heavy responsibility, and it is because Islam is a practical religion. It is for when the time is needed, or according to certain times where it is necessary as well. Jazakallah Adam Sahab for that. Ayaz, we were discussing up to the life, the 10th year of the Holy Prophet's life, of his mission. They have just come out of the boycott, and Hazrat Khadija, Hazrat Abu Talib both have passed away, and the Holy Prophet was about to marry Hazrat Aisha and Hazrat Sauda. So what happens next?
One thing which is really important to mention also, with reference to the time in the Sha'b Abi Talib, in the valley of Abu Talib, when they were besieged, was that this time specifically turned the attention of the Holy Prophet ﷺ for the future to visit other tribes as well, and to spread the message of Islam. Until that time, the main focus of the Holy Prophet ﷺ, according to the instructions of Allah the Almighty, was to convey the message to his near kinsmen. And so he was conveying the message to the people in Mecca at the time. But when this took place, when the siege took place, at that time he realized through Allah the Almighty's direction that it's time to now explore other avenues. And so during the pilgrimage, many tribes from different places throughout Arabia would come and congregate. They would come to see the Kaaba, and there were certain places that were known for having large gatherings and assemblies of tribes. For example, there was the Uqaz, there were carnivals that used to take place there, Dhul Majaz, other places, and the Prophet of Islam would go there and talk to the people of these tribes, and he would convey the message of Islam. And Hazrat Mia Sahib has explained this in such a beautiful and a vivid way. He says that when you think about that time, you have the master of the whole world, for whom this universe was created, and so humbly and with such humility, he goes one by one to all of these different encampments, and he as if knocks their door, and he says that I have a message for you. Will you listen to me, please? And that demonstrates how his heart was burning for people, for one thing. And that one thing was so that people would accept and recognize Allah the Almighty. It shows the greatness of the Holy Prophet ﷺ, the lengths that he went to single-handedly to convey the message of Islam. And then we see that how Islam grew as a result of that and spread to other places. But the Meccans continued creating hindrances there as well, because they knew that if people outside of Mecca accept the Prophet of Islam, it is as dangerous for our vested interests as it is if the Meccans accept. But despite this, the Prophet of Islam persevered, and he was resilient and determined, and his resolve only grew day by day.
Absolutely. Jazakumullah for that, Ayasa. We'll look at actually journeying outside of Makkah was Taif as well, and we'll look in the next episode at that very famous incident. Jazakumullah to Adam Saab, Jazakumullah to Ayaz. Dear viewers, that's all we have time for this episode. Join us again, same time next week, for the golden age of Islam. Until then, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
إني رأيت الوجه وجه محمد وجه كبدر الليلة البلماء
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Balance is a program where we try to bring life and faith into a state of alignment so that we can discharge our duties both to the Creator as well as to our fellow human beings. Joining me today are my two guests, Atiya Noor Tahir Sahiba. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
And Rafia Khalil Sahiba. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Let me preface our discussion by starting to read from a writing of the promised Messiah alayhi salam. He says, "You should make a great effort to recognize that God, in finding whom lies real salvation. That God appears to those who look for him with sincerity and love. He manifests himself to the one who becomes his. Those people who are absorbed and devoted to the pleasure of God become a manifestation of his miraculous powers." So most people think that the door to finding God is only open for special people. Perhaps these are leaders of faith, the elderly, pious people. But in fact, the door to finding God is open for anyone and everyone, provided they come to that search with a sincere heart and with prayers.
That's absolutely right, Munazza. Because Allah Ta'ala himself tells us in Surah Al-Baqarah of the Holy Quran that when my servants ask thee about me, say, I am near. I answer the prayer of the supplicant when he prays to me. So Allah Ta'ala has left his door open for us. All we need to do is find it.
Absolutely, Rafia. And Allah Ta'ala rewards us in remarkable ways when we turn towards him and search for him. There's a saying of the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam that when you approach God, he becomes your ears, your eyes, your hands and your feet. And there's a saying, a really famous one, that when you walk towards God, he comes running towards you. And you know, we see proof of this all the time. We see how Allah Ta'ala comes close to those pure individuals who have this thirst to find him. And I remember Hazura Yadullah Ta'ala mentioned in a Friday sermon about a lady from Gambia who went to a remote village looking for a cure for her foot pain. And when she was there, she just happened to watch MTA, just by chance. And when she returned, God told her in a dream that the one who she had seen on MTA was indeed the one who she should follow.
Yes, Satya, isn't it astonishing how Allah Ta'ala reveals himself to those pure individuals who could be living in the remotest part of the world, but because, as you said, they have this thirst to seek the truth, you know, a desire to find Allah Ta'ala, they're able to find him, especially at a time when the rest of the world is so engulfed in materialism and in search of worldly pursuits.
Yes, absolutely, Rafia. And we're so lucky that in this age we have the writings of the promised Messiah alayhi salam to lead us away from all this worldliness and materialism, and to teach us that we can actually all reach God. You know, the promised Messiah alayhi salam writes, go run to this fountain, go find this ruby that's worth laying down your life for. And Hazur alayhi salam is desperate for us all to benefit from this fountain of life. Hazur alayhi salam writes, "How should I tell you this good news? What drum should I beat to make this announcement that this is our God?"
So I guess the most important question then is, what steps can the average person take to find God? How do we start? How do we find this nearness?
I think one of the ways, Manaza, is by adopting the colors of Allah. So what I mean by that is that part of our nature is that when we love someone, we try to imitate them and learn everything about them. So we see examples of that in children when they try to copy their parents, the way they speak, their hand gestures. And little girls start covering their head because they've seen their mothers do it. So it follows then that when we love Allah Ta'ala, then we should do everything we can to learn everything about Him. And who better to learn about Allah Ta'ala than from Allah Himself? And He has told us everything about Him and how to attain His love in His own words in the Holy Quran. So in order to fully comprehend the majesty of Allah Ta'ala, we should recite the Holy Quran on a daily basis and make sure we read it with its translation and commentary, and then try to find ways on how we can become recipient of His love. And this can be done in ways that every day, just performing small deeds solely for the sake of Allah Ta'ala. And, because we want to become, recipient of His love. And Allah Ta'ala Himself tells us that these are the people who perform these daily deeds for my sake are the ones who are going to be, able to attain my love. And He says in the Holy Quran is that, and they feed for the love of Him, the poor, the orphan, and the prisoner, saying, we feed you for Allah's sake only. We desire no reward nor thanks from you. So this tells us is that just by doing small deeds on a daily basis, we can become worthy of Allah's love.
And Rafia, it's, I think, important to point out here that Hazur Ayyadahullah Ta'ala bin Nasrihil Aziz recently in his trip to USA has emphasized in the Friday sermons the role of good deeds in attaining the nearness to Allah Ta'ala. Hazur Ayyadahullah Ta'ala bin Nasrihil Aziz focused on the fact that you cannot have your prayers accepted, you cannot be close to Allah Ta'ala if you do not fulfill the rights of other human beings, hukukul ibad. And what particularly struck me about Hazur's message was the idea that the subtle sins that we don't even realize that we're entangled in, like gossiping, speaking, thinking ill of others, backbiting, complaining, gilishikve as they say in Urdu, these practices prevent us from attaining closeness to God Almighty.
I think another very important way is, of course, through our salat. Allah Almighty, who is the creator of the universe, the king of the universe, He has given us this opportunity, not even once a day, but multiple times a day, to come and meet with Him, an individual one-on-one mulaqat, an opportunity for us to get to know Him, to speak to Him, to talk to Him, and to have our prayers heard and answered. And Allah Almighty promises that the person who approaches salat on time with punctuality and fulfills all of the other prescribed prerequisites will surely be able to meet God and will have his prayers answered, inshallah.
Yes, and I think after everything that you just pointed out, I think it's so vitally important for us to appreciate these one-on-one appointments, these exclusive meetings with Allah Ta'ala. And we need to take full advantage of them. And I think the best way to do this is really to beautify our salat. And I think the most important way to achieve this, to beautify our salat, is really to offer it with proper concentration. So really getting into the right state of mind, being really mindful of what we're saying, and pondering over the rich meanings of each word. And if we do feel that our attention is wandering, then we need to keep bringing it back. And I remember reading somewhere about the companions of the Holy Prophets, that they would be so absorbed and engrossed in their salat that when they would finish, for a moment they didn't know where they were.
And we certainly do need to prioritize the importance of salat in our daily lives, like you said. I mean, if we think about it, the purpose of our creation is to worship Allah Almighty. And what better way than to engage in our salat with the proper mindset and concentration, as you said, and make time for it and really dedicate ourselves to it during that time.
Yes, prioritize it, yes. And I think another thing to remember is keep trying to attain pleasure out of salat. Don't give up. Just like the promised Messiah alayhi salam points out about the alcoholic who keeps on drinking until he is intoxicated. It's our duty to keep on praying until we reach that spiritual high. And the promised Messiah alayhi salam also gives the analogy that just as we take a bitter medicine, to get well, we should keep on praying and never give up.
Sometimes people don't realize that there's different ways in which prayers are answered and accepted. Sometimes we're praying for something and Allah Almighty has accepted it, but the manifestation of that acceptance is prescribed for a later time, has been designated for a later time. So you don't see the result of that acceptance right away. And sometimes we've been praying for something, Allah Almighty in His ultimate wisdom has deemed that this is not good for you. So He doesn't accept that prayer, but in return, He rewards you with something even better.
Actually, the promised Messiah also has taught us that we should speak to Allah Ta'ala in our own simple language so that we can be comfortable in making that connection with Allah Ta'ala. Our prayers should not be like a series of physical movements that we do without thinking, just out of habit, but rather we should talk to Allah Ta'ala in a real, genuine way, like we talk to a friend.
Absolutely. And just to, it reminds me of a writing of the promised Messiah salam that I read in the Essence of Islam. The promised Messiah salam says that the dealing of God Almighty with the believers is like that of a friend. Sometimes He accepts their prayers and sometimes He imposes His own will upon them. And the same thing happens in a friendship. Sometimes one friend, acts accordingly to the wishes of his friend, accepts his will, and sometimes he makes him accept what he himself wants.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful analogy. And this reminds me of a story of Hazrat Musa alayhi salam and the shepherd. Once Hazrat Musa alayhi salam came across a shepherd who was sitting by the roadside, removing lice from his clothes and muttering something under his breath. And Hazrat Musa alayhi salam approached him, and when he came closer, he realized that the shepherd was actually praying. And this is what he was praying. He was saying, "Oh my Lord, if you ever come to visit me, I'm going to take out the thorns from your feet, the lice from your clothes, and I'm going to give you milk to drink from my goats." Now when Hazrat Musa alayhi salam heard this, he could not contain his anger, and he shouted at the shepherd and said, "Who on earth are you to talk to Allah Ta'ala like that? Do you think He is like you, full of filth and lice? God is self-sufficient. He does not need any help, particularly from somebody like you." But however, before Hazrat Musa alayhi salam could continue, he heard God's voice expressing His great displeasure at what he had said to the shepherd. God told Hazrat Musa alayhi salam that until he had interrupted, he had been greatly enjoying those simple, innocent expressions of love from his servant. And that's when Hazrat Musa alayhi salam realized his mistake, and he fell to the ground, begging Allah Ta'ala for forgiveness for the way he had treated his humble servant.
Indeed, God does appreciate when His servants come to Him and express themselves in simple language, like you said. We are going to hear some thoughts on a different aspect of this topic, which is expression of our love for God through the virtue of sacrifice. Let's listen.
A very important aspect of strengthening our bond with Allah is the essence of sacrifice. Perfect love for God is willingness to sacrifice everything for His sake. If you are not prepared to sacrifice, then the love of God you profess is only lip service. When a man passes through trials with patience and steadfastness, out of love for his God, then these hardships will ultimately lead to his spiritual elevation. In today's world, materialism is at its very height. These days, for someone to consider sacrificing their wishes and comforts is a strange phenomenon. In fact, an average person today would consider it outdated and irrelevant practice altogether. However, Allah the Almighty says in the Holy Quran, chapter 3, verse 93, "Never shall you attain to righteousness unless you spend out of that which you love, and whatever you spend, Allah surely knows it well." Hazrat Khalifatul Masih V, may Allah be his helper, explained in a Friday sermon, "Every believer wishes to attain nearness by doing good. And God draws the attention of believers in this verse, that if you wish to do good, to seek God's pleasure, then remember, doing good requires sacrifice. Sacrifice of that which one loves, which benefits one, which brings one comfort. That is the real sacrifice."
Welcome back.
Reflecting further on what Sister Sumita just said, we actually find exemplary models of sacrifice when we examine the lives of the Holy Prophet ﷺ and his companions at the time when the message of Islam had first come, and Allah had commanded them to spread this message, and they were met with much persecution. One of the examples that comes to my mind is that of Hazrat Bilal Raziyallahu Ta'ala Anhu, who was an African slave, and he had accepted Islam the moment he had heard the message. But his master, Umayyah bin Khalf, had punished him on a daily basis because of it. And his punishment was severe, that every day he would throw Hazrat Bilal on the burning sand and then put hot stones on his chest, and then he would sit on those stones and tell Hazrat Bilal Raziyallahu Ta'ala Anhu to stop worshipping Allah and to worship the idols instead. Yeah. But Hazrat Bilal Raziyallahu Ta'ala Anhu, who was, could barely speak much Arabic, he would just look up at the sky and say, Ahad, Ahad, that God is one. Mm-hmm. And this exercise was repeated over and over again, but they could not break the faith and love of this black slave for the one God. And Allah Ta'ala fully reciprocated this love by blessing him with the honor of the company of the Holy Prophet ﷺ, and also giving him another honor of being the first one to call the azan, yeah, which is the Muslim call to prayer, and have his name revered in the hearts of people for all times.
Yeah. And Rafia, when you were just speaking about all the hardships that Hazrat Bilal Raziyallahu Ta'ala Anhu had faced, it reminded me of a question that a child once asked Hazur Ayyadullah Ta'ala bin Nasrihil Aziz. The child asked, Hazur, how do we know when we've passed a test or a trial from God? And Hazur Ayyadullah Ta'ala bin Nasrihil Aziz gave the most beautiful answer and replied, if you are closer to God at the end of that trial, then it means that you've passed.
And not only are they meaningless, but even if you have them, there's going to be no benefit in them for you because it's not blessed. And without the pleasure of God, there is no blessing in it.
Right.
Now, coming to the concept of istighfar, the promised Messiah ﷺ says that those who are perfect in their love for God are constantly seeking forgiveness. It keeps them humble, it purifies them so that they can meet with God's acceptance.
So actually, Munazza, the practice of istighfar is so important because the deeds that we do on a daily basis are not hidden in the sight of Allah. I mean, think of it this way. These days, most of us have a handheld device, whether it's a tablet or an iPad or a phone, which has a camera. And we use this camera to take pictures or capture videos. And every time we turn on the camera, we put our best face forward because we don't want any of our negative actions or words to be recorded for others to see. But what we fail to realize is that the camera of Allah is always on, right? So realizing that fact that Allah Ta'ala is always watching us, we should adopt those characteristics that make us pure spiritually and also make our character attractive in such a way that brings harmony and contentment to our environment.
And the other thing about reciting istighfar too is that we are appealing to Allah Almighty's attribute of Al-Ghafur. And if we ponder upon this attribute, the attribute of Ghafariyat is a very comprehensive one. It has a very profound meaning. So it firstly erases the evil consequences of your past sins. It covers your present mistakes, and then it protects you from future ones. So it's a all-around type of comprehensive type of protection. And we know that the Holy Prophet ﷺ used to recite istighfar more than 70 times in one day.
And you know, we are commanded in the Holy Quran to follow the example, the perfect example of the Holy Prophet ﷺ. And Allah commands the Holy Prophet ﷺ to say, if you love Allah, then follow me. Then will Allah love you and will forgive you your faults.
Yes, actually this reminds me of something I had read about once some people had asked Hazrat Khalifatul Masih Awwal Raziyallahu Ta'ala Anhu that how do you become the wali or friend of Allah? And Hazrat Khalifatul Masih Awwal Raziyallahu Ta'ala Anhu replied that my mother used to recite the Durood Sharif while she fed me when I was little. So the people asked that what should we do if our mothers did not do that? And Hazrat Khalifatul Masih Raziyallahu Ta'ala Anhu replied that you should recite the Durood Sharif while you eat. So this tells us that the path to reaching Allah Ta'ala, to attaining His love, is, by following the example of His most beloved Prophet, Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
And we are, well aware of the tradition of the Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, where he said that the person who recites Durood Sharif has 10 sins forgiven, 10 good deeds are added to his roster of actions, and his spiritual status is elevated by 10 degrees. So this gives us an idea of how much blessing there is in reciting Durood Sharif frequently and abundantly. This is such a vast topic, but alhamdulillah, we've been able to cover a lot of very good points today in our discussion. Jazakallah. It is our hope that through discussions like these, we can reflect upon our current state of spirituality, examine ways to purify our faith further, and to advance ourselves spiritually, establishing a real connection with Allah Almighty, inshallah. I will end with the prayer of the Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, where he said, O Allah, grant me your love and the love of those who love you, and the love of those deeds which will enable me to attain to your love. O Allah, make your love dearer to me than my own life, my family, and even dearer to me than cold water is to a man dying of thirst in the scorching heat. Ameen, Allahumma ameen. Jazakumullah ta'ala wa ahsan al-jaza. And until next time, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Coming up this Thursday on Bottom Line is a one-on-one with the Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge, as he explains his role as one of the decision makers in cabinet.
So join Asmi Uba as he talks to the country's Chief Minister, the man who oversees other ministries, departments and agencies.
How has he handled this complex office over the past 1 year as the youngest person to have been Chief Minister in Sierra Leone?
So join us on Bottom Line this Thursday, live on SLBC at 7 p.m.
Bottom Line, the show to watch.
My name is Samuel Bangwa, a camera operator at SLBC. I always capture the scene you see on TV. So stay glued to the public broadcaster.
My name is Abdul Kabia, a news anchor and sports producer at SLBC.
Hello, I am Esther Maisama, reporter and presenter of SLBC Sport.
I am Princess Gibson, executive producer, radio, gatekeeping, radio content, producer, public squire, your program that brings you conversation on topical issues, and also presents our breakfast show, Good Morning Sierra Leone.
Hello, my name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. I am a television producer at the SLBC. I also read the news on television and present the podium on television too. I also announce on radio. Stay tuned to the SLBC.
Providing authentic information has been one of the pillars that SLBC relies on. I am Mohamed Simdiko Omar, a reporter who has developed insatiable appetite for human interest stories. Continue to stay with Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation for your best in broadcast journalism.
As a public broadcaster, we believe in giving out objective stories, and your interest is our concern. I am Moses Sile Conte, a reporter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned.
Here at SLBC, we inform, educate, and entertain. I am Christiana Kamara, a reporter. Continue to watch the state broadcaster, the SLBC.
Coming up this Thursday on Bottom Line is a one-on-one with the Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge, as he explains his role as one of the decision makers in cabinet.
So join Asmi Uba as he talks to the country's Chief Minister, the man who oversees other ministries, departments and agencies.
How has he handled this complex office over the past 1 year as the youngest person to have been Chief Minister in Sierra Leone.
So join us on Bottom Line this Thursday, live on SLBC at 7 p.m.
Bottom Line, the show to watch.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangra. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Wayus, and producer and presenter Christian Editions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Wayus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilikoma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
up this Thursday on Bottom Line is a one-on-one with the Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge, as he explains his role as one of the decision makers in cabinet.
So join Asmi Uba as he talks to the country's Chief Minister, the man who oversees other ministries, departments and agencies.
How has he handled this complex office over the past 1 year as the youngest person to have been Chief Minister in Sierra Leone?
So join us on Bottom Line this Thursday, live on SLBC at 7 p.m.
Bottom Line, the show to watch.
Are you tired of watching or listening to uninteresting television channels? Then your worries have been addressed, as the SLBC Podium is the answer to your concern.
The SLBC television show, The Podium, is one of the programs you can't afford to miss as a guest or a viewer.
Oh yes, Podium is a show where the mighty and the low will like to sit, because it is a trusted medium to channel your views, concerns and aspirations for Sierra Leone and other happenings around the globe.
Podium is where you get breaking news, because everyone wants to talk to us. If you hear it on Podium, ask no further.
Don't forget to join us every midday from Monday to Friday as we ask the hard questions that you otherwise would have asked to the newsmakers, the movers and shakers of events.
Don't miss the opportunity to be part of Sierra Leone's topmost midday show, The Podium, where the agenda is set for others to follow. Thanks for watching. God bless you. Goodbye.
I am Aminata Fofana, a reporter, a presenter, and an anchor for the SLBC.
I am Dennis Fraser, reporter and presenter here at the Public Broadcaster, and this is the SLBC.
Hi, I am Cynthia Kamara, a news anchor, a reporter, radio presenter, and announcer. I find pleasure in keeping you updated, and it's a pleasure.
Hello everyone, I am Stella Frederica Bangura, a reporter and presenter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned all day, every day. Cheers.
Hi everyone, I am Cecilia Alice Sise, a news anchor, radio and television reporter and presenter, and an announcer. I take interest in stories of human interest, particularly women and girls and minority rights issues. So, keep watching the SLBC, the authentic voice of Sierra Leone.
My name is Daphne Kimamakoli, and I'm a reporter, presenter, producer, and I am a voice at the state broadcaster, the SLBC.
Coming up this Thursday on Bottom Line is a one-on-one with the Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge, as he explains his role as one of the decision makers in cabinet.
So join Asmi Uba as he talks to the country's Chief Minister, the man who oversees other ministries, departments and agencies.
How has he handled this complex office over the past 1 year as the youngest person to have been Chief Minister in Sierra Leone?
So join us on Bottom Line this Thursday, live on SLBC at 7 p.m.
Bottom Line, the show to watch. Coming up this Thursday on Bottom Line is a one-on-one with the Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge, as he explains his role as one of the decision makers in cabinet.
So join Asmi Uba as he talks to the country's Chief Minister, the man who oversees other ministries, departments and agencies.
How has he handled this complex office over the past 1 year as the youngest person to have been Chief Minister in Sierra Leone?
So join us on Bottom Line this Thursday, live on SLBC at 7 p.m.
Bottom Line, the show to watch.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Editions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC.
I am Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
Up this Thursday on Bottom Line is a one-on-one with the Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge, as he explains his role as one of the decision makers in cabinet.
So join Asmi Uba as he talks to the country's Chief Minister, the man who oversees other ministries, departments and agencies.
How has he handled this complex office over the past 1 year as the youngest person to have been Chief Minister in Sierra Leone?
So join us on Bottom Line this Thursday, live on SLBC at 7 p.m.
Bottom Line, the show to watch.
Are you tired of watching or listening to uninteresting television channels? Then your worries have been addressed, as the SLBC Podium is the answer to your concern.
The SLBC television show, The Podium, is one of the programs you can't afford to miss as a guest or a viewer.
Oh yes, Podium is a show where the mighty and the low will like to sit because it is a trusted medium to channel your views, concerns, and aspirations for Sierra Leone and other happenings around the globe.
Podium is where you get breaking news because everyone wants to talk to us. If you hear it on Podium, ask no further.
Don't forget to join us every midday from Monday to Friday as we ask the hard questions that you otherwise would have asked to the newsmakers, the movers and shakers of events.
Don't miss the opportunity to be part of Sierra Leone's topmost midday show, The Podium, where the agenda is set for others to follow. Thanks for watching. God bless you. Goodbye.
Aminata Fofana, a reporter, a presenter, and an anchor for the SLBC.
I am Dennis Fraser, reporter and presenter here at the Public Broadcaster, and this is the SLBC.
Hi, I am Sierra Leone, a news anchor, a reporter, radio presenter, and announcer. I find pleasure in keeping you updated, and it's a pleasure.
Hello everyone, I am Slbc Tv, a reporter and presenter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned all day, every day. Cheers.
Hi everyone, I am Cecilia Alice Sise, a news anchor, radio and television reporter and presenter, and an announcer. I take interest in stories of human interest, particularly women and girls and minority rights issues. So, keep watching the SLBC, the authentic voice of Sierra Leone.
My name is Daphne Kimamba, and I'm a reporter, presenter, producer, and I am a voice at the state broadcaster, the SLBC.
we not run away. We come for better. We people they want for see what we they do. We people they want for know what we they say. Oh, we like we salo. Oh, we like we salo.
Coming up this Thursday on Bottom Line is a one-on-one with the Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge, as he explains his role as one of the decision makers in cabinet.
So join Asmi Uba as he talks to the country's Chief Minister, the man who oversees other ministries, departments and agencies.
How has he handled this complex office over the past 1 year as the youngest person to have been Chief Minister in Sierra Leone?
So join us on Bottom Line this Thursday, live on SLBC at 7 p.m.
Bottom Line, the show to watch. Coming up this Thursday on Bottom Line is a one-on-one with the Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge, as he explains his role as one of the decision makers in cabinet.
So join Asmi Uba as he talks to the country's Chief Minister, the man who oversees other ministries, departments and agencies.
How has he handled this complex office over the past 1 year as the youngest person to have been Chief Minister in Sierra Leone?
So join us on Bottom Line this Thursday, live on SLBC at 7 p.m.
Bottom Line, the show to watch. Coming up this Thursday on Bottom Line is a one-on-one with the Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge, as he explains his role as one of the decision makers in cabinet.
So join Asmi Uba as he talks to the country's Chief Minister, the man who oversees other ministries, departments and agencies.
How has he handled this complex office over the past 1 year as the youngest person to have been Chief Minister in Sierra Leone?
So join us on Bottom Line this Thursday, live on SLBC at 7 p.m.
Bottom Line, the show to watch. Coming up this Thursday on Bottom Line is a one-on-one with the Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge, as he explains his role as one of the decision makers in cabinet.
So join Asmi Uba as he talks to the country's Chief Minister, the man who oversees other ministries, departments and agencies.
How has he handled this complex office over the past 1 year as the youngest person to have been Chief Minister in Sierra Leone?
So join us on Bottom Line this Thursday, live on SLBC at 7 p.m.
Bottom Line, the show to watch. Coming up this Thursday on Bottom Line is a one-on-one with the Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge, as he explains his role as one of the decision makers in cabinet.
So join Asmi Uba as he talks to the country's Chief Minister, the man who oversees other ministries, departments and agencies.
How has he handled this complex office over the past 1 year as the youngest person to have been Chief Minister in Sierra Leone?
So join us on Bottom Line this Thursday, live on SLBC at 7 p.m.
Bottom Line, the show to watch. Coming up this Thursday on Bottom Line is a one-on-one with the Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge, as he explains his role as one of the decision makers in cabinet.
So join Asmi Uba as he talks to the country's Chief Minister, the man who oversees other ministries, departments and agencies.
How has he handled this complex office over the past 1 year as the youngest person to have been Chief Minister in Sierra Leone?
So join us on Bottom Line this Thursday, live on SLBC at 7 p.m.
Bottom Line, the show to watch. Coming up this Thursday on Bottom Line is a one-on-one with the Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge, as he explains his role as one of the decision makers in cabinet.
So join Asmi Uba as he talks to the country's Chief Minister, the man who oversees other ministries, departments and agencies.
How has he handled this complex office over the past 1 year as the youngest person to have been Chief Minister in Sierra Leone?
So join us on Bottom Line this Thursday, live on SLBC at 7 p.m.
Bottom Line, the show to watch. This Thursday on Bottom Line is a one-on-one with the Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge, as he explains his role as one of the decision makers in cabinet.
So join Asmi Uba as he talks to the country's Chief Minister, the man who oversees other ministries, departments and agencies.
How has he handled this complex office over the past 1 year as the youngest person to have been Chief Minister in Sierra Leone?
So join us on Bottom Line this Thursday, live on SLBC at 7 p.m.
Bottom Line, the show to watch. This Thursday on Bottom Line is a one-on-one with the Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge, as he explains his role as one of the decision makers in cabinet.
So join Asmi Uba as he talks to the country's Chief Minister, the man who oversees other ministries, departments and agencies.
How has he handled this complex office over the past 1 year as the youngest person to have been Chief Minister in Sierra Leone?
So join us on Bottom Line this Thursday, live on SLBC at 7 p.m.
Bottom Line, the show to watch.
Hello and welcome to the program Bottom Line, live from the public broadcaster, the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Today we are starting the maiden edition of this show from the SLBC, the program that brings to you the decision makers. Be with me for the next 1 hour as we delve into different issues with my guests.
Thursday and Bottom Line is a one-on-one with the Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge.
The program is Bottom Line, live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation with me, Asmiuba. Before he came to power in 2018, few people knew about the position of Chief Minister. When I checked our recent history, the last time any Sierra Leonean leader came closer to using the word chief in cabinets was Anis Baikoroma, who had Chief of Staff. The first Sierra Leonean to have ever held the position of Chief Minister was Samilton Magai, the country's first Prime Minister. President Bio went back to history and reintroduced the Chief Minister position by appointing Dr. David Francis as his first Chief Minister in 2018. Dr. Francis held that position for a few years before he was transferred to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. His successor, the former SLP Secretary General and Minister of Finance Jacob Jususafa, carried that mantle until 2023. What hasn't happened before was to see a man below 40 occupy that coveted position as the country's chief minister. How lucky he was when in 2023, after the re-election of President Bio, this individual was the then Minister of Basic and Senior Secondary Education. So far, he has been the youngest person to be appointed in this position from 2023 to date. David Moinina Senge has been one of the phases of this government, representing the president in key decision-making events like the tripartite agreement between the opposition APC and the SLPP. That key role during a crucial moment in the nation's history and him a chapter in Sierra Leone's 2023 elections. He is known for his radical inclusion policy. By now, you know who my guest is. He is no less a person than the country's Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge. Welcome to the Bottom Line.
Thank you.
Okay. I guess the name Moinina has some traditional meaning. If it does, what does it mean?
New man. New man, new youth, new Muslim man. It's Mende. Moi means young person, man, youth, Muslim. Moi Moi. And Nina means new.
So was it a coincidence that Moinina below 40 became a chief minister?
I think it's a blessing. I found it that it's a blessing to serve the people of this country in any capacity, and President Biu has continued to give me that blessing to serve in different capacities in government, and I take every day as a blessing, and I'm grateful that I can be a new man in this role.
Okay, you have been so far the youngest chief minister in the country's history. Your predecessors were above 40, from Sam Milton, Dr. David Francis, and Jacob Juso Safa. How did you receive the news? I remember it was an afternoon. The president had just returned from Guinea-Bissau in an ECOWAS conference when he announced, the announcement was made that he had reshuffled his cabinet and you had been chosen to become his chief minister.
It's really a true honor and privilege. Every day I have to pinch myself and I have to give thanks to God for the position that I'm in. When you get mentioned in the same name as Samilton Magai, you have to pinch yourself. What Samilton Magai did for this country to bring us to independence, to transform education, to really unite us, to be one of the founders of our party, is incredible. And to be in the same line as him is truly a blessing. And then Professor David Francis is also a really important figure in our history and in our government circles. He was a professor and advisor to President Bio during his PhD. And he led on the transition report, and he did really well in his era as chief minister, and he went on to serve his country as a foreign minister until 2023. And my God, Mr. Jacob Jususafa is a legend. He has served this party as National Secretary General. He was Minister of Finance, and he went on to be chief minister, and really each one of them were different. Samilton Magai was in his older age, and he left being chief minister to being prime minister, and hence the link. And then he was in his, I think, 60s, 70s. Professor Francis and Mr. Jacob Joseph Safa in the 50s. And it is incredible and a true blessing at 37 to be there. But at the end of the day, we're different eras, different personalities, different training, different background.
And each one of them, like you said, brought in something. What did you bring in, or what have you brought in?
I think for me, my conversation with His Excellency when he appointed me as Chief Minister was simple. He wanted me to help him coordinate government. He wanted me to be closer to the people. He wanted me to be a bridge between the people and the government, and bring the government.
Was that something missing during your predecessor's era, Dr. David Francis and Jacob Joseph Safa, that the president thought he needed much more younger person, someone who was more vibrant to drill his policies closer to his people?
No, I think it's just different era. When David Francis was chief minister, we had just transitioned from APC, 11 years of APC rule. There were lots of things that were needed to happen. There was a commission of inquiry which he led. There was it was different. And by the time Mr. Jacob Joseph Safa was chief minister, we were going into an election period as well for President Bio's re-election. He's a fundamental grassroots party person. He'd been Minister of Finance, and we needed to really focus on delivering on what we had said we would do. And I served as Minister of Education then in the flagship program, and I worked really closely with both of them. Interestingly, I joined the government as Chief Innovation Officer.
Yeah, I'll come to that, yeah.
David Francis and I were good friends. We ate together with the president every day. And so I worked with him very closely. He was my boss at the time. DSTI was in the office of the president, and I reported to the president, but functionally I engaged Professor Francis. Okay. And then when Mr. Jacob Joseph Safa was chief minister, I was Minister of Education, and again, as the President's flagship program, I worked really closely with him, and he helped champion many of the things. He is one of the major champions of the radical inclusion policy. Okay. He'd been at the World Bank before. He understood where this came from, and he definitely was a champion of this because, and then, you know, where I am is different. His Excellency, we've done a lot, which is why the people re-elected us, and we're not tired, we're not done yet, and I think we need a different sense of Big Five. Technology is a central piece to it, and we need to be closer to the people.
Okay, I mean, before I come to your role as chief minister, let me take you back to your university days. You were offered a scholarship to study in Norway, and you joined the UWC at Corsa Nordic College in 2004. You studied biomedical engineering at Harvard University, and you did some research on vaccine for tuberculosis. Tell us more about those.
I used to be smart. I used to be, I was a nerd back in the days, and at Prince of Wales, I got the best results at Prince of Wales in WAS, and I was deputy senior prefect then and head boy, and I competed for the UWC scholarship, and when I got it, they asked me where I wanted to go, and I said Norway.
Why Norway?
It was the most different from Sierra Leone. I wanted cold. I slept in the snow cave, built a snow cave. I just wanted a complete different opposite
of Sierra Leone.
Across food, across culture, across music, across tradition, because I wanted to learn. And then I applied to Harvard, and I was admitted early action, but I took my time to think about it. I could reflect, and I got into a couple of different positions. I almost didn't go to Harvard because I wanted to be a biomedical engineer. My mentor, Dr. Boima, I wanted to do medicine and engineering. So I thought I'll go to Duke University because Duke University was the best bioengineering. So Duke and UPenn. And I remember that my father called the meeting to be like, you don't want to go Harvard, you go Harvard. And I engaged with them. And it was a big decision because I almost didn't go to Harvard because I wanted to go to Duke. But I went to Harvard, and I thank God, and I worked on vaccines there from day one. I arrived, I went straight to work on vaccines. Prosthetics was an important thing for me. And I came to Sierra Leone every holiday, did mosquito net distribution here. My first paper that I wrote as a freshman was in the global health class was if you were a minister of health and you're giving $1 million, what would you do? And I did well on this essay.
And what did you write?
I think I wrote about the giving mosquito nets, so the rollback malaria. Malaria was a major problem. It still is. And I came up with new ideas for how we will roll back malaria. And I wrote that. My professor loved it. And I formed an organization. And we worked with UNICEF, worked with Rollback Malaria here, WHO, and went to every village in Somalia.
I mean, Harvard prides itself as a premier university in the United States and in the world. Being a student in such a prestigious institution as an African and as a Sierra Leone, what often came to your mind during your days in Harvard?
When I was in Prince of Wales, I was very competitive. Like my friends, Athasila, Samzu, we used to compete. You want to be the best. And then I went to Harvard, and everybody's the best. Everybody came from, they have these things called SATs. They all had perfect scores. Everybody's smart. And you're in class, and I quickly realized that I could get straight A's, or I could get B pluses and A minuses and create a lot more time to play football, to participate at the UN. I was UN Secretary General at Harvard and helped organize different things, model UN, and I played club football, club soccer. I could go to shows. I could be creative. And I quickly realized that, I could do all these other social dimension things. And at Harvard, you have what they call liberal arts. So I was doing engineering and also doing pre-med. So my coursework was amongst the most difficult that you can get.
But you still had time to do extracurricular activities. How did you manage your time doing all those stuff? I mean, I don't know how the American education system operates. You are drilled.
Yeah, I think it's just the friends that I had. I'm still really close to those friends that I had. My friends from engineering were different from my friends who I hung out with in my dorm, were different from the friends who I was in social clubs with. But then I also really participated in the university-wide. So I was very good friends with the principal, with the president of the university. I championed international issues. I represented Sierra Leone. This was when I formed the Harvard Sierra Leone Initiative as a freshman, as a first year.
Were there other Sierra Leoneans on campus?
I was the first direct Sierra Leonean to go from Sierra Leone. There were Sierra Leonean born people who are born from Sierra Leonean parents. Effie Johnson, Tonya Branch was in my class from Texas, and one or two other people. And there we then, I invited Carifa Smarts to come to Harvard. Ishmael Bear, Elena Thompson, who's here actually, working here. No, she had left way before I went there. But I invited them, and these people came to Harvard to speak about Sierra Leone. And so I brought Sierra Leone to Harvard by having the Harvard Sierra Leone Initiative, and people everywhere knew what Sierra Leone was, and it wasn't about blood diamonds, and it was this progressive thing. So Harvard and Sierra Leone, if the president of Harvard was talking at the matriculation for the university, she will speak about Sierra Leone, she will speak about me, she will speak about Sierra Leone.
So it became a reference point?
Sierra Leone became a reference point, and I think I centered my experience on Sierra Leone. Everybody knew Sierra Leone, everybody knew what I did.
So you clawed back the Athens of West Africa, you took it to Harvard? Because in years gone by, when someone came from Sierra Leone, and the first question they will ask him is about Forabe College. Did they ask you about Forabe College? And did you miss, did you miss Forabe College, that you did not do your university studies there?
If I was here, I would have gone to College of Medicine and done medicine. I wouldn't have gone to FBC. But I think it wasn't okay. My friends were at both institutions. I think then it was when they were talking about the blood diamonds. So people thought blood diamonds
was the only thing that Sierra Leone is known for.
Yes, and the war, and then what we did then was I changed that perspective, and that was part of my mission everywhere I went.
Okay, now let's fast forward. And in 2018, when President
I went from there to MIT.
Oh yeah. I wish we had time. Okay, well, tell us a bit about your days at MIT. MIT is also another prestigious institution in the United States.
So when I was graduating from Harvard, I did
in 2010.
in 2010.
Yep.
I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. I didn't want to work. I could have been an entrepreneur. I had all these jobs lined up. They flew me into Norway to go and work for McKinsey, but I didn't want to do that. That's what. And so I applied to do prosthetics work because this was always my vision to do prosthetic work in Sierra Leone. And I started doing my PhD there. It's just 2 train stops away from Harvard. It's in the same place, just on the other side of the same Massachusetts Avenue. And it was a completely different space there. There it was just creativity and innovation and different world. And there was when I also came back every year. We did Innovate Salon, hundreds of young people. Kelvin Doe, likes of Kelvin Doe, brought them to MIT. Mohammed Hadin, Khadija Bangura, all of those took them to Google, and really changed the perspective then to focus on youth innovation. And that's when we began to seed what youth entrepreneurship and innovation in Sierra Leone can be from 2010, 2011, 12. And that was a completely different world. And again, there, excellence was important, so Sierra Leone became center. There's nothing you would do. Everybody there knew Sierra Leone. There was this prize called the Lemelson MIT Prize, which they give to the best graduate students. I won that, and it was from my work in Sierra Leone, and it was very centered Sierra Leone. So I really had a fantastic time in graduate school.
Okay, so I mean, so it was by no mistake or no surprise that the president established the Directorate of Science, Technology and Innovation, DSTI, and we were interested in the idea of using technology and innovation to drive national development. How did you lead that innovation in a country where one will say ICT is still in its formative stage?
I think the president and I knew each other from way before the election, and the one thing he always spoke about was digitization and connectivity. So we aligned. We spoke about education, we spoke about technology, and so when he won, and we've been talking, I was in Canada at TED. I'm a TED fellow, so I was at TED, and he won, and we were texting, which was super exciting, and he asked me to come home. It was very clear to me that the areas of interest that we'll speak about. So when I came and we spoke, he mentioned the innovation and technology being a central piece to his vision, and with as a means of driving his human capital development plan. And so we set up the DSTI, the Directorate of Science, Technology and Innovation. I was the first person employed. My really dear friend, brother PJ, he passed away.
You've had so many fasts.
We thank God. And PJ, I went to PJ.
Let's PJ now, right?
Yes. And I said, let's do this. And PJ and I stood up the STI from 1 person to PJ to about 80 people, and it's done solutions that's been used millions of times by Sierra Leoneans, and it's had tremendous
So what key innovations did you introduce at the STI?
Plenty. Across government, digitization across government, new policies. When you look at we had what they call the National Innovation and Digital Strategy. It was a 10-year plan. Now we're at year 5. Majority of the stuff there we've done. But some of the biggest high-impact solutions that people know is the result checker. The result checker that was used at MBSSC was built by DSTI and the engineers at DSTI. And as Chief Innovation Officer, my mandate was to be an advisor to His Excellency.
On innovation?
On innovation, science, technology.
And do you think you succeeded in that?
Oh, we are working. You don't speak it. The things that we did. People think, I don't know what people imagine, but if you just look at the scale of where we have been as a country for technology, the rapid growth, 3G, 4G, by this year will be 4G everywhere. It didn't happen by random. Fiber, it didn't happen by random. Starlink, it didn't happen by random. The policies of innovation, we set up a new Ministry of Communication, Technology and Innovation. The President's vision to make that big 5 didn't happen by random. How we made solutions, now the switch, that Ministry of the Finance, it wasn't random. The government had a strategic plan. His Excellency had a strategic plan to make innovation centered. Today, about 93, 92% of the people are using 3G and connected. Back then, it was 70% or less. We expanded internet access reach rapidly. in this country, and there's no part today where if you can afford it, you can't get access to internet. And these companies have 3G everywhere, pretty much everywhere there's a signal, and it is incredible. It does not compare to other countries. But major links, the stuff that we're talking about for digitization in education, when COVID came, transformational for how our kids continue to learn in where they were. So we're not done yet. There's a lot more to do, and I want to congratulate the new COO and director, Jasper Sembi. He'd been there from day one. And I think this is also one of the things that we did at the STI. The STI groomed people. Kumba Musa left and went and became a director somewhere, went to private sector, and now came and is leading the largest tech government solution. The people who left and went and became directors at...
And I think even the current Minister of Communications.
The current Minister of Communication was
Salima
at DSTI, yes. And went. The Minister of Agriculture was a fellow at DSTI.
Okay.
The Deputy Minister of Energy was a fellow at DSTI. There are people who've gone on to...
So I mean, did you
build capacity?
Did you drive innovation and technology into schools and universities? Because in other countries, they say catch them young. Those who are the schools, those who are the universities. I mean, their brain is young. They're expected to think fast.
We do.
To be innovative.
We do, and we did through MBSSE and the curriculum change. But look, 10 years ago, when people, we didn't know how people would say I'm an innovator or an entrepreneur. The people who did that, we knew all of them. I knew them by name. And the people who were in the ecosystem, we know them by name. Whether it was Maurice Mara or Francis Stephen George or Mamuja Bombo or Edmond Nuni or Suna Kylie, we knew these people by name.
Okay.
And they're still in the space. These are people who helped. They were far and few in between. And then you had more entrepreneurs coming and building and demonstrating solutions. Yeah. Saltin, Masali. You had my brother who's at Fix Solutions. I just saw him yesterday. And just lots and lots of people who came. And today, entrepreneurship and innovation is a buzzword, but it's a true buzzword. These people actually are innovating and creating income by random.
Okay. After this year, you found yourself in another new position. The president appointed you as Minister of Basic and Senior Secondary Education, succeeding Alpha Timbo. The issue of ICT also, innovation also, you took it to the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education. And education is a flagship program of the president, especially during his first term. He introduced the free education and what have you. When you came in as the Minister of Education, in terms of innovation and policy changes, what did you bring?
I think the one blessing as well that I have is that His Excellency is my greatest mentor, and I don't say it out of turn. I say it because I truly mean it. Before I went there, I had the privilege again to be talking to him every day when I was at State House, and there's no time in which he wasn't talking about education. And so the ideas and the principles and vision that I went with to MBSSE are things that I knew His Excellency championed and were aligned with. And the first thing we did was to introduce what we call the guiding principles of our work. Universal access, that's what FQSC was about. Quality teaching and learning, because teaching and learning was important. Radical inclusion, because we had to reach everybody. And comprehensive safety. Once we settled that comprehensive holistic safety on those, then it became absolutely important for how we did the transformation. So everything we did was based on that in a truly inclusive way. And digitization and connectivity also were major things. Impact, lots, but here's one that I'm super excited about that just came out a couple months ago. And so in 2019, so the link with DSTI and education. In 2018, the president and I were in New York, and I interviewed the president and Bill Gates on stage at what they call the goalkeepers. In 2019, the president and I went to South Africa on what they call global citizens. And in South Africa, we signed with the Gates Foundation what they call the Human Capital Development Government Incubator, the first they did with any country, and we did it in Sierra Leone. The president was there. In 2019, later on, I became Minister of Education, and we then used that to seed, test, and scale what we call the HCD Incubator on Education. And we developed solutions that we as a government finance to test some innovative ideas across schools.
And what were these ideas?
Different ways of community engagement, community practice of teachers, introduction of technology in classrooms. And then we did this, and then 2021, we developed what they call the Education Outcomes Fund. The largest outcomes education fund in the world was done in Sierra Leone. I think at the time it was $18 million, 18 or $20 million, largest in the world. And there we were testing these ideas that we started from 2018 that we seeded. And now to see how we can scale them, and it was a very open, competitive process. And those schools, hundreds of schools across the country, then rolled out those innovations. Now, the interesting part is the results came, and we did a baseline across, so controlled schools, non-controlled schools, and they rolled out the solutions. The results that just came now show that the learning outcome in these schools are equivalent to an extra year of learning in the best schools in sub-Saharan Africa. Incredible. Athens of West Africa, what the president said, that's where we are today. The ideas that we seeded and tested, not by us.
So was that to debunk those who held the view that the free education, many people question the quality aspect of it.
Yeah, people think quality is a switch. You go switch off, on, off. There's no quality, lights don't go. Quality, lights don't come. That's not how education works. Because it's generational, quality is not a single unit. It's multiple indices, learning outcomes, school facilities, teacher training, all of that is comprehensive part of learning outcome. So if you take each one of those indices, metrics, and you plot them, quality is the change, is the improvement that happens. So, and I say this to people who are critics, to say every single metric, when I mean every, 100%. On every metric, we are better today than we were yesterday. That's quality, that's improvement. You always want to improve more. You always can get better. There's nobody, even in Finland now, every country, you have to always get better. There is no indicator in basic and junior secondary education in which we are not better in 2023 than 2022, than 2021, than 2019, than 2018. None. And so when people say, oh, there's no quality, it's a shortcut answer of saying, I don't have hope, I don't believe that there's progress, I don't want to see that there's progress. We see hope, we experience it in the children.
Okay.
Today, I'll tell you an example. I was walking down State Avenue. I went down to Nassit to do some work, and I'm coming back. These children, I meet them at the gate, at the security gate. They're arguing. There's one of them who's talking and explaining. And so I stand there. They don't know me. These are primary school children. And I stand there, I listen to them. And they were explaining to this soldier who was sitting down at the gate. There's a child, she has a small cut on her. And this one is explaining what happened between these two, and they're both explaining. And then at the end, they shake hands, they make peace, they sit next to each other in class. The level of civic engagement and participation, that is quality learning. That's quality human behavior that I saw there. How do you capture that and represent and say there's no quality education?
Okay, I mean, you still with the education, your days as education minister, the issue of radical inclusion when pregnant women were allowed to go back. Pregnant girls were allowed to go to school. I mean, that was something very sensitive in our culture. Some opposed to it, but you held the view that pregnancy should not be a barrier. What was your conviction?
I think the one thing I have done as a leader, and again I thank His Excellency for allowing me to do that, is I've always challenged the status quo and transformed every place that I've been to. When we came at the STI, people said, oh, no one talk about technology. Now, eats one, eats we hungry. And today, nobody will tell you that they don't want technology. Nobody will tell you that. We changed it. Then in 2018, when I went to the studio, people were laughing at me when I used the word data. Today, nobody speaks without asking about data. And I have videos of that. In 2018, people told me that we know they eat data. What's this data and technology business? 2018, we stuck to it. We transformed society, change. When I went to MBSSE, and I remember my first set of meetings in those halls. In my management meeting, I told them that we had to change the policy that said pregnant girls cannot go to school. And with all due respect, and I write about this in the book, the day I was appointed, my president, His Excellency, publicly said that pregnant girls should not go to school. I went back with him and I spoke to him at lunch and we had a conversation and he said, I'm willing to listen. That's what leadership is. He's my greatest mentor, as I said. We're willing to learn and change. Now, the people everywhere thought, my mother did not think it was right. My sister did not think it was right. My staff, my EA did not think it was right. But I had a conviction.
What was that?
The conviction is it doesn't matter who you are. A boy, a girl, somebody who's poor, somebody who's from a different religion, somebody who's in a hard-to-reach area, somebody with a learning disability. What President Bill said was that through free quality education, everybody should learn and reach your utmost potential. We cannot say we believe that, and then we exclude.
But some people say the example it sets. I mean, girls will see it as normal thing to be impregnated and continue your schooling.
4 years later, what they thought did not become true. That's it. Our minds think. Do we see pregnant girls left and right today in school? No. They were afraid that that's what will happen because they didn't know and they didn't imagine. Even though we tell them that in other countries this is not the case, it's not going to happen and the opposite will happen. But for me, here's what I told people. In church and in mosque, pregnant girls sat next to non-pregnant girls. We don't say it's right. We criticize fornication is a sin. But we allow them to sit there. We don't put them in a separate church. We don't put them in a separate mosque. So in the marketplace, we have pregnant girls sitting next to non-pregnant girls where children are. But worse, in our homes, we don't have a separate room for the pregnant girls from the non-pregnant girls. So if in our houses, where these children spend the most time, they sleep in the same room and the same bed, they are not influencing each other, why would we think that in the school they will be influenced the same way?
That's a public space.
The church is a public space. The market is a public space. The bus is a public space. The offices are public spaces, but we don't discriminate against them. It's that we have people, it's okay and it's allowed, they just didn't imagine it. The people just like, no, I don't want to make me Pekins, you don't need a Pekin with belly. But we allow that anyway. It's just this idea. And the reality is, we knew, because in other countries this was the case, when these girls see actually their colleagues struggling and going through this, they wouldn't do it. Nobody will go and do it. And those girls didn't just wake up and say, I want to do it. The most important part, which is what changed His Excellency's view, it was double victimization. These girls, that's why I emphasize pregnant girls. Pregnancy does not make them women. And there was this challenge that people said, oh, pregnant women. No, they were girls still. They were raped. We had a law that says if you sleep with a minor, then it's a rape. And so how then do we say, this girl has been raped, she's a victim, but we're going to punish her again as a victim by removing her from school and she can never continue her education again? The number of girls who were dropped out, who never continued their education because of that, was high. And here, it became a case then where we say, no, you're a victim. You were raped by law. And we're not going to double punish you and for you to go and do something worse. We will make sure you continue your education because in 9 months, you'll have a baby. And we'll make sure you don't die from that birth because we're looking at you and we can direct you to the appropriate care. In the past, you send them out of school, they go to the corner, they go and die. We subjected our children to victimization, to going out of school into some corner in the village and to go and die because we weren't looking at them. That is not justice. And so we then said radical inclusion. these girls might be in school. Kids with disabilities, all these children. I went to school with blind people at Prince of Wales, but nobody cared about them. The blind kids never had Braille exams until we brought it. When I was at MBCC, we brought Braille exams. Up to today, they take the exams in Braille. It's simple. It's just leadership.
Okay, Olivia, he is Dr. David Moinina Senge, the Chief Minister. The program you are watching is a bottom line from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation with me, Asmiba. You can join us on our Facebook page. You also send a message to the number 077294844. We are going for a short break. After the break, we are back.
This Thursday on Bottom Line is a one-on-one with the Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge, as he explains his role as one of the decision makers in cabinet.
So join Asmi Uba as he talks to the country's Chief Minister, the man who oversees other ministries, departments and agencies.
How has he handled this complex office over the past 1 year as the youngest person to have been Chief Minister in Sierra Leone?
So join us on Bottom Line this Thursday, live on SLBC at 7 p.m.
Bottom Line, the show to watch.
The program is back, Podium. So, when I used to be a presenter of Podium, so I thought I was still presenting Podium. But this is not Podium, this is Bottom Line from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation with me, Asmiba. Well, a few messages have come from our Facebook page. This one says, keep it up, good, keep up the good work, CM. This one says, progressive leader from Abu Bakr. He said the fact that you pioneered the inclusion of young people in governance, that makes you a gem. Before now, we've been believed say governance now for all people. This one says Sierra Leone is really blessed with good educated people. CM is trying to make people understand. This other one says CM has given us a paradigm shift to governments. Trade if you 50 wala, you know the near power. Well, keep sending your messages. We shall read them. The program is bottom. Let's now go to your current position as Chief Minister. As I said in my intro, in 2023, after the elections, the President appointed you as Chief Minister. Your duty is to advise the President and the Vice President and also coordinate ministries, departments, and agencies. How have you been doing that?
I was going to say you tell me, but you're the one who's asking me a question. I think I like to let the people tell me how I'm doing. I like to ask questions a lot more. I think I'm enjoying myself. It's a blessing. It's a privilege to be solving the people's problems. I learned a lot from people, and there's a lady in Douazak, Fema, who one time we were somewhere and she says, the issues are many, but we solve them one by one. And I loved it, Fema Kane, so it's like the credit is to her. We solve them one by one. The issues are many, but we're addressing them one after the other. And that's how I think about my role. We listen to the people, we hear their challenges across the board, across the spectrum, every day.
When you go to a particular MD, what's your first priority?
I think I notice people, I see people. Today I was at NACIT, okay? I went to NACIT because I needed to, and everybody should go and check their records. And people to check and update your record. As an example, I realized, and I checked my record, that my daughter, because when I joined NACIT, I only had one daughter. But my second daughter was born 5 years ago. But her record is not there. So I did not update my NACIT record for 5 years. That's on me. So if something had happened to me, God forbid, that daughter's name is not there. My wife will not be able to benefit, and she will not be able to benefit. So every Sierra Leonean, it is your responsibility to update your record. Your name change for the women who marry, if you have a divorce or not, man or woman, if you address changes, if you have a new child, new dependent, you should update your record. So I went to do that today, and the biometric as well. And on the way there, you know, I walked. Okay, so I reached all the people who were there from and it's just natural. The person who's there, the clerk, the waiter, I don't know.
The receptionist?
The receptionist. Hello, how are you? What's your name? Aminata. Nice to meet you. How is work? Work is good. What's that document? Is that the sign-in? Oh, let me see. What's there? Oh, this. So why did these people not come? Or who's over there? The job that we do, governance, it's not. There's the big decisions we make up there, but it is the fundamental thing that the guy who's at the receptionist is doing, the person who's the confidential secretary, the person who's the cleaner, their work is critically important to the success of what we do. So when I go to MDAs, yes, I want to talk to the director, I want to do that, but I also want to know how the ordinary guy in the office is doing. Are they happy? Are they smiling? Are they depressed? Are they doing their work?
Do you think they will have the freedom and liberty to say to you exactly what they are going through when they know their supervisors are around and they are being watched? Many of them do.
And often the supervisor is there and I'll find the space. So that's what I do. I look for the things that most people don't see. I look at something, oh, why is that like that? I ask difficult questions.
And you query?
All the time.
Ministers or permanent secretaries or what?
I ask the permanent secretaries to write queries for the people. That's their job. I don't have a mandate to query, but I ask the people who don't.
And you follow up whether those queries were done or not?
I think that's the one thing that I will follow up on everything. My job is to follow up. I will. It's just who I am.
And you advise the president. It's left with him to take your advice or not. So how often do you brief the president? On a daily basis or weekly basis or what?
The president and I see multiple times every day. We eat together twice a day. We have my job and his job. He supports my job. He and I support his job. He gives me the freedom to help him. And today I was saying to somebody, help me, help you, help me. And that he does that very well. He needs to help. He helps me do the work for the people of the country. And that's the relationship we have. It's a mentor-mentee relationship. He's my mentor, I'm his mentee.
So what's your relationship with colleague ministers?
I think wonderful. I don't expect that it's rosy and merry all the time. My job is to make sure that everybody delivers. So I'm also the bad guy who's like, hey, you don't do your work, not for the work, not for the work. So it's very respectful. It's largely respectful. It's largely just following up on things that need to happen. We all have priorities.
Do you normally look at your age when you give instructions?
I hope not they knew my age when the president didn't ask me for my age when he gave me my job, so I don't think they can ask me for my age.
But I mean, your age is now a public something. Everyone knows that you are below 40.
I do have there are younger people in the cabinet as well, but I think that's the beautiful thing, is that it's such a respectful environment, and this is normal now, that His Excellency has done across the board. I mean, all of us, we have people who cut the spectrum. I was looking at the data from Parliament the other day. They have two 27-year-olds and they have two 70-year-olds. The span of Parliament, that is the Parliament of Sierra Leone, we have 20-something-year-olds, not just one. Both the youngest ones are female and the older ones. But the mean age in Parliament is, I think, 48. That's incredible. 48. The standard deviation is 80 years old. So between 40 and 56 is where the chunk of our parliamentarians are. That's crazy.
So what have you brought in as chief minister?
Again, this is the part where I still let the people tell me. I think what I've done is I have brought government closer to the people. Look, that was what the president wanted me to do in the beginning. The president cannot go everywhere. The vice presidents cannot go everywhere. And maybe I can go to more places than they can go. And I can talk to more people than they can talk to, even though they hear more than I can hear. So the relationship that we have is they hear things and they tell me, go deal with it, and I'll go deal with it. If I I go to ride my it's good. The president is not going to be riding on the motorbike and going to meet with bike riders in their parks, but I can. And I will go and do that, and I'll tell him what I learned. And I'll see and I'll engage with the partners, with my colleagues as well, to say, have you thought about this idea? You know, insurance, welfare, bike riders, can you think about what needs to happen? Or, you know, technology, skills training, scholarship, can you think about that? I can do that.
What about those who think the chief minister, does what the vice president should have done?
Then they don't understand the role of the vice president or the chief minister. The role of the vice president is explicitly written in the constitution. The vice president is my boss. The president is my boss. And I say I have 3 bosses: the president, the vice president, and the people of Sierra Leone. And the president and vice president are one, in the sense that it's the presidency. And think about it as the chief executive officers and deputy chief executive officer, and think about my role as a chief operating officer. Okay. And my role is to work with all the different ministers and the people of the country to deliver on the president's mandate, which is the National Development Plan.
Okay. People say you are the youth exuberance is still in you. You are active.
It's a good thing.
You are active on social media. You respond to nearly every comment that one makes about when you tweet or when you post. People respond and you respond too.
Exuberance is not a bad word, by the way.
Yeah.
I think people think exuberance is a bad word. And so if we say, youthful exuberance is bad. No, exuberance is a good thing. It's energy, it's positivity. I'm not, if there's going to be a time one day when I'm old and tired and, you know, I don't have energy and I'm not going to be dancing or rapping. But I have the energy. I can play football. So should I not play football with the young people when I go to Puja, my town? If I can ride a bike, should I not ride a bike today and talk to the bike riders? I could walk in Kisi Street. Should I not walk in Kisi Street and meet the market women? Is that what youthful exuberance is? Then I thank God for my youthful exuberance, because it's bringing me closer to the people. Now, there's something that people don't understand, and there are 2 parts to it, and I'll speak to this. If I walk down the street and I meet a random person, I don't know them, they are not educated, I don't know their economic background, they're ragged, and they meet me and say, Chief Minister, how are you? And I speak to them, Chief Minister, I don't like how government is happening, and I listen to them. Is it a bad thing?
Is that what you do?
I do it all the time. On the bike ride, there was somebody who was screaming the other day when I was at Duazak. I called him.
Some say you do it for the cameras and for Facebook.
Those are the people who are criticizing, and they're right to criticize that way. I work every day from 7 a.m. to midnight, sometimes midnight. They see 5 minutes, 10 minutes of my Facebook. So after, when I'm not in that Facebook, I don't do anything. I'm just loafing around. People see the life that I project so that they understand what governance is and the responsibility of government. So people, they never thought this is what that government can be this easy. Government is this easy.
So are you saying you demystify what governance is all about?
I hope that's what I've done. Government
is that your intention? Is that your intention?
It's part of my work to bring government close to the people. Government, did people ever know that government can be this fun? I don't know. I think government is fun. Government is service. Government is responsibility. Today, here's an example of me being on social media. There's a girl, a lady, a woman, Margaret Lansana. I went to a wedding, I saw the wedding, and I saw her design. Through somebody I asked, is happy this person? Yes, send me her number. Out of nowhere, I texted her on WhatsApp. I said, hey, is that you? Yes, this is what I do. Come see me in Freetown. She came, she brought her child, and I held her, and she's doing amazing work. This is a Sierra Leonean who's growing cotton in her backyard and taking the cotton and making thread and weaving it into fabric. She's a hero. Who would have met her if it wasn't social media and Facebook? So I think people just don't understand my job, whether it's in physical world or in digital spaces. But there's a thing about disrespect. Another example, when you say, oh, you shouldn't argue with everybody. I don't argue with everybody. I argue with some people. I discuss with some people. But take this: if you're in the court barrier, you have chiefs. The paramount chief, the section chief, the clerk chief, the other chiefs, and the elders, and you're in the court barrier today. and there are people walking around and they're abusing any other chief. Oh, that chief na Swede, that chief na bastard this, oh, that chief na this. Would you say that everybody should just sit and watch that person misbehave on those chiefs in the court barry? Absolutely not. Any one of those chiefs will get up one day and say, you don't do that, that's unacceptable. Any one of those chiefs. Why don't we do that on social media? Why do we think it's so okay in a safe space in the court barry where there are chiefs and elders that some crazy person or some young person or some elder person who's misfiring can just abuse any one of those chiefs or abuse other people and we don't see anything? As a society, my job is to be a mirror to the society, and I'm trying to change what's civics.
Sometimes people say you also make some statements that is open to so many interpretations and debates. For example, last week also you described the opposition as you said they have progressive leaders, and I mean that's created some what in the opposition. I mean they also came out and responded. So is now a discussion in the opposition field.
I think their response shows that what I said was right.
So you see them as unprogressive?
Here's what people don't understand when they see things. I studied engineering, but I read a lot. In political theory, on progressive party, a progressive political theory is a set of ideas, new ideas that are liberal, that are left-leaning, that are social democratic. SLPP as a party was founded by the Protectorate Education Progressive Union and the Sierra Leone Organizing Society. We are a social democratic party. Today I was on radio with the minority leader of APC. I told him, I said the SLPP is a social democratic progressive party. What is APC? He struggled, and I said, no, tell me what is APC. And he said the APC is a Pan-African party. So they don't know what their identity is. If I tell you, he's the minority leader of APC. The minority leader of APC in Parliament. I told him that the SLPP is a progressive social democratic party. What is SLPP? His answer to me was APC is a Pan-African party. And then after he went on and on, then he came and said APC is a social democratic party. I didn't know that SLPP and APC are both social democratic parties. But at least he said it was a Pan-African party. I don't know what that means. So
you should go and check.
It's not a thing. It's not a political theory. So my point is, when they want to debate, I didn't abuse anybody. A progressive party is a political identity.
Okay.
Let them tell me what their political identity is. They don't have. And I can engage.
People also say you have this vaunting ambition. Where do you think you will see yourself by 2028?
I'll be in Sierra Leone in 2028. I'll be in Sierra Leone after 2028. I'll be here. And I'll be serving the people of this country.
In a different capacity?
I will be serving the people of this country in the capacity as a Sierra Leonean, being of service to the people.
Some people say you have an ambition to become president under the SLPP by 20. Is that something you are thinking about?
My ambition is to serve the people of this country in any shape and form in which I am blessed to do, and in any shape and form in which the people of this country want me to be, and in any shape and form in which my party, my leader of the party wants me to be. I know that my job and my life, what I'm enjoying, is to serve the people of this country, and I will take any day as a blessing to serve every Sierra Leonean, including those whose party leaders cannot tell me what their party identity is.
So, you are part of the young generation of the SLPP, and you are bringing this change, this issue of the change that you guys have driven. Look at the cabinet now, another position, we see more young people. What do you think is responsible for that?
The leadership of President Bio. President Bio, was at a time when he served this country as a young man. In his 20s, he was leader of this country. He held every position in this country as a minister, as vice head of state, as head of state, and he came back as a young man. And so when President Bio then came and he asked us young people to step up, I think we're stepping up to the plate. We stepped up and we're hitting home runs. All the big five, the ministers of education, young people, 40s, early 40s, mid 40s, Minister of Agriculture, 40, Minister of Technology, 33. They're all young people, and there are many, many other young people who are in these positions. And I think the president always says, the median age of Sierra Leone is 19. The median age of Sierra Leone is 19. Majority, 70% of our country is under 30. So why do we think that a 38-year-old is a child? A 38-year-old is not a child. A 42-year-old is not a child. A 27-year-old member of parliament is not a child. Because if you finish your education and your degree, you'll be 23 years old. And you have worked for many, many more years. We have to unleash and unlock the potential of young people in this country. That's when we'll see the massive transformation.
So do you think the country is ready to have such leadership with such ages?
The country is already having leaders with such ages. The parliament, the median age is 48, or the average age is 48. In cabinet, we have over 10 or so people who are under 40. The country already, the chief minister is under 40. The country already has embraced our youthful exuberance. The country has demonstrated that it's ready to see young leaders, and the country has absorbed us and embraced this energy and vision that President Bio has. And I see that even the opposition now is pushing young people, and that's good because they're learning from a progressive leader who is His Excellency President Julius Maada Bio.
Okay, well, I think that's how we end this edition of Bottom Line. Thanks to my first guest for Bottom Line has been the Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge. Well, Bottom Line only came to you because of the capable hands of my colleagues behind the scenes. Special thanks to my producers, David Williams, Richard Bangura, Bobby Klamin, and Shaku Sumaila, and my camera operators, Fasona Moore and Senesi Makavu, and the rest of the team, Jerry Cole and Samuel Bangura. They've been working behind the scenes to ensure that Bottom Line comes up. Well, on behalf of all of them, that's how I say goodbye. Thanks for watching. Don't forget, this program is repeated on Saturday at 2, and also next week, Thursday, we shall come with another fresh edition of Bottom Line. Until then, I have been your host, Asmiuba. God bless you. Goodbye.
Up this Thursday on Bottom Line is a one-on-one with the Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge, as he explains his role as one of the decision makers in cabinet.
So join Asmi Uba as he talks to the country's Chief Minister, the man who oversees other ministries, departments and agencies.
How has he handled this complex office over the past 1 year as the youngest person to have been Chief Minister in Sierra Leone?
So join us on Bottom Line this Thursday, live on SLBC at 7 p.m.
Bottom Line, the show to watch.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance.
Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever.
Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, We've waited and we've watched, but we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver, the barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
all of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours. The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright, the greengrocer,
The teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
the beaches are ours. The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too. We are proud of this place.
Now pass we all they pass like stranger them, but we all don't dare from them. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
So, go grab your own QCell's quality and affordable phone with extra battery life from any QCell customer care or dealer shop and receive the unbelievable package.
For more information, call 111. Terms and conditions apply.
QCell Saloon Pride. What? You bought yourself a new phone and you didn't even have the guts to tell me.
The phone?
Really?
Yeah, this is yours.
Hey, it's QCell's phone.
The best in technology.
This phone is superb.
The latest smart models. Q Mobile, Q Smart, and Q Smart Plus.
Finally, QCell phone then don't come. This will top the market.
Isn't overtaking allowed?
So, go grab you.
It's another edition of the favorite program, QCell Hour. We can meet you every Thursday from 8 to 9 p.m. The program, they always for inform you and educate you about things the way they happen at the QCell world, and also give you opportunity for make yourself add a voice to the program and tell you about the QCell experience and how far it sound like. We did inside the new year, as last week we also been try for update you as Usa we come on and Usa we did right now in 2025, and of course within the plans, and we therefore continue for hear more of the information about things that we plan for doing inside 2025, and they also try for reassure you say QCell come for stay fumble, stay close to your TV as the third edition of the program QCell Hour 2025 does start, and of course get for be interesting as Yusuf get for be part of the program by way we call the number 031 888 881. Me ready bring the program to now today. Me name is Benson Jeff Bokari, and with me at the studio I get Alfred KCC. Wake you always join me. Alfred, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Benson, and good evening to all of we viewers them out there. And you know, rightly, yeah, from Benson. This now we usual TV program where they come to you live from SLBC every Thursday, and we normally can there so for talk about QCell's incredible products and services. We also can there also you know for open the phone lines for make we know how we dial in subscribers and they do if they get comments, question, or then get a challenge. So stay tuned, stay connected, don't touch the dial.
Indeed, don't touch the dial as the program QCell Hour they continue. Well, family, we don't go waste time. The phone line open right away, 031 888 Now you know why you will call and add the voice to the program, and of course, again, you send text message to the number as we there for response to all you concerns them. We can always say, family, QCell, a mobile company away, no, they hide away from we challenges because we want to know what's in the challenge where you get so that we'll be able to go back and respond to them ASAP because your satisfaction, we want to make sure say you guarantee 100%. So the number is 031 888 881. You can call us, any text message to that number and tell you about your QCell experience or any challenge where you get recommendations as QCell. Now Cobra coming, and of course QCell. Now we get on, now you get on, and me get on. Now we all you, and of course that is why we don't always carry with subscribers them along in whatever we do. So your idea, your suggestion means a lot to QCell, and that's why even with customer care call lines always open so that you go call at any time 24 hours for talk to somebody na QCell and always tell you about waiting you the experience na the QCell world. Well, for bring the program before I go bring Africa side, so we continue for talk about tariff. Of course, a lot of people Africa still there on the firms they think and say network. I mean, when you talk about tariff in terms of voice now this country experience, because if you go back, Alfred, I think today program will be very interactive. Now we just got with first caller inside the program. Good evening and welcome to the program QCell Hour.
Yeah, good evening. How are you, sir?
Fine, fine. Your name and also you call from, sir?
You will not see a call from the gent.
Okay. Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
I'm selling MiFi.
How much will you sell with MiFi?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Continue for now. Stay close to your TV. I will respond to that, sir. Yes. You get any other concerns, any other question for we? Yes, of course. Bob Sile asked on MiFi. We will come to that again and respond it. 031 888 881. Today we open the phone line straight away so that Yusuf will tell you want for me the program today. But then after that, we wait for more calls. We want to talk about voice tariff. You know, a lot of people still there on the fence because they think that say communication is still expensive, and of course with the ideas, the experience where they get with others over the years, when you talk about communication it's expensive, when you talk about cross call it's something difficult. You know, moving from 2019 to now, people they will see massive difference, you know, but still there are people who still not say QCell don't make communication business very affordable. Someone no one for, you know, buy credit, and of course they just make 1 minute and everything finish. But then with QCell we see a lot of changes been on the, you know, as you compare from 2019 to now, how different are they. Before 2019 it was very difficult. By then when we did college or when we did school, the best way we talk to people are for saying please call. But today we see students that they make normal call, we see students that they make cross call, so the people that are using QCell. So we want to make you with self-humble. We'll start with the ask of today when it comes to voice tariff, Alfred.
Well, we did number one.
Okay, I like that. Okay.
You know, when QCell come at this country, Benson,
yeah,
you will agree with me, say, they come with one perception.
Yeah.
They come with one notion.
Yeah.
And that notion and perception are for make communication affordable.
Yeah.
You know, so that the least man me with the na bangbato.
Yes, I like that.
You understand?
Yeah.
Can able for enjoy communication. Okay. So from the inception, when QCell come to Mama Salon, QCell come for make sure say, you know, if you watch anything what they do, in terms of voice, we are number one. In terms of pricing, in terms of data, we are number one. In terms of pricing. So, you know, if I can announce now, because this is what we have been actually doing time and time again.
Okay.
You know, like, just like way my boss can say we can do evangelism.
Yes, yeah.
And for you able for do evangelism, you get for the drum over and over. So that the message go thank you, so that the message go flow and it go stick well. So if you ask me that question there, my brother, QCell, it come for make sure say everybody talk. You know, talk now free with QCell. It go just cost you small money. How? QCell to QCell. Who can say on net?
Okay.
Now waiting. Now 1 million 70 cents. Can you imagine? 1 million 70 cents QCell to QCell. And then somebody go on for no. How much now QCell they charge?
For do cross call.
For do cross call. Now that it is sweet.
Yeah.
That is why we have the sweetener.
I like
now that it, you know, now that the like when I kiss now that the Maggi. Okay. You understand? Yeah. So with QCell to others, where you go say cross call, cross network. Now the same 1 million 70 cents, and that's the beauty of it. Because why? When that can come, you know, they set the floor price, then set the ceiling price. But we like QCell, because we want to make sure so everybody enjoy. What we always they do, we always they take the least, the lower cap. That is what we have actually been doing. And so no matter how NATCA set stay, we will always take the lower cap. Why? Because we believe strongly say everybody for talk, everybody for enjoy, everybody for enjoy communication. You understand? So QCell to the others, now the same 1 million 70 cents. How beautiful that is. So somebody go say, how is that possible? Well, it is possible with QCell.
Indeed, definitely.
Yes.
You know, Alfred, when you talk about the cross call, that's one catch me mind, because you know, Alfred, we all been in this country before 2019.
Yes.
You know, in this country before 2019, when you do cross call, people they envy you. You know why? Because it was very difficult, very expensive. Like it was only meant for the rich, the one where they will afford more. Yeah. But when QCell came out from 2019 to now, you know, I remember in December when I go na Jujuma, na Kairan district, I met come across a subscriber who tell you say, you know, remember when last he make call with other network. So because he prefer for do cross call with QCell than normal call on the other side. And that's not the only person. A lot of people today will tell you say, I remember when last I make call with other network. Why I get the SIM on my phone now? Because maybe I receive money there, or the people belong to for me, they don't document them. But trust me, a lot of people today, when they want to make call, they prefer for use QCell, do cross call. Today, people they do cross call is smarter than normal call on the other side. Now, first time when you do cross call, you only talk which one 2 minutes. You go down end the call, and your hand go there by the end button. Yes, but today you see people they make cross call, they smile. And of course, you know, when we did school, first time when they do cross call, they say you don't get new baby. Now cross call is used for embarrassment. You will not say you are a big boy. But today cross call become nothing. all because QCell is in Sierra Leone, and because QCell want to make sure say you students, you Okada rider, you business woman, you Okada rider, so that you self will make call. You don't need to forget 10 leons before you initiate a call. Now with even with your 2 leons, you can make a call for we say at least for a minute, still some people left.
Exactly.
So people now take pride in making cross call with QCell than normal call. Now the other side because just like you rightly say, if I make cross call with QCell, now 1.70 cents it cost me. Now if I say make a normal call with other network, it cost me way above 1.80 1.80 cents. But then using QCell, now just 1.70 cents now I get for spend. So tell you see, if I do cross call with QCell, I will spend less, but then I will talk more. But then if I do normal call with other network, I will spend more and talk less. So you see the
that's the dynamics, you know.
So what's the advice for the one already on the fence will not count on the QCell wallet?
Trust me, somebody when you go there and what they say, I don't know what's in my head in the talk. Waiting at that difference, that small difference. That small difference they mean a lot.
A lot, yeah.
Calculate them by 10. How much should they save? 1.70 compared to 1.86. How much should they save? If you calculate that one day by 10, you don't save a lot. And that money the way they save now, you can able for the other thing. So me at the talk, and I always advise people within at the other side, if you watch me right now, you get a lot for gain with QCell.
Yeah.
You get so much for lose when you not join QCell. Because why? In terms of everything, QCell come for change the dynamics. QCell come for make sure say we enjoy communication. In terms of voice, you know, we are the best. In terms of SMS, we are the best and the most affordable. In terms of data, and in fact, now the customers and look with ping and say, "Una the data king."
Data king.
You know what I mean? For let's say you're a king, that means you get a kingdom where you the rule, you get dominion over that kingdom. So in the telecom space, now this country, the customers and look with and say, "You know what? You are the data king." So the same strength, the same power, the same energy where we put on data, now the same strength, power, and energy also we put on we tariff. We come to the area of voice. So QCell to QCell, we will say on net, now 1.70 cents. Do ya? If you were to watch me right now, if you not be ever know, take advantage of this opportunity. Because trust me, if you then I also you work now, you get your mama within at the village, you can able for, you know, for call your mama within at the village, you talk for 10, 15, 20 minutes. Just buy you 20 leons top up. And then you go talk and you go able for pass your message. You don't need for afraid. You don't need for the cow Benson say put you on at the end button na your phone because you're afraid say and the beauty about QCell also is that you know it also give you alerts. Yeah. You know when you don't talk to, and then you top up there about for finish. QCell give you an alert for make you know say yes. You top up there about for don't know. So now begin for wrap up now and go straight to the point and say your message. QCell does that for you. So I appeal to you. You are not a QCell subscriber. Continue for the with QCell. You are not a QCell subscriber yet. We're then at the other side. We're then at the fence. You contemplate. You think. You don't even know whether for join the QCell family or not. Ladies and gentlemen, you watch me. You have every reason, you know, for joining the QCell family because of QCell to QCell. 1.70 cents. QCell to the others, 1.70 cents per minute, Benson.
And of course, family indeed 1.70 cents. Of course, that's not a QCell tariff for make a minute call QCell to QCell, and at the same QCell will bill you for make a minute call QCell. So that network we tell you see with QCell, you talk more for less, and of course with QCell you will save more pocket money when we use for do other things. So family go out there, get your QCell top up, and of course enjoy better communication for us. Of course, with QCell we continue to forgive you. That's why we say okay, even though we still are the cheapest, but then we go to call associated benefit when making call and receiving call with QCell. Now when you make call and receive call with QCell, you get benefit again we give you for tell you say QCell want for make you continue for stay connected with your loved ones, and you know QCell want for make you continue with the conversation. Maybe your credit is undone, but QCell say don't worry, you get another means for communicate, for stay in touch with that person we be communicate with. So what do we mean by associated benefit now? QCell are the only mobile company where they reward you 5 megabytes for every minute of call we make. Yes, we are the cheapest in making call, but again we say we still need for you deserve more, because QCell we vision and for make sure say you stay connected at all time. When you pick your phone, if you're able to call somebody, if you're able to talk to somebody using different means. And so we believe say the voice tariff not the only means, even though we are the cheapest, but then we say okay, now you have the data where QCell will give you for every minute of call where you make. And again, just like how the voice tariff again, we not only limit them to QCell, we being the cheapest. But again, even when you do cross call, we are still the cheapest. So also, even when you receive call from other operator with QCell SIM, QCell they give you 5 megabytes. The same way also, even when you do cross call for 1 minute, QCell they give you 5 megabytes. So let's say somebody call you, now the other side, when I talk for 10 minutes, automatically you multiply by 5, you don't get you 50 megabytes for free from QCell. And that is why QCell they give you the 5 megabytes. The idea here is we want to make you stay connected. Now, you top up go down, but then if you don't get 50 megabytes, they go online and then we continue with the conversation, because QCell want to make the conversation keep on going and of course make you exhaust them. So take advantage of QCell voice tariff when are the cheapest you will get in this country. And of course today I want for again reassure you, say no matter what it happen, QCell will always be the cheapest network in this country. That's not an assurance what they give the people of this country. That is why, yes, even though we don't get a lot of directives, a lot of changes that happen, but QCell, we always choose the lower cap. Maybe you would doubt what's at the lower cap. When that car gets a floor price or count a new directive, they always go to go a floor price and the data, and of course a ceiling price. Now the floor price means the least where you could charge, also you could begin, and of course the ceiling means the highest, where you see no will pass charge above. But then QCell, since 2019, since 2020 or 2021, when we begin to get all this floor or ceiling, QCell always choose the lower cap, because we care for the people of this country, because we know say not we all able to afford high. And that is why, because we the people of Sierra Leone say we have salon pride, it means now the people of Sierra Leone get QCell, we always choose the lower cap. So when you want to make call, the best side for go in terms of decision making, use the QCell top up. Go buy QCell credit, make call. And of course again, Alfred, we not the only mobile company where they give you 10% at any time when you buy top up. We don't get this then. At any time when you buy top up, we give you 10%. We not only mobile company to do that for you. We know they tell you say wait until Wednesday or Thursday when you buy top up, they will give you 50%. And again, with validity period, you know they compare to others. But we want to make sure say you continue to get enough credit. So make calls with QCell and enjoy the associated benefits, and of course talk long for less, and of course stay connected with your loved ones. Well, family, I think we will get this other call inside the program. Good evening and welcome to QCell Hour. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening and welcome to the program QCell Hour.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, your name and also the call from, sir?
My name is for the call for Waterloo.
Alfred from Waterloo. Go ahead, sir. Hello?
Yes.
So go ahead, what's your contribution? What's your question, sir? Hello? Yes, we miss this caller. But then you will call again, the number still open 031-888-881. That the number you will call and add your voice to the program. Of course, we still get calls inside the program. Good evening and welcome to the program QCell Hour. Hello? 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 We miss this caller again. Family, of course, after that, I just want to do justice to the first caller inside the program. We asked for the cost of Wi-Fi. Again, family, today we will continue any topic we talk about. Now, reason for making you join QCell, for you not join QCell. So, after a quick one, the caller asked for the cost of Wi-Fi.
Yeah. So the cost of Wi-Fi still remains to be also the cheapest.
The cheapest.
So I don't know if I call her name, but the cost of Wi-Fi, Bob Senior, if they watch we Wi-Fi cost 850 new loans, you know, and in not tablet, we're not just the sell you the Wi-Fi, but then also the Wi-Fi comes with a welcome package of 20 gigabytes. So you can imagine how they mention 850 loans, and then it comes with 20 gig. 20 GB.
1 GB right now, 20 leons.
20 leons with 1 GB. So you do the mathematics.
We're giving you 20 for free.
We're giving you 20 for free. And that one day now, without no restriction, no buffering, you're able for download whatever you want for download. And when that one day done, we get different packages and way, you can decide for go on. We unlimited monthly packages. We get the 3 Mbps, we get the 5 Mbps, and then we get the 10 Mbps. So the 3 Mbps, for example, monthly package now 350 leons. The 5 Mbps, the monthly package now 600 new leons, and then the 10 Mbps now 850 new leons. So take advantage. And when we say monthly unlimited, we mean them. We know they say tell you say monthly, then by the time we reach 2 weeks or 3 weeks, then we cut them. If you buy today being down the what? The 16th, the 16th of January 2025. If you buy now, you subscribe, they're done until the 16th of January. Sorry, the 16th of February, 2025. 1 month unlimited, where you go able for download any kind of way you want for download. You go able for connect, your television, your smart TV. You able for connect your laptop, your smartphone, and other devices, Benson.
Indeed, of course, for just 850 leons, you're able to get QCell MiFi, and of course, you come with 20 GB, just like our friend Riley say. This is not the cheapest you will get in the country. We'll get MiFi for less than 1,000 leons in this country, except with QCell. We always are the cheapest. That's why when you go up country, the nickname where they get for you, they say that cheapest, that cheap network, and so they call it. We cheap, but then we get quality. Yeah. We want to make sure you enjoy with communication business. So go out there and get your QCell MiFi for just 850 leons. We go online and get this call. Good evening and welcome to the program QCell Hour.
Yeah, good evening, sir. How are you?
Yes, your name and where you call from, sir?
I'm here, Hassan. I go for East Station.
Hassan from East Station. Go ahead, sir. What's your contribution?
Yeah, I saw people tonight.
Okay.
Okay, sir, because it's like I don't think he said, I don't need it for 3 good years now, they said. But what's the I want to know if you can do any of well, the way they are coming to
okay.
Now that's I want to know.
Okay, well, stay connected to your TV. I will catch up about that.
Okay, sir, no problem.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for the compliment.
Okay, sir.
Okay, Mr. Hassan from Hill Station in the Active QCell do raffle. Of course, we we give to people. We know for the tell you say you need to do X, Y, Z before you get something. But let me just answer the calls and we will come to you back, Mr. Hassan. Good evening and welcome to the program QCell.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. Your name and where you call from?
Mina Hannah Soa, I call from London.
Hannah Soa, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
The QCell model. Well, the two will be by force now. I get problem with the battery. I go to office, I know you will get battery, and I don't work half of it on anyway. I need to get battery for us. I don't know how I'm going to test to it.
Okay, continue for listening to the program. We can respond to you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks very much for your call to the program. Plenty thanks to all the callers and we call to the program. The number is 031 888 881. You can call and add a voice to the program. But from we take a short break, and when we come, we can respond to all the callers and we don't get inside the program. And of course, we go answer you, and then we go tell you what for the next. But then we take a short break, and after the short break, the program QCell Hour will continue.
What? You bought yourself a new phone and you didn't even have the guts to tell me.
Why the phone?
Really?
Yeah, this is yours.
Hey, it's QCell's phone.
The best in technology.
This phone is superb.
The latest smart models. Q Mobile, Q Smart, and Q Smart Plus.
Finally, QCell phone then don't come. This will top the market.
Isn't overtaking allowed?
So, go grab your own QCell's quality and affordable phone with extra battery life from any QCell customer care or dealer shop and receive the unbelievable package.
For more information, call 111. Terms and conditions apply.
QCell Saloon Pride. You bought yourself a new phone and you didn't even have the guts to tell
Why
me.
the force?
Really?
Yeah, this is yours.
Hey, it's QCell's phone.
The best in technology.
This phone is superb.
The latest smart models. Q Mobile, Q Smart, and Q Smart Plus.
Finally, QCell phone then don't come. This will top the market.
Isn't overtaking allowed?
So, go grab you.
Well, family, welcome to the second half of the program QCell Hour. Of course, before we take a short break, we don't talk about the cheapest tariff on voice, and of course, we also don't talk about the cost of Wi-Fi, and again, we also talk about the position we say we did in terms of expansion, and of course, we say we plan for Go 2025. We want for welcome guests now on the program. We don't join we, of course, a familiar face, but we just want for welcome one so that you gonna say you don't join me in the program. We want for welcome the Senior Marketing Manager at QCell Sierra Leone. Good evening and welcome, Mr. Brad.
Yeah, good evening, family, and thank you also for having me as guest today.
Yeah, of course, that's the voice of the Senior Marketing Manager, QCell Sierra Leone. Of course, we all serve him. You know, they push a lot from 2019 to now. But today, we receive the program as a guest. You can tell we serve QCell come on in 2024, and within the plans and as the master Sabi person, we can tell we serve QCell the head for Go in 2025. But we'll go along for us as we will continue with the program. First, and then later on, we will come to one. I'm afraid we want follow. We talk about SIM registration. The importance of SIM registration and why people need to register the SIM and waiting at the benefit or the advantage where you stand for gain where you register a SIM.
Yes, Benson. You know, I always tell people and say QCell now a law-abiding company. You know, whatever the governing body where the govern QCell say, will you go by? And so when NATCA say, you know, we need for register with SIM cards, then QCell now I would say the first company we start campaign day, and we not only start here, but we go as far as, you know, the villages, the provinces, for make sure say yes, because we want for make, you know, we don't want for lost no subscriber na QCell, because number one, when you register your SIM card, you stand a chance for make you even forfeit or lost that number day. So that make we always encourage people them when you register your SIM card, we all know about, you know, things that really happen now in terms of SIM fraud and, you know, and the like. So when you register your SIM card, you are safe. You know, you register your SIM card, you not get nothing to worry about. In the event you lost your phone or you get an issue with your SIM card, maybe your phone lost and you're not able for, you know, for get them back, you go report in a police station. It's very easy for make you replace your SIM card back. Because I don't see people and we don't come for replace their SIM card just because they're not being registered. You go call the number, the system go identify the number, but then you not register them. And then we don't want for the another position where at the end of the day, you know, we go get issue with we governing body, the institution where they govern we. So that make every now and then we keep on for the tell people them the benefits you go be safe, you go get security, and you go also you know, able for replace your SIM card in the event your SIM card lost very easily. You just come, I lost my SIM, waiting at your name, everything come under you. Ask you 1-2 questions, numbers that we be on the call before, you know, and then we watch. You say we see you get them numbers and the 3 numbers at least. Then we give you SIM card. You just go home just like that. But if you don't register, you got to go through the hassle, you know, and you get for, if you don't be careful, you go even forfeit them, because we don't want for the another position where, you know, we go against you know, against the law where NATCA don't set. So we encourage with customers, and please, if you know, if your SIM card gets an issue, make sure say you, as best as possible, you register your SIM so that you will able to forget security and also be able for replace your SIM card per adventure you lost some.
Yes, indeed. Call 222 for make the register your SIM card. Family, you will wonder why QCell always talk about SIM registration. It's because we care about you and we don't want to lose any subscriber. In the event, we say NATCA say for block all SIM will not register. we don't want to make you be victim. And since 2019, we will get a lot of challenge with people when they go buy SIM card. We say the other network them or the other side them, they snap free and they give them information. QCell will always a request for ID card, but for the few people will not be fortunate because we still get people will be sell by then they will sell SIM in the street. So for that few people them, QCell encourage you now for call 222, and again we advise you don't buy SIM in the street, and whenever you go buy SIM card, make sure you present a valid ID card so that the SIM card will be registered in your name. And of course, SIM registration with QCell, they take long, and once you SIM register, just like Alfred said, the number one advantage where you get, you able to replace your SIM card easily whenever you get missing. And QCell, now the mobile company, when it comes to SIM replacement, we know they tell you, and of course you don't get most time for it, you don't have to pay anything for replace your SIM card. All the they will ask you now for make you present a number maybe they call, and of course at the end of the day you buy top up so that they will activate the numbers. But they pay for replace SIM now QCell. Whenever you SIM lost, once it register in your name, you get for able to replace it easily. So go out there and of course make sure you get a valid ID card for buy QCell SIM card, and of course try for call 222 for me to check if you SIM register so that you go able to on a better side whenever anything come up. The program we listen to now QCell Hour, and of course it meets you live from Slbc. Of course, I want to bring Edward come inside the program. Edward, good evening again and welcome to the program.
Yeah, good evening, and of course thank you for having me.
Yes, Edward, 2024 now be year where QCell also we get a lot of engagement. We see inside QCell go around the 16 districts in this country. We see QCell go as far as Kwendu. We see QCell go as far as Kabbalah. And in fact, on the 1st of January this year, we see QCell now be the only mobile company where they our mountain, and we also see QCell as far as Kenema towards even Bowater side. So you now the brain behind that, and we see say you be doing a lot of engagement. So one for make it tell me how 2024 be end like in terms of engagement with the people when it comes to the voice tariff, and of course the network strength, how the people be with some of the percentage of people nationwide, and of course how it be end like 2024 for QCell, and also will go in 2025.
Well, thank you very much, Benson. And of course, fam will not forget again say you watch this program courtesy of Slbc, and of course you get for stay locked because QCell always they come to closer to a subscriber. Well, Benson, as you mentioned, 2024, of course, QCell year in year out since 2019. QCell don't become the people's network. Now how? Because QCell they go meeting customers them. So even though 2024 will be a very challenging year as we see, but QCell also stand tall. We still maintain for be the most affordable mobile operator in the country, and QCell not been stopped there. QCell been still continue for the expand in network. QCell been believe say and still believe say Freetown is not Sierra Leone, and then QCell they don't make that promise. They say QCell no go tire, no go leave no stone unturned until we cover the 4 corners of the country. And on top of that, again, QCell been done, they provide innovative services constantly to a loving subscriber. So from the start of 2024, QCell still maintain for being the most affordable mobile operator for voice, data and SMS. And QCell don't promise, and QCell don't demonstrate say we na Combra network, we need to go up now for candle, now for meet the pockets of Sierra Leoneans. And also QCell, when it comes to customer satisfaction as well, QCell not be just sit on a Freetown, but QCell they go meet the customer them. QCell get for go on the inside they had to reach areas them where first them they may find them very difficult for the access, a shop where they go get them customer service or probably get them products or go buy them SIM card, or if their SIM lost when for go or usai for go replace her. QCell also stand tall and maintain that. QCell no lock none customer care shop. QCell instead continue to accelerate for open more shop them as well. And when it comes to also innovative products, we see QCell also close down the year also. We just bring what you call the Q scores as well, because we see say year in year out QCell they roll out multiple products and services, innovative products and services as well for we loving subscriber. But this one of course where QCell towards the last quarter of last year now for football loving. loving fans. You know, when I then the vehicle they come, you know, people and they argue for scores now. At the moment, Manchester they play Southampton, you know, and we get QCell subscriber as well. And then one person they say, oh, I don't miss that game day. But then the good thing is that with QCell, the Q scores, that subscriber will always be done subscribe to the short code when I'm 411 for the get live updates from in team. So which the other people will be sitting at well, even they ask, oh, so you know me get that kind of service they waiting at the charge for that. But of course QCell not the charge nothing for that since last year. This now QCell the cushion in loving subscribers. We get package winner for students. We get something again winner for you when are football loving fans. And of course there's a lot of good things there also this 2025. But back to the 2024, what think QCell do? QCell say we need for meet the subscribers, and every year we ensure say with the day to the subscriber, we enjoy the festive season to the subscriber, and then we roll out into the new year. You know, we don't do on so many districts, but of course the last year between Koinadugu district, of course, and we've been go also up skin with the loving subscribers, them of course up the Wawa mountain. So this now we QCell can also reach out to subscribers, let them feel love, and not just for just day with them, but also the testament say QCell can at the country for stay. When you tell somebody say QCell are the only mobile operator where they tell you thank you when you make a call, 1 minute call. When you make 1 minute, QCell the bio subscribers say come use QCell, because when you did to the other side them it's so high, but when you come to QCell you get affordable one. So the 1 Leon 70 cents when you make that 1 minute call, then on top of that again QCell they say thank you for use QCell, and QCell they give you also 5 megabytes of data for each minute of talk time you do, and so you can continue the conversation now WhatsApp, TikTok or other social media platform. This now QCell also be reach out to a subscriber, particularly so in our district day, and of course inside Kabbalah how we close the year. But of course QCell been support sports. We been see also we conduct a lot of health work, and today QCell stand proud because we see more health works now along the country. When that QCell wants, we want everybody also, because health is wealth. Yeah. So you know we support also, you know, when it comes to athletics, and of course the guy also from the gym where QCell support. And we see where QCell supports some schools as well in a lot of the activities them, and we close the year with also the support to the mountain rural, where we get also glory, and of course one of the biggest, you know, events that we can round the year with, when you get all the 4 communities them up the mountain rural where they come now have lock feel, and of course that's also, you know, they interact, you know, with Leicester, Regent, Bathurst, you know, tree planting. Finally you see people there with peace, you know, and then of course ease of mind, relax, they make a call, and of course the high chance send a QCell them, because our proud sponsors that been QCell, and QCell been go to them and of course accommodate QCell well, and then take advantage of the most affordable mobile operator inside the country. So for around it all, QCell out of the district, QCell of course the only side where we go touch base. We very soon we will go for begin make noise now Falaba, and of course very soon we go able for make noise, because a lot of calls now in most of we programs them up the provinces, everybody they request, you know, they say they want for enjoy 4G, you know. And the good thing again, we closed last year with the introduction of 4G, of course now team, you know, so we get the subscribers and now within our team they enjoy 4G, and as we say, so Matu John maybe they, you know, they always they complain about network, they connected now to the fastest network like the country, just like how a couple of years back Kabbalah been the call, you know, say we want for get 4G, but now the good news is that the people of Kabbalah they enjoy 4G network. Now into the 2025, it's going to be exciting. We encouragement to loving subscribers now for stay locked with QCell. In fact, next week this same time there's going to be difference, you know, na SLBC, and of course we get subscribers. So you still sit on the fence, go grab your QCell SIM now, recharge or make 1 minute call, and then just stay locked and wait till next week Thursday. Now yeah, we yourself go find out waiting go get for happen Benson.
Yes, thanks very much. And of course you just end up for answer the question where somebody asked you if they do raffle. So that's not just a gist. Next week by now we will do something where it will be something unique way we're not be done to do it. But then just watch out, go follow QCell Facebook page, and of course following our social media pages them, so that you will able to understand what things will happen during the coming next 2 weeks where you keep yourself for engage and loving subscribers. Edward, still I want for engage you. We talk about the engagement where QCell gets in 2024. Also we go on our mountain and of course engaging people. But then we see when you up the mountains here, a lot of people they make calls, and of course just like I say, high chance be they saying a QCell network that they do. So in terms of tariff, QCell the people we don't put position QCell as the cheapest network in our salon. We don't of course after don't they assure the people. So you know a stakeholder in a QCell or one from know if still it's gonna be like that in 2025. QCell is still gonna be the cheapest network in a salon, or the people for even expect more in terms of product and service and with QCell?
Well, of course, for answer the question, QCell always done the demonstrate leadership when it comes to that. Yusuf got attest to the fact, say in 2019, in fact, QCell long contributes immensely into the internet penetration here in the country, because when QCell came in 2019, the students and all, everybody made a rush for go na internet cafe, where I didn't go and pay for 30 minutes. Now 1 GB was not common, so QCell come into the market and make 1 GB common. So and we need to stop with that. And then when you talk about also the events now, you see even over 1,000 meters above the ground. Guess what? The people up there they do a lot of TikTok live video courtesy of QCell, because they were enjoying 4G network and it was fast and then it was affordable. Not forget again, say QCell are the only mobile operator where they offer, and still they offer 10% bonus upon any recharge amount where you will not get specific deal. Now for the past years, any recharge where you do, you get 10% bonus upon. So a lot of subscribers up there in a rush for recharge, because they're because the inhabitants they not be ever they experience a mobile company up there with them for go up there, and then even because they struggle with network up there previous years. So that's why you're not going to get a lot of the attention. But now we see on social media and all these things, everybody they see waiting the happen up that hill, courtesy of QCell. So a lot of the activities you see up there, a lot of people they make call, because when they see the brand they QCell, they were shocked when they remove their phone, because not only for capture the moments no more than they want, take the photo where they can down, then get access to communication, then they upload them. But then it was real time when they see QCell begin to live videos and QCell begin do interviews around, and then everybody begin take their phone. They call the speech quality was okay. A lot of international calls again was made on that day, because we get people that will come up from the diaspora as well. We come, so we even some of them friends not able to make and come, then do live call day, and they show them exactly what's in the happy of this. So it was courtesy of QCell, and that's not for me happen if QCell network not being good, and then if it was not affordable. So to answer the question, yes, QCell still maintain for be the most affordable mobile operator in the country, and QCell come with that mandate. We say we are salon pride. Now we want each and every Sierra Leonean for take ownership of the network, and we cut across. So it's not just for a set of people. So QCell come for you, the bus driver, the keke rider, the taxi driver, of course you the market man, you the businessman, businesswoman, the students, the lecturer, everybody, even the entertainment industry there. When you go down, they give even the people that we go interact with na Kawiyad, then we go up again also na Poyogon, and now everybody, because why? QCell they able for meet their pockets, and they're able for save more for put food na the table. Benson.
Okay, of course that's a very good well. And of course again in the area of expansion, this is not the first time when it comes to telecommunication in this country. For me to see a mobile company come and not take 5 years na Freetown, then they go up country. In fact, we see in 2019 the very day QCell launched in network na Freetown and the very day Bo gets and the very day Kenema gets and the very day McKinney gets. So where we do Warawara Mountain, we see a lot of calls that come on from Falaba. So it's not only about Falaba again. We get some few side and we don't left where QCell not cover it. Just like how you rightly say, QCell then now this is 15 districts them. Now only Falaba don't left. So waiting at the expectation or waiting at the word of courage you want for you two places who say QCell network not reach it, and of course waiting for the expert from QCell.
So the message is clear. QCell been on state 2 with the mandate, and of course since 2019, and QCell now of Sierra Leoneans, by Sierra Leoneans, and for Sierra Leoneans. So this is now why we don't get no special where people ask, waiting at this magic. The magic, not the subscribers. The subscribers, you now they play the magic. We now listening company, and all the time we go around. I remember Benson when most of the last couple of years you go around and people they break the vehicle, they tell you we don't get network here. Now thankfully today, then they enjoy QCell network. So I want the side way you you experience, you did at the other side you experience struggle. QCell they can focal liberate you soon. Now we contact centers them at 24 hours round the clock. You waiting at the other side, you can able for also, use the long number and call, or get somebody we can able for call, or your family with the inside now Freetown your call, and then just tell you exactly who side you and how you want QCell for come. But of course all the queries that we don't get active people and don't see we. The chiefs, the community people don't see QCell, they come there, and of course QCell they go and get a network there, because the man what we want everybody for get connected, we want everybody for be inclusive. Now we see even up the provinces, the farmers, then they connected now to the entire world, then they check what's in the apple. Now we see people and they use drones, we see people and they buy MiFi devices. Now they move some MiFi devices, now they connect multiple houses, now some villages, you understand, they connect themselves to solar, and then everybody gets connected. Even the school picking away did it now then they get all their assignments through the internet, then they get the lectures now through the internet, courtesy of QCell. So stay locked, and of course keep fingers crossed. Very soon QCell they can close to you this 2025.
Indeed, very soon QCell they come to you in this 2025. Of course, just like how we say, we in our Salon Pride, we will continue for deliver, and we will continue for make sure say everybody in Australia don't get access to communication. Just like how the people within our Master San cannot be ever get access to communication, but QCell come in 2020 and make them get access. The same way also when we gonna buy this na side where QCell are the only mobile company we get presence there, and we will continue for go to places. We are the first mobile company we come, we not take 1 year, we go na Yagoy, we go of course na the island, because we believe say na Sierra Leoneans the day, and of course they need to get access to waiting fellow Sierra Leoneans they enjoy na Freetown, waiting they enjoy na Bolton. So continue for stay exercise more patience. QCell now for all man, and we plan now for make sure so we cover the length and breadth of this country. So continue for day with we as we continue for give you the best when it comes to communication, when it comes to voice, data, and of course SMS. Well, of course, time not in our feel again. Of course, afraid I will bring you Kamisai. Waiting will be your parting word for today, and waiting will be your final statement for the one that we still in our defense.
Yes, for affordability, think QCell. For quality of network, think QCell. For the lowest and the cheapest tariff, think QCell. And when I talk tariff, I mean voice, data, and SMS. Think QCell. And so you whether on the fence where they think whether for join QCell or not, I always say you get every chance, you get the opportunity for join QCell now, because tomorrow maybe it will be too late. Because when we begin for unfold, we incredible products and services them. If you're not a QCell subscriber, you're not going to be part of them. So till next week, Mina Alfred Kobasi they say have a lovely evening. Bye bye.
Edward, 10 seconds, waiting over your final statement.
Well, of course, stay locked, and we'll family again next week. It's going to be a big thing. So grab your QCell's line, make a call, and then stay locked till next week, Tuesday. Me and Edward Nelson Prade say good night.
And of course, the program QCell will meet you again next week, and just like how Edward said, next week will be a very interesting program. Just try to get yourself a QCell SIM card, and of course, make more calls with QCell and sign an opportunity for get something new with day on the way for camp. Till next week, with the program QCell will meet you. May bring the program to one name and Benson Jeff Bakari.
What? You bought yourself a new phone and you didn't even have the guts to tell me.
Why the phone?
Really?
Yeah, this is yours.
Hey! phone!
The best in technology.
This phone is superb!
The latest smart models. Q Mobile, Q Smart.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance.
Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever.
Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown. Freetown.
Freetown.
Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from Bo and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
the taxi driver,
The barber.
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
and this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
The greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
this light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
the rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey from them. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes.
It's 9 p.m. in Freetown, and you're welcome to News Hour, reaching you live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television on Channel 31 with me, Dennis Frieza. Coming up in the news tonight, government response to arrest of diplomatic vehicle belonging to Sierra Leone Embassy in Guinea. Parliament commits the Sierra Leone Social Protection Bill 2024 to the Legislative Committee. And the Minister of Mines and Mineral Resources leads delegation to Future Minerals Forum in Saudi Arabia. These stories are more plus sports and entertainment are part of the news. Please stay with us as always if you can. We're glad indeed you could join us tonight. Those are the headlines and for the full newscast. Minister of Foreign Affairs Timothy Kaba has in a press briefing told journalists that the ambassador to Guinea, Mr. Alimami Bangura, has been recalled to Freetown to provide full account of an allegation relating to a vehicle belonging to the embassy of Sierra Leone held by Guinean authorities on suspicion of possession of substances suspected to be cocaine. Moses Conte witnessed the session at the Foreign Affairs Ministry on Tawai in Freetown, and he begins a coverage.
The press briefing, according to government officials, was to clear the air about the issue surrounding the vehicle confiscated by Guinean authorities based on suspicion that it possessed cocaine substances. The latest development has sparked concern by the general public in the last few days. Minister of Foreign Affairs Timothy Kaba said government upholds international laws in the fight against importation and exportation of illicit substances. He explained in a presser the stance of government to the issue.
In light of this serious development, the government has urgently recalled Sierra Leone's ambassador to Guinea, Ambassador Mr. Almami Bangura, to Freetown to provide a full account of the incident. Additionally, a thorough investigation has been launched to determine how this incident occurred and to hold all responsible parties accountable.
He added that the ambassador was not found in any vehicle, neither his CMADI-1 vehicle was involved. The utility vehicle registered to the Sierra Leone mission, according to the initial report, had suitcase of contraband, handsets and $2,000, with 2 persons of which one was a driver serving at the embassy. During the engagement, newsmen were told that the vehicle was moving from Sierra Leone to Guinea, and during the check by the Guinean authorities, a dated laissez-passer indicating that the vehicle was booked to travel in and out of Sierra Leone was discovered. Inspector General of Police William Fayaselu said the police will mount an investigation on all those involved in the matter. The Minister of Foreign Affairs called on Sierra Leoneans to stay calm as government and its Guinean counterpart are collaborating to verify the fact of the matter, and anyone found breaking the laws of Sierra Leone will face the full force of the law. Moses Conte reports for SLBC.
Yeah, SLBC will continue to bring you updates as things unfold. But now to Parliament, which has committed the Sierra Leone Social Protection Bill 2024 to the Legislative Committee for further scrutiny. The bill seeks to promote and advance the social and economic well-being of vulnerable people and to establish a legal and institutional framework for social protection programs. Here is the report.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Members of Parliament voting to approve for the Social Protection Bill 2024 to be read the second time and for it to be committed to the Legislative Committee for further scrutiny. Speaking on the importance of the bill before committing it to the Legislative Committee, the Minister of Employment, Labour and Social Security, Mohamed Rahman Souare, said that it will promote poverty reduction, develop existing strategies for beneficiaries to be able to attain financial independence, and to provide for other related matters.
The response from the populace across the country was a resounding and encouraging yes. They rendered full support to the bill, taking into consideration the expected benefits to be achieved during implementation.
Legislatures from across the aisle commended the ministry for formulating such a bill, which they said cuts across political lines, but found it a bit troubling to understand the administrative conflict on performance function between the permanent secretary and professional head to be in charge of social protection, tax exemption for donor-funded organizations, and other minor corrections, including the title of the bill. After the long deliberations, during the course of the proceedings, the leader of government business, Honorable Matthew Sanyuma, rose on Standing Order 51 to commit the bill toward the legislative stage for further amendments to be made.
That is evidence I shall give.
Meanwhile, the Public Accounts Committee has unanimously resolved that no payment should be honored by the Accountant General in respect of interest and donor-funded accounts if it fell below the threshold of accountable documents in the Public Financial Management Regulations and certified by the internal auditors. Meanwhile, the Public Accounts Committee has unanimously resolved that no payment should be honored by the Accountant General in respect of interest and donor-funded accounts if it fell below the threshold of accountable documents in the Public Financial Management Regulations and certified by the internal auditors before such payments were made by the Accountant General. The Public Accounts Committee also asked the auditors to present the schedule for onward forwarding to the Accountant General to do the necessary deductions and pay same to the Consolidated Revenue Fund for an amount that is over 260 million loans. This was a direct response to the query regarding the payment of allowances without deduction of pay-as-you-earn taxes. The move by the Public Accounts Committee was a decisive action taken to improve financial governance by unanimously passing a resolution. SLBC Dennis Fraser reporting. And now, the Reuters Stone and National Monument at Kinjimi Wharf stands as a touching reminder of Sierra Leone's past during the West African slave trade of the 1800s. However, this cherished historical artifact is currently languishing in neglect, and Abukaria finds out why.
This is Kinjimi Wharf, a name that rings a bell in the history of Sierra Leone, and most importantly, hosting the famous De Reuters Stone, which is a national treasure, erected during pre-colonial era. Residents of Kinjimi Wharf are deeply concerned about the condition of this national gem. Abdul Kamara, a local resident, emphasized the importance of preserving the stone and urging the government to take swift action, and added that the stone is a vital part of Sierra Leone's history.
The remembrance stories, when people say, old people them, and they pass through there with the slave masters there. Yes, in the can right kites and name them for carry them go. But the names them in the day. Yes, in the day. And up to now, because now they come out, the name they never come out. Once they finish the money, they see back all the names there.
Despite its immense cultural and historical significance, the stone remains unpreserved, a stark contrast to what it deserves.
The Reuters Stone at the Kinjimi Wharf, which is supposed to be a national monument and relic, and the era of slavery in West Africa, and Sierra Leone in particular, is still lying beneath a mess. And there is still no sign of preserving this natural treasure, despite its historical and cultural significance.
Adama Conte, chairlady of the Kinjimi Market, called upon the government through the Monuments and Relics Commission to intervene. She called for immediate action to clean up the area surrounding the stone and implement a long-term solution to address the ongoing neglect.
We've been going on monuments where they been come, then say, then they come with water, cement, for come block this water so that they go able to develop the place where they go make a decent one, then go build them, where somebody go come, he go down a step way, then put step, so that the person go able to see the stone clear. For more than go.
Emanuela Christina Sawyer, education officer at the National Museum of Sierra Leone, shed light on the historical context of the writer's stone and outlined government's plans to rectify the situation.
Governments and agencies in charge of the stone have been able to build up a stone structure around the stone, and the stone is still buried underneath the soil at Kinjimi. And there has been challenges with people that have been throwing fields in the area where the stone is being buried. But I believe that there are plans by the government and its line agencies to stop people or develop laws that will prevent people from throwing fields in those areas.
The people of Sierra Leone sincerely hope that the Reuters stone will be preserved to its former state and serving as a powerful testament to the nation's past. Abdul Kabia, SLBC News, Freetown.
So as an historical treasure, we do hope, of course, the authorities will take the needed action to protect that historical property of the nation. You're watching News Live on the SLBC. Now to other stories. We've been victims of thieves and trespassers since we moved into this center in 2013. Well, this was part of the sentiments expressed by the Executive Director of the Education Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired, Thomas Aliu, at the commissioning of a perimeter fence in Crafton, Western Area Rural District. The 1 acre project is estimated at 18,000 euros, with funds from German government. So Ibrahim witnessed the commissioning and compiled the following reports.
The Education Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired is faced with many challenges, and one of those, according to its executive director, was the lack of a perimeter fence. Thomas Aliu said the problem particularly made the Grafton-based center prone to trespassers and thieves.
The road has been very, very difficult for us here when we came. Without the perimeter fence, we have been victims to thieves, trespassers, coming to take our property, educational materials. And I believe today that has come to an end by such a wonderful world that is around us now.
However, even with the fence now in place, the problems here are far from over, and that means more support is needed as the center continues to grapple with basic things as water.
We don't have electricity in this place. And also, we don't have, this is the only institution for the blind that do not have a school bus. Yes, this is the only place where we produce braille books. We have a lot of embossers here, but they are not used because we don't have electricity.
The 18,000 euros project was funded by the German government. German ambassador to Sierra Leone, Jens Cross-Marseille, said it is essential to have a secured environment for the education of the handicapped. He underscored the impact of education for a better and equal Sierra Leone.
He feels safe at a place of learning will achieve better results. When he has a good and fine environment with all the equipment, it's even much better.
The event also ignited calls for accessibility of persons with disability to public services, places and vehicles. Commissioner, National Commission for Persons with Disabilities, Vandy Kone, said now was the time to respect the provisions in the Disability Act, adding that people were going to be compelled to comply with the law. The Education Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired was established in 2001 in Grafton, Western Area Rural Districts. It became operational in 2013. Soe Kamara, SLBC News, Freetown.
Thank you for the good work for the blind in our school. Thank you for the good
efforts to address and improve solid waste management practices in rural but metropolitan cities across the country. A team from the Ministry of Local Government and Community Affairs has visited the Koidu New Slbc City Council dump sites in Bouma and the Kenema City dump site in Teluma. The structures were constructed by Wealth Hunger Hive in an effort to ensure that urban and rural areas are provided with sustainable waste management systems. Esther Susan Tibasi reports.
This inspection marks a significant step in the ministry's efforts to ensure the proper functioning and maintenance of these facilities. During the visit in Koidu, Minister Tamba Lamina reflected on the commissioning of the facility some 5 years ago, acknowledging the progress made so far, but also emphasized the need for continued oversight and management. He stressed the fact that the Koidu City Council must take greater ownership of the dump site to ensure that it remains clean and efficiently managed. Minister Lamina, however, expressed his dismay over certain areas of the facility which had been vandalized and destroyed by unknown individuals. He said that such acts of vandalism hinders the effective operation of the site and must be addressed as a matter of urgency. To address the issue, he has promised to summon a meeting with all the stakeholders in Koidu in an effort to discuss a new approach on how to better manage the facility. Minister Tamba Lamina and team has created a task force including ministry officials, local authorities, and other relevant stakeholders charged with the responsibility of ensuring a collaborative cleaning exercise at the site with the aim of restoring the facility to its full operational capacity. On another visit to the Kenema City dump site in Tiloma, the Deputy Minister of Local Government and Community Affairs, Alfred Jamiru, who was accompanied by the Director of Local Government, Brahma Newman Kombe, Paramount Chiefs, Section Chiefs, and representatives from the local trade unions, said the move was to further evaluate the state of waste management in the region and to assess the impact of previous efforts. Head of the Waste Management Project at Wealth Hunger Hive, Thomas Foray, gave the delegation a detailed tour of the facility. He explained the purpose of the various structures and their specific functions in waste management operations. Mr. Foray highlighted that the project, which has now entered its second phase, was made possible through funding from the German government's BMZ initiative. Deputy Minister of Local Government, Alfred Jamiru, said he was impressed with the dump site and appreciated Wealth Hunger Hive for their immense support and collaboration with the government and local authorities over the years, particularly in urban centers like Kenema and Koidu, as such partnerships helps to improve waste management infrastructure, ensuring the health and well-being of citizens and enhances the overall environmental quality of the cities. For SLBC News, Esther Susanette Bassi reporting.
From waste management effort by local governments in the country, we now turn over into fisheries and marine resources. As in a significant collaboration aimed at enhancing local fish farming, this Chinese ambassador has visited an experimental fish farming station in Bo. The visit was focused on discussions for potential support from China, particularly in the areas of technology transfer and infrastructure development on the breeding of fish in Sierra Leone. Stella Bangura tells us more.
Yeah, but the water is connected.
During the tour of the facility, which is designed to train fish farmers in the production of fingerlings, fish feed, and the operation of essential machinery for fish growth, Minister of Fisheries and Marine Resources, Princess Duba, emphasized the importance of capacity building for small-scale farmers in the area.
The experimental site really is to help cushion farmers, fisher folks that wants to go into aquaculture. So we will be producing the fingerlings and we'll be selling it at a very minimal cost so that they are able to bring up whatever they want to do in the aquaculture. So really it's about supporting them. People that are not able to spend a lot on aquaculture, we can help them, support them, train them. Here is really a training site.
The visit also included discussions on the potential for increased support from China, particularly in the areas of technology transfer and infrastructure development.
I think after the Chinese New Year Spring Festival, I can see the team of for the construction of the fishing hub.
Yes.
So
that's another piece.
And so after they come to here, I will maybe prepare call on some high-level officials in the ministry together with them, and maybe I also hope that we can provide support for their work here.
The ministry aims to establish comprehensive training programs for small-scale farmers to enhance their production capabilities and overall contribution to the local economy. Acting Director of Fisheries and Marine Resources, Sheikh Hussein, highlighted the significance of the facility in creating a self-sustaining aquaculture community.
One fish, one male and one female catfish, for example, can produce 1,000 eggs. And so what we do is to bring fish farmers, we train them how to do induced breeding. You can use hormone, for example, the ovulin hormone is what you use to inject the fish, and then the fish can do artificial breeding. You squeeze it and you have so much eggs from it. So we had done that several years ago. In fact, we have 5 private farmers now that are really doing well. This fish experimental farm has trained so many people. So that is what we do. We train them to build their capacity so they can do fish farming on their own.
As the ministry looks ahead, officials expressed optimism about the potential for fruitful collaborations with the Chinese embassy to broaden the impact of the experimental fish farming station. Continued efforts are anticipated to modernize the industry, safeguard food security, and enhance livelihoods through improved fish practices. With these visits, the Ministry of Fisheries is reaffirming its commitment to supporting local aquaculture development and enhancing collaboration with international partners, marking a transformative step towards a more sustainable and productive fish farming industry. SLBC News, Stella Bangura reporting.
Deputy Leader of Government Business, Honorable Bashiru Slbc, has led before the House the Convention on the Protection and Use of Transboundary Watercourses and International Lakes and Convention on the Law on the Non-Navigational Use of International Watercourses of 21st May 1997 for deliberations. Parliament has also looked into the Ministry of Mines and Mineral Resources with respect to financial transaction between the government and New Rock Metal Group. Here is the report. The laying of papers on the Convention on the Protection and Use of Transboundary Watercourses and International Lakes, Convention on the Protection and Use of Transboundary Watercourses and International Lakes as amended by law with decision, Convention on the Law on the Non-Navigational Uses of International Watercourses dated 21st May 1997 between the United Nations and the Government of Sierra Leone by the Deputy Leader of Government Business, Honorable Bashiru Slbc. Deputy Leader of Government Business, Honorable Bashiru Slbc also moved for the selection committee to be announced for the approval of the House. Addressing the House, Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Sengepo Solomon Thomas, said the ban on the parliamentary reporter Melvin Tijan Mansaye for what he called insulting conduct was still in force until Parliament decides otherwise. He added that he has observed several publications on the issue, but said that Melvin Tijan Mansaye was in contempt of Parliament.
The journalist was banned because he went beyond mere criticism to what we call in law insulting conduct. He insulted the integrity of this House and the members of Parliament. In criticizing Parliament, you have no reason to refer to members of parliament as useless.
In another development, the Public Accounts Committee, in continuation of hearing into the 2023 audit report, has looked into the Ministry of Mines and Mineral Resources with respect to financial transactions between the government and the Leone Rock Metal Group, and also issues arising from the mining concession and management of the rail and ports, in line with the Auditor General's report for 2023 financial year. Although the company presented documentations to suggest their compliance with financial obligation to government, Chairman Public Accounts Committee, Honorable Ibrahim Tawa-Conte, has made it expressly clear that the committee was no longer interested in receiving documents, but said that the company was going to pay back money they owe to the government as annual lease fee for the use of the rail and port facility, and also export fee.
The day the concession was granted to them, and what they have been doing with the rail and port, that is the facility and asset of government, if they have been using it, have they been paid? Did they pay in 2020? Did they pay in 2021? Did they pay in 2022? And 2023, an amount was agreed. So these are the issues that we are going to examine. So if they have not paid, let them tell us. If they did pay, let them provide the evidence.
However, Chief Technical Officer of Leone Rock Metal Group, Salim Silla, insisted that they have been consistent with payments. Honorable Ibrahim Tawa-Conte also expressed a similar stance for the various ministries, departments and agencies mentioned in the 2023 audit report, that Parliament will no longer tolerate the submission of documentation to the committee, but we receive missing monies instead. Slbc, Dennis Fraser reporting.
This is news reaching you live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television on channel 31. You can also catch us live on Facebook at Slbc TV Live. Continuing the news, and still ahead, we now focus attention on an issue of much public interest having to do with power supply to many parts of the city. In the midst of electricity shortage within the city, cold room owners and those who are into beverages are currently calling on authorities concerned to do a quick fix to the challenges of limited electricity supply in the capital. This came after the management of Electricity Distribution and Supply Authority informed the public of technical problems with the fuel pump of the car power ship, which is synonymous to a reduction in power generation. My colleague Cynthia Kamara takes up the story.
Business is not as normal here at Quamtech Ice Factory at Falcon Bridge, back of Manamatomo State. With over 50 functional freezers, none is operational due to shortage in electricity. On a normal day, the sound of both the meter and the freezers will welcome you. Had it not been the outage of electricity, this cold room would have been jam-packed with traders and retailers who come to purchase ice. But this is not the case, as it was confirmed by business people that they have been deprived of stable electricity, if at all they manage to get.
Where lights no day, customers and they can buy to me the water.
I sell ice blocks here. But as you can see, the water is yet to form ice because of the current light shortage. My customers are refusing to buy the ones available.
Customers and they can buy to me the water.
Light they come in terms of 3 hour, 4 hour, they don't come back. And when they come, it's income. Sometimes people don't make them markets them, and the police are ice. Where lights no day in the poil. In space of 5 to 6 hours, you don't get lights in the poil.
Mariatu Kamara, known for preparing delicious yogurt, and Fatmata Kanu, a beverage seller, confirm how devastating the outage of light is to their business.
This was salad to survive when picking and they pay school fee. All things. Then season they do like a color say. For me, start to pack the lights, drink no cold water, no cold. Lights no day. We not get lights.
This inconvenience came 2 days ago after the Management of Electricity Distribution and Supply Authority informed members of the public that the car power ship will temporarily reduce its power generation capacity, which has the tendency to reduce the total availability of power distribution. Consumers and retailers are, however, calling for swift measures as they are directly affected by the shortage. For Slbc News, Cynthia Kamara reporting.
Still on the issue, meanwhile, the communications manager, Electricity Distribution and Supply Authority, Sanebo, has told the SLBC during the Good Morning Sierra Leone program that the issue has been addressed and electricity supply has been restored in Freetown. As an excerpt of his statement.
Informing the general public, especially residents in Freetown, that due to correspondence we got from car power ship, that they have an issue with the fuel pump, and because of that, it requires immediate repairs and maintenance. And looking at all of the issues they highlighted to us, that is ETSA, and as you have said in the press release you just read, in a bid to maintain safety, integrity of the infrastructure, and also looking at standards of engineering operations, it was required for them to reduce on their generated capacity so that they can smoothly and seamlessly conduct repairs and maintenance work on the default fuel pump. So obviously, yesterday we also did receive a correspondence from car power ship stating clearly that repairs and maintenance work have concluded and they are going to increase on their generated capacity so that we can come back to normalcy. So obviously in the press release, what we made very clear as a responsible institution, if we have been receiving, let's say, 45 to 50 megawatts from car power and they've reduced to 30 megawatts, obviously there is going to be a deficit. And because of the deficit, it is required on our own part as a responsible institution to reduce, because we are aware and we know the impact on our customers. That was the main reason we issued out a press release to inform them that this is the status as it is. So the facts are, firstly, I didn't give you the press release, you just read before me. You got it, I don't know how you got it. So one thing, we are using all channels of communication. We've used the media, we've used social media, we have our Facebook accounts, we have WhatsApp groups, we have a chat box, we have we send to all radio stations for them to read out for us, and also we have bloggers around that we give for them to distribute it. So those are the method of distribution of our information. And I believe that, I mean, if you are watching TV, you will see that there is a press release. You have your phone, of course, whenever we share press releases and public notices, because everybody wants to know what's happening with electricity. Everybody have concerns. They read it. It goes via. If you put it on Facebook, it goes via. You see the comments on Facebook. Everybody's asking, when are you coming back? When are you going to restore power? What's happening here and there? So that's, for us, is a response to tell us that our information has gone out. So for us, that is what we are doing. Those are the channels we're using to ensure that we communicate to members of the public. There are times it depends on the nature of the fault. We also institute what we call community engagement. Also aware that these are the problems they are envisaging. But as I said, mostly if we have an issue, if we know it is going to affect like Buffet's community in particular, then we will embark on community engagement, have meetings with
That was communications manager Edsa Sanebo giving updates on the latest security, on the latest electricity issues in the capital. Yes, still with the news from the SLBC, and still in the news, Minister of Mines and Mineral Resources Julius Daniel Matai is currently leading a technical delegation to the Future Minerals Forum, or FMF 2025 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia's capital. The 3-day event, which kicked off on January 14, 2025 at the King Abdul Aziz International Conference Center, brings together government representatives, international organizations, and stakeholders to shape the future of minerals. The session creates the platform to discuss on the challenges facing Sierra Leone's mining sector, including the lack of value addition, limited exploration, investments, and inadequate infrastructure. Cynthia Kamara reports.
The Sierra Leone delegation was accompanied by Sierra Leone's ambassador, extraordinary and plenipotentiary in Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Mohamed S. Bari. The delegation participated in the 4th Future Mineral Reform Ministerial Roundtable discussion moderated by Honorable Dr. Kande Yumkela, Chairman of the Presidential Initiative on Climate Change, Renewable Energy and Food Security of the Republic of Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone's delegation includes Engineer Haji Dabo, Director General, National Mineral Agency, Joseph Leby, Acting Director of Geological Survey, NMA, and Alusain Timbo, Deputy Director of Mines, NMA. During the session, Minister Matai highlighted Sierra Leone's exceptional geology and diverse mineral resources. He emphasized the importance of critical minerals such as nickel and graphite for modern technologies, economics, and national security. Matai also discussed the challenges facing Sierra Leone's mining sector, including the lack of value addition, limited exploration investment, and inadequate infrastructure. He stressed on the need for international collaboration to address these challenges and unlock investment opportunities. The Future Minerals Reform provides a platform for Sierra Leone to engage with global stakeholders, discuss policy and investment opportunities, and build partnerships to support its national development. Sierra Leone delegation participated in the annual International Geological Survey meeting, which aims to promote international collaboration in geological surveying. The outcomes of the FMF are expected to enable Sierra Leone to unlock investment in critical mineral supply, accelerate infrastructure partnerships, and create resilience value chains. For Slbc News, Cynthia Kamara reporting.
Well, from the Future Minerals Health Conference in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, we now take a pause and go for a short break on the news.
Hello, we are NPSL Limited. Let us take you through the process of how to obtain the NP Energy Pass. First, come to NP headquarters and request for the card. Then, our sales attendants will take you through the process and direct you to the bank to make payment into the NP account. After making payment at the bank, please come to NP with the bank slip. You will be given a form to fill in some personal details. After filling the form, please leave it with our sales attendant who will complete the customer registration process and give you any further information you require. Also note that your card will be created later and you will receive an SMS notification for pickup. During pickup, please confirm from the sales attendant how to change your PIN code. Be guarded! Your PIN code is your personal identification number. Do not expose it. If you do, you may lose all the money in your account. And please note that NP Energy Pass Card can work both on and offline. And thank you for choosing to use our NP Energy Pass Card services. Be assured of quality service because we put our customers first. For more on our customer care services, contact the following: 333-232-30900262 or 2323-0900-155 or email us on npsl@npgroup-ltd.com. Thank you for choosing NP.
You are watching News live on the SLBC. Welcome back from the short break. We now take a segment within the news, beginning with our international news.
Hello and welcome to International News with me, Cynthia Kaman. Oil giant BP is to cut about 4,700 staff, more than 5% of its total workforce, as part of its plans to cut costs. The Bridges Farm, which has a total workforce of about 90,000 people, confirmed the job losses on Thursday, which has not said how many roles will be affected in each country it operates in. An email to staff also confirmed that about 3,000 contractor positions will also be axed this year. BP employs about 16,000 people in the UK, of which 6,000 are based in petrol and service stations and will not be affected by the cuts. Chief Executive Moray Achin-Close, who announced last year his intention to simplify the business, is understood to have a cost reduction target of $2 billion United States dollars by the end of 2026, of which $500 million United States dollars is to be saved this year. Sir Keir Starmer has made his first trip to Kyiv as Prime Minister, vowing to put Ukraine in the strongest possible position in 2025. Arriving on Thursday morning, he accompanied Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to lay flowers at a wall of remembrance for those killed in the war with Russia, telling reporters the UK will never let up on giving the necessary support to Ukraine. The trip is taking place to mark what Downing Street has called a landmark 100-year partnership pact with Ukraine. The agreement will finalize economic and military support already pledged to the country. His visit comes just days before Donald Trump is set to re-enter the White House. After soldiers set down the wreath, Sir Keir and President Zelensky placed their bouquets at the foot of the wall outside St. Michael's Golden Dome Monastery. The Kyiv landmark is covered in photos of the dead and has been a place of pilgrimage for grieving families to pay tribute. Horses and donkeys are crucial for transport and trade in Ethiopia, yet little attention is paid to their welfare. Brook, an international charity dedicated to improving the lives of working horses, donkeys and mules, says deceased animals are often abandoned and left to wander the streets. Now, vets are trying to raise awareness about their health and welfare among the cart drivers who rely on them for their income. Molugeti Alimi studied veterinary medicine after witnessing the widespread abuse of horses. He used to work for Brook and now works for Amen Veterinary Clinic. Abandoned horses on the street are affected by two diseases. Abandoned horses on the road are affected by two diseases: ulcerative lumpian charges and epizootic lumpian charges, he says. Alumos said as a result, they sometimes have to euthanize the most severe injured or sick animals. It is believed that there are about 250,000 cart horses in Ethiopia. The death toll in a month-long standoff between police and miners trapped while working illegally in an abandoned gold mine in South Africa has risen to at least 87, police said Thursday. Authorities face growing anger and a possible investigation over their initial refusal to help the miners and instead smoke them out by cutting off their food supplies. National Police spokesperson Alanda Martin said 78 bodies were retrieved in a court-ordered rescue operation, with 246 survivors also pulled out from deep underground since the operation began on Monday. Matthew said 9 other bodies have been recovered before the rescue operation without giving details. Community groups launched their own rescue attempt when authorities said last year they would not help the hundreds of miners because they were criminals. The miners are suspected to have died of starvation and hydration, although no causes of death have been released. Well, that's it for international news. With me, Cynthia Kamara.
Gratitude indeed to Cynthia Kamara for the international news summary. From there, we now go over to our entertainment desk for some entertainment news.
Hello and welcome to Entertainment News with me, Esther Susanette Bassi. In this edition, Star Haji is set to release a new song titled Life Cable, and Erasmo organizes One Love Peace Concert. Stay with us. Welcome back. Now, Sierra Leonean artist based in America, Slbc, has been in the industry for years, even before traveling back to the United States. Though he went on the low, the star is back in the game, and he has done several featuring with many of our home stars, like Kiss the Threat Son, Bokiro, and many more on songs like Fall in Love and Trangais.
You got me fall in love. You got me thinking about you. You got me fall in love. Cause I love the special things you do. You got me fall in love. You got me dreaming about you. You got me fall in love.
Now, Mustafa Bayo, popularly known as Slbc, is set to dish out another new song titled Life Cable, featuring I-Tribe.
Slbc, I-Tribe.
Now you know me life cable. Me not care what you bring to the table. Now you know me life cable. Me not care what you bring to the table. To the table. Now you know me life cable.
As he's set to release his extended playlist this year, the star called on Sierra Leoneans to follow him, view, and like all his songs on all social media handles.
More music, my EP they come this year, 2025. So I get like a lot of collaborations them because all my songs right now are collaborations. Maybe inside the EP I get for put 1 or 2 songs I do individually. So that's what I work on right now.
As you say collaboration, who are you going to collaborate with for?
I get Kiss the Threat Son on my songs. I get Bokiro of Liberia, one of the best MCs rap in Africa as a whole. Then now I get Eddie 441 who I work on. Then I get Jake and Stex who I try for work, do a collaboration with, and more to come, more salon artists.
And now, in order to foster inclusion and promote understanding, Rasmo, a renowned local artist, has organized One Love Peace Concert at Echowa Street with the theme Challenges of Being Homeless. Rasmo used music as a medium to uplift and inspire persons living with disabilities. This concert was indeed colorful. Well, to know more on that, let's join Esther Nene Kamara to know how it went.
The event featured captivating performances from Rasmo himself, whose lyrics resonate deeply with the audience, delivering a message of hope and resilience. In a remarkable demonstration of talent, disabled individuals took to the stage, showcasing their abilities through electrifying dance routines. This not only highlights their artistic potential, but also challenged societal stereotypes about disability. A key highlight of the concert was a mind-lifting session, where a motivational speaker encouraged attendees to view disability through a lens of capability rather than limitation. The session also emphasized the importance of collective responsibility in creating a more inclusive society. Rasmus stated that the concert was a call to action, noting that music has the power to unite regardless of the circumstances.
I gathered these people here today because as a Rastafari, my spiritual ambition is to reach the marginalized people and to help them, to give them the inspiration, to give them the hope through the music and being with them so that we can foster the peace and unity amongst ourselves.
Participants expressed their gratitude for the platform, noting that it's not only celebrate their abilities, but also shed light on the need for greater societal support. This remarkable event demonstrated the power of music and unity in breaking barriers and fostering inclusion. For Slbc News in Freetown, Esther Nene Kamara reporting.
Thanks to Esther Nene Kamara for that report. Well, that's all we have for this edition of the Entertainment News. I have been your presenter, Esther Susanette Bassi. Tata.
Thanks indeed to Esther Susanette Bassi for bringing us those exciting and entertaining scenes which put some smiles on the faces of persons with disability. Well, from Entertainment's desk, it's now time for sports updates.
Hello and welcome to Sports Updates on News Hour. I am your host, Esther Marie Samura. In this edition of the Sport News, seasoned sport journalist Samuel Brema Mathieu of Rupert Radio was found dead in Freetown, Waterloo community on Thursday, 16th January 2025. It was reported that he went to work on Wednesday before his death. Later that day, it was announced that he had been missing. The Sports Writers Association of Sierra Leone, in a press release, stated that it was deeply saddened to announce the brutal murder of a dear esteemed colleague who, until his death, was an active and valued member to the association. His tragic demise has led to many calling for a thorough investigation into the said matter. May his soul rest in peace. In the news also, East Alliance Football Club came from the back to defeat Freetown City FC by 2-1 in the Sierra Leone Men's Premier League. The match, which was staged at the approved school venue in Freetown, attracted hundreds of supporters. Here is the report. Freetown City Football Club initially took the lead with a stunning goal from Sam J. Koma in the 19th minute into the first half. But East Alliance Football Club responded with an equalizer from informed striker Musa Noah Kamara at almost end of the first half. Their comeback followed a decisive second goal from Musa Noah Kamara again, who struggled his way to the 18-yard arc of FCFC in the 80th minute into due regulation that secured their two straight victory. Hundreds of supporters were entertained with clinical display of skills from both sides, but East Lions FC later took charge of the match. This, according to Lions coach Mohamed Lamin Kamara, was part of his strategies of securing all 3 points.
We worked on tactics after conceding that goal. We had to bring in our right back into the midfield, and then because they were man-marking our boys in the midfield, so bringing another man there to have a spearman, and that gave us the equalizing goal. And then coming to the tail end of the second half again, we added another striker, and having like 2 strikers up front there, I know it's not be easy for them, and so that gave us the winning. This remain focused, and want to give our fans this kind of joy that we are giving them now, and then at the end of whatever happens.
Musa Noah Kamara was able to break the deadlock, netting a brace that gave the Killers the win against Freetown City Football Club, and was named player of the match. He commended his teammates for always coming through for him, and as well as his fans for their unwavering support and for always believing in him. So far, East Lions seemed to be composed since the commencement of the league. Well, that's it for Sports Updates and News. I have been a presenter, Esther Marie Samura. Goodbye, keep watching Slbc.
Many thanks to Esther Marie Samura for the sports updates. On the tragic one there for the sports loving family on the tragic death of Samuel Brema Kamara, former sports journalist. We say on behalf of management and staff, may his soul rest in perfect peace. But from sport, that's how bring news are to a close. But before that, a recap of your headlines. Minister of Foreign Affairs Timothy Kabar has, in a press briefing, told journalists that the ambassador to Guinea, Mr. Alimami Bangura, has been called to Freetown to provide a full account of an allegation relating to a vehicle belonging to the embassy of Sierra Leone held by Guinean authorities on suspicion of possession of substances suspected to be cocaine. Parliament has committed the Sierra Leone Social Protection Bill 2024 to the Legislative Committee for further scrutiny. The bill seeks to promote and advance the social and economic well-being of vulnerable persons and to establish a legal and institutional framework for social protection programs. And Sierra Leone's Minister of Mines and Mineral Resources, Julius Daniel Matai, is currently leading a technical delegation to the Future Minerals Forum 2025 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The three-day event brings together government representatives, international organizations, and stakeholders to shape the future of the mineral sector globally. And that's all we have time for in this edition of News Hour. Many thanks for watching. And of course, thanks indeed for the pleasure of your company. Also stay tuned for a fresh edition of the news coming your way tomorrow starting at 8 a.m. Until then, I'm Dennis Fraser. Keep watching the public service broadcaster, your trusted news source and the authentic voice of Sierra Leone. Have a good night.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance.
Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever.
Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here, we've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
We are Freetown!
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
the taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody.
We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
the greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours. The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river
and the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown, Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey from there. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
An issue of discussion throughout this week, and what has been a call from people is that EDSA did not inform the public with regards to that.
Well, sorry to say, but you've just read out public notice that's coming from EDSA, and that is an evidence to show that we did inform the public accordingly. So yes, of course, a few days ago, 2 days in particular, I think on the 13th of this month, we did issue out a press release informing the general public, especially residents in Freetown, that due to correspondence we got from Kapashi, that they have an issue with the fuel pump, and because of that, it requires immediate repairs and maintenance. And looking at all of the issues they highlighted to us, that is EDSA, and as you have said in the press release you just read, in a bid to maintain safety, integrity of the infrastructure, and also looking at standards of engineering operations, it was required for them to reduce on their generated capacity so that they can smoothly and seamlessly conduct repairs and maintenance work on the default fuel pump. So obviously, yesterday we also did receive a correspondence from Kapashi stating clearly that repairs and maintenance work have concluded, and they are going to increase on their generated capacity so that we can come back to normalcy. So obviously in the press release, what we made very clear as a responsible institution, if we have been receiving, let's say, 45 to 50 megawatts from Car Power, and they've reduced to 30 megawatts, obviously there is going to be a deficit. And because of the deficit, it is required on our own part as a responsible institution to reduce or to increase on our load shedding activity. So for instance, if we used to have 50% of distribution within the network, we'll now have to reduce it to 25 to 20%. So that's really within the city. So because we are aware and we know the impact on our customers, that was the main reason we issued out a press release to inform them that this is the status as it is.
So like apart from putting out press releases, whatever that means does EDSA use? Because when you go out to the state, people tell you we are not even informed that because not everybody can read, not everybody can listen to the radio, neither the television. What that means does EDSA go out to pass out this information to people when there is a power cut?
So the facts are, firstly, I didn't give you the press release you just read before me. You got it, I don't know how you got it. So one thing, we are using all channel of communication. We've used the media, we've used social media, we have our Facebook accounts, we have WhatsApp groups, we have chat box, we have we'll send to all radio stations for them to read out for us, and also we have bloggers around that we give for them to distribute it. So those are the method of distribution of our information, and I believe that, I mean, if you are watching TV, you will see that there is a press release. You have your phone, of course. Whenever we share press releases and public notices, because everybody wants to know what's happening with electricity. Everybody have concerns. They will read it. It goes viral. If you put it on Facebook, it goes viral. You see the comments on Facebook. Everybody's asking, when are you coming back? When are you going to restore power? What's happening here and there? So that's, for us, is a response to tell us that our information has gone out. So for us, that is what we are doing. Those are the channels we're using to ensure that we communicate to members of the public. There are times it depends on the nature of the fault. We also institute also called community engagement. Also aware that these are the problems they are envisaging. But as I said, mostly if we have an issue, if we know it is going to affect like Bufi's community in particular, then we will embark on community engagement. Have meetings with stakeholders within Bufi's communities and inform them about a planned outage. That's a planned outage, because we plan it, we believe it's best for us to inform and engage so that people will fully understand and also trust the process that this is the reason and it will be resolved at this particular time.
Yes, but just as my colleague Esther was emphasizing, the other day following your ETSA program here at the SLBC, of course, you made mention of CAPA being upbeat. There were certain individuals, because these are concerns we gather from even citizens that complain ETSA that they've been really experiencing power and shortage before even the CAPA ship maintenance. For people living in the eastern part of it and that have been benefiting from CAPA and ships and supply, electricity supply to them, they have also raised this similar sentiment. What have you to say in that regard?
That is where you got it all wrong. To say that people living in the east are not connected to the supply coming from CAPA. We synchronize all our sources of power generation. Okay. Whether it's coming from CAPA, whether it's coming from Bumuna, whether it's coming from Makos, whether it's coming from CLSG, whether it's coming from Nigata or Watsila, they all have been synchronized and have been sent to one bus bar to ensure that you distribute to all residents of Freetown. So the power you get here is the power we send to the eastern part of Freetown. It's not that they don't benefit, but you've not seen any generator pumping power in the eastern part of Freetown. So we synchronize. So the only thing about the east is we have said it several times. There are certain parts within the eastern part of Freetown that have limitations in terms of the network. For instance, if a certain community requires like 5 megawatts, probably because of network limitations, we cannot transport 5 megawatts. Because if we transport 5 megawatts, that's going to destroy the network entirely. So we decide to say let's supply for 4.5 megawatts that the network can accommodate. And in that situation, we obviously have to share certain areas so that, if you have power for 18 hours or you have power for 12 hours, another community will have for 12 hours. So yes, of course, we are doing load shedding in certain parts of the eastern part of Freetown, but for the central business districts and west and far west, we are to a certain extent comfortable in the supply distribution chain, because we ensure that on a daily basis, except if there are sectional or partial issue, or for instance we have a national issue that is being communicated, then customers will experience it.
Again,
but normally you will also agree with me that of course we've improved on our supply capacity. It's been a while you've not even had press release from ETA. It's been a while you've not had outcries around people complaining about.
Are you sure been a while? Are you sure about that, Sanepo?
So what I'm saying is there are several reasons that will lead to power outage. You have the minor ones and you have the major ones. You have the minor ones that are inevitable. They are bound to happen. For instance, if this community experience bank pole, a truck is passing by and does of course it will create power outage. That is not actually an issue that comes from ETA, even though we'll come in, we'll investigate and we'll try to restore power. But that is one thing that have been creating power outages in certain communities. We have vandalism. If an unknown person does have entrance into our infrastructure, vandalize cables.
All right, Sanepo, let's narrow down now on the issue at hand.
So
I will allow you to make a point. I will allow you to make a point. Let's narrow down on the issue at hand. The issue about the car power ship maintenance, the planned shutdown, as you rightly put it. this safely brings us to the question that people have been yearning to ask. When we put premium on transmission, and not on electricity generation, we've seen a test case in the plant shut down by car power ship, and we've seen, the effect it has caused around, especially the western part of Freetown. What have you to say that regards?
So again, let's get this. I just want to demystify some assertions that are not correct.
Okay.
Let's get this very clear. Car power ship did not shut down. They did not shut down.
Okay.
They just reduced on their generated capacity. For instance, they were giving us 50 megawatts.
And then we see the quantum of security outage in the
So I'm coming.
Imagine if they had shut down.
I'm just stating the facts.
Okay,
I
go on,
work
please.
there, I know what's happening. So, as I said, Canberra ship did not shut down.
Okay.
I said again, for instance, you saw it in the press release that they have reduced to 30 megawatts. That is to tell you there is still power available. All what happened was because the power that was available was not enough to distribute to every customer within.
So is
the
car
West
power
Africa.
ship the only means?
It's not the only means.
So why is
for
it
now,
whenever there's an issue we
let me
feel
talk.
the brunt
So we
of
have
it?
several sources of generation. We know in the range we have Bumbuna that gives the bulk power. So equally so, we are in the dries. It is car power ship that gives us the bulk power.
The only?
Not the only that gives us the bulk power. Bumbuna is still on, but it generates at a reduced capacity because of they don't have much water running down the dams now.
What of CLSG?
So CLSG is not supplying to Freetown. CLSG is supplying to the provinces, Bo, Kenema, and Kono. We have solar, also we have Marcos in the northern part of Freetown, but that's also sends of power in the grid. We obviously, as I said, we have car power. So at this time of the year, it is car power that has our base load. That's what we call it base load. They give us the highest generated capacity.
Okay.
All other sources of generation complement what car power ship gives us. So now we put them all together to have the total. So the press release you read just focused on car power ship. We didn't delineate on what is being given to us by the other generated sources. No, we only focus on car power ship because it is our base load and because we know due to the fact that they've reduced on their generated capacity, it's going to affect our overall operational activities with regards to distribution and supply of electricity. That's why we inform the public. It doesn't mean that car power ship is the only source of generation. As I've stated, we have other sources of generation.
All right, thank you very much. Continue to take us in the program. It's a NEPO Communications Manager, Electricity Supply and Distribution Authority. We continue the program. We want to take a look now on another issue for discussion. Commercial transport operators have called for effective traffic lights at Aberdeen Road and Freetown junctions, and they say the facilities rather at those intersections have not been working properly. Government installed traffic lights to mitigate traffic congestion in the country, but it has really taken another twist. Our reporter Esther Susanet Basi takes up the story.
Some months ago, the traffic lights in Freetown were installed and began operating as part of the pilot project that was launched in October 2023. This initiative was introduced as a test match in key areas, including Aberdeen Road and Freetown Road. The installation of these traffic lights in the said areas was meant to address issues of traffic congestion, especially during peak and rush hours. Even though commercial transport workers lauded the initiative, they also raised concerns regarding the timing, stating that there was still huge traffic at Aberdeen and Freetown Junction.
We are finding it difficult as riders. Those that are coming from Wilkins Road, Aberdeen and Freetown Junction sometimes cause traffic jams because they all run at the same time. These lights, which are supposed to serve as a caution to commercial vehicles and thereby reducing traffic congestion, experience a bulldoze from riders especially.
The traffic lights
fine, yes.
Inasmuch as the traffic lights are a good initiative and have tended to reduce pressure, on the other hand, the malfunctioning of these lights have resulted to danger. Last week, we experienced a fatal accident because of these traffic lights.
So 19 caused the traffic, caused the accident. If they're able to adjust for it, then we will really appreciate. But the traffic lights, yes, it's okay.
Pedestrians lauded the government for the traffic lights, stating that it had eased the risk of accidents, thereby enforcing patience and orderliness.
Pedestrians are finding it difficult crossing the road due to fluctuation of these lights. I suggest proper sensitization must be done in order to avoid chaos on the road.
However, Alfred Moore has a contrary view.
The traffic lights for me cause delay, especially for us moving up and down. Sometimes we walk with time, but too many traffic lights on the streets cause serious delays.
The introduction of the traffic lights was supported by World Bank through the Integrated and Resilient Urban Mobility Project. The venture has been largely appreciated by members of the public who perceive it as a step in the right direction. SLBC News, Esther Suzanette Bassi reporting.
Well, that was my colleague Esther Suzanette Bassi regarding concerns from members of the public around the traffic lights being installed around Aberdeen Road Junction and of course the Freetown Junction intersection. We want to further that discussion from one that we've been joined in the studio by Engineer Chegno Jallo from the Ministry of Transport and Aviation. Good morning, Engineer. Welcome to the program. All right, start off by giving us, first of all, what's your take so far so good with, of course, the operations of the traffic lights ever since they've been installed by your ministry, with support of your ministry?
So, the Integrated and Resilient Urban Mobility Project under the Ministry of Transport has installed a traffic signal at 7 intersections. And normally Aberdeen Road, Mauritania intersection, Congo Cross and Ferry Junction. So these traffic signals, we have tested them and currently they are operating at 6 intersections and with the exception of Congo Cross. So they have been on that test. We did series of tests. We started by few hours. We went to one full day test and peak hour test and 7 days test. So currently the traffic signals are operating, but at the same time, we are also performing on-the-job training. That means we are training engineers from SLRA to take up the responsibility at the end of the day after we have completed the installation and the operations for certain period. Then the facility is going to be handed over to SLRA because they are responsible to manage traffic signals. So currently that training is ongoing with the SLRA engineers, with our consultant that we recruited to perform that duties.
Engineer, although this is a test case, like you're saying, for many parts of the city, but the concern is that it has not been effective so far. I mean, in fact, for commercial motorists and even private motorists, they are saying that they are being confused using these roads, especially in the western part of Freetown, because no sooner it changes to green, as it starts moving, it goes red again. And you, of course, you can imagine the kind of risk that will pose having to motorists.
No, I think everybody should know that the light should be green, yellow, and red. So, and with all these indicators, you have time frame for them. So, for example, when we say red, if you are a driver or you are a pedestrian, if it shows red at your own section, if you are a driver, it means you are to stop. Then if it shows yellow, that means you are to prepare. That means you have to prepare. There is a signal coming for you soon. So either it can be red or yellow. So if you were in the red position, then it shows yellow, it means it's coming to be green. So you should prepare within those yellow period for you to move, because when the light turns green, then it means you have to go.
And I know that it's a learning process for the drivers. They are becoming accustomed to this, because the red, amber, and even the green, they are really becoming accustomed to it. The points they are raising is the time frame, because normally it's from it's counting down from 65 or so down to 0, then it changes to amber or to green, signaling you to start moving. But the time frame, they are complaining now that no sooner it turns green, as you start moving, it will quickly change to red. So the malfunctionality of the old traffic signals is the concern, is what is at issue here.
So let me tell you one thing with timing on traffic signals. The timing is a circle. Just like when you have your perfect circle, that's the way traffic signals operate. So whatever you do at one intersection, it will affect the other intersection.
So is that surprising to say there is no malfunctioning with the traffic signals?
No, let me just land.
Okay.
Let us say you have 60 seconds as a circle for the operations of the entire traffic signals at that intersection. So within these 60 seconds, or let us say 90 seconds, it can be 60, 90, or 120. Within this period, you have to distribute this time adequately on all the approaches and all the users of that intersection.
Okay.
So if you say you will increase for one direction, it will affect the others coming from the other direction. So because you have to distribute all this time within these users, both the pedestrians and the vehicles in all the approaches.
Okay.
So
there is a challenge with regards, as we have been talking on the signals. So at the eastern, especially this ferry junction, when it comes to these arrows, how does they operate? Because many times you see the signal will be turning this direction, and you see the vehicles moving up and down. So how does it work?
Thank you very much. I think if anybody is listening now, I think it's good that you observe this. I have also witnessed what you are trying to say. For Ferry Junction, you can see there is a kind of arrows showing that, I'm going to give an example. If you are coming from Upgon, you are going to Shell. When you reach at Ferry Junction, so what you will witness is, you will see there is a separation of arrows. You have the one that is showing you should go left. The one is showing you should go straight and you do your right turn. So in this case, whenever you are going left turn, those that are moving straight should stop. That's why that time you will see it is red. So when you are going straight, that means those that are going left should stop, because we don't want a conflict. If somebody is coming from Shell and he wants to go to Upgon and you are going left, then it means you are going to have a conflict at the intersection. So that's why we ensure that those that are going left, at that moment they have to stop. It will show red for them, but those that are going straight, they will have the time to move. So that it will prevent those conflicts. Okay, so you stated that this is a test case. So in this project, is there any provision for doing awareness raising? Because that is the reason why there have been a lot of concerns by this set of people, because they don't understand these different signals and how these street lights works. So I think since the start of this project, there has been awareness raising, and there has been stakeholder engagement. Since the start of this project, you can attest that we have been here all the time. So in that light, what we have also done is to engage Talking Drum Studio for them to go to these intersections and do for them skits and also sensitize the people at the intersections. Because what we did, because we said not everybody will be looking TV, will be listening to radios, but let us have on the ground training.
That's why we hired Talking Drum Studio. They went to the site, and the contract is still on. They are going to the site to engage the pedestrians so that they can sensitize them and they learn how to use these traffic signals. And we have created short videos which we have distributed on WhatsApp so that people can learn how traffic signals operate. As well as the consultant that we recruited, we also asked them that they go to the site so that they can train the police, because the police are always at the intersection, so that the police can also pass on the message.
Do you work with the drivers union, because they are more challenged with regards to understanding these traffic lights, how they work? Because many times when you sit in a car, you see the light is already on, and you see the driver will just move without even understanding the signal, especially these bike riders.
So the drivers union, we have been working with them, like I mentioned, since the start of this project. That's why we are able to transform the informal sector to a formal company, wherein they are currently operating the buses. But the challenge is, it is difficult to get everybody on board. You can call meetings, but few will attend, and maybe this again they will not take these messages to their constituents and their colleagues. So these are all challenges that we are facing. But we are doing our engagement, and we will continue to do it.
So lastly, engineer, so you are safely telling us that the traffic signals have not malfunctioned as when commuters are claiming.
So in terms of malfunctioning, I cannot say they have not malfunctioned. There were issues, like currently we are still having issue with the intersection at Congo Cross. So there were issues, as I mentioned this morning in the radio, that first of all, when we installed traffic signals, what people did was to come and vandalize the cables. They cut the cables, and we are left that it took us some time. We are unable to install it, to operate or to start operations of the traffic signals. So, and later on, on this process, when we are trying to fix up this vandalism, then also this maybe will sound funny a bit, but we had rats cutting those cables. So all these are challenges that we tried to.
I know you have a proper fix of that issue, and I believe that's the same for the one around the railway line intersection around the Shaka Stephen Lodge thing, which was never been spotted. Of being powered, but that is engineer Chino Jallo from the Ministry of Transport and Aviation. He's been speaking to us on the installation of the traffic signals around the western and some part of the eastern part of Freetown. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone.
It's original palm soup base, and this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available Brown Gold natural cocoa powder, Sunny Gold brown sugar, neat fufu flour, shito, pisa, and moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
Good Morning Sierra Leone, reaching you live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television on channel 31. We've been having a fruitful conversation here this morning, and of course dealing with several issues which will be of a paramount concern. Where we want to further now on another issue in the program.
Well, the Sierra Environmental Education Foundation is an organization that does water samples in Potloko, Western Area, Moa River, and other streams. They want to embark on cleaning streams and rivers. Well, the head of the organization, B.B. Kamara, is an environmental chemist and an engineer from George Mason University in the USA. For more on that, we have in the studio Mr. Bye Kamara, and he's from the Sierra Leone Environmental Education Foundation. Good morning, welcome to the program. Okay, so hearing this, it sounds strange, you embarking on cleaning streams and rivers. Let us know what prompted such action.
Well, this foundation, Sierra Environmental Education Foundation, was founded in 2014, back when I was doing my PhD, first PhD. So after that, after I finished my PhD, the organization came. Every year I come to Sierra Leone, sometimes once, sometimes twice, to embark on cleaning streams, collecting samples, go back to the US and actually perform find what are the problems with the water system in Sierra Leone. We do publication and publish them and keep doing this. And then last year, 2 years ago, I started cleaning Lumley Beach. And this year, last year, we proposed a program to come to Sierra Leone to do a 2-day cleaning program. When I came back, there was kind of a problem with the logistics, so we had to narrow it to say we're just gonna clean for a day. So we choose Saturday, this coming Saturday, where we're gonna clean Lumley Beach, because I've already done the survey. We know where we have to clean, and we've involved a lot of other stakeholders.
Okay.
I mean the government, and for them to be able to help, like City Council will be able to provide us with 2 vehicles for us to come out and really do the cleaning.
Okay, so you have been collecting samples. What have been the results of the samples that you've collected?
Oh, the results of the samples were like, the Sierra Leone is really contaminated had a lot of contaminants like metals and like cyanide and all sorts of stuff. But it's really hard to have a breakthrough when you have those publications. You want to come to government to give them those results, but you're going to have roadblocks on the way. So there's not much I can do. All I have to do is to do my publication and continue working until last year I actually have an audience with Dr. Yunkela, who is now the chairman of the initiative and climate change initiative. So he gave me audience. So what I can tell you, I have hopes that in future things are going to improve.
All right, very well. So now, Mr. Kamara, part of this your initiative to really sanitize and streams rivers, you'll be engaging with locals. How have been their input in so far as this initiative is concerned?
Well, can I have the question again?
You've been engaging with locals whilst you embark on this very important idea you are rolling out. What has been their level of support to this initiative?
Well, the level of support has been really positive. Like I said, I started in Putloko as a pilot program. The people have been really coming. I've been actually working with youths to really engage them, for them to be able to come out and help. And it's been really supportive. They've been coming out. When I started in Freetown, it's also been really, really effective. And last year we did 2 programs at the Lumley Beach, and we had to do a lot of stuff. So people are really engaging. And for this one coming, my purpose of actually coming to the studio today is to really, because I don't have the time to go to these different institutions to talk to them, to give out, planning to go to Fulbe College and other institutions to talk to them, to come out and support us, to come and volunteer. So I had to actually embark on this project for me to come here and invite people to really, mostly students, if you are in Jala or everywhere, come out and support us on Saturday, so that we all can have a really clean environment.
Okay, so when we look at our streams and rivers, it is full of plastic pollution. Yes. So as an environmentalist, what would you say with regards streams and rivers being polluted by plastic?
Well, those are anthropogenic activities that caused by me, you, and every other people. Because when that's for example, in Freetown now, everybody's drinking bottled water, everybody's drinking plastic water. When you finish drinking, you don't have nowhere to put it, but just do it. So that's where the causes come from. And all these things, when there is rain, what happens? All this stuff, this garbage goes into our water systems, and it has been a problem. Yeah.
So as an environmentalist, how would you want this to be curbed? Because plastic pollution is really taking over.
Yeah. As an environmental chemist and an engineer, is for us the awareness that we are creating, educating people about the effect of you throwing after drinking. There's an effect if you do that, because not only there is a health for the human being, there's also health for our wildlife, animals in the water. So we have to really be careful what we do as human beings, because it's gonna affect other people also. So
as you'll be embarking on this cleaning on streams and rivers, what who are your partners with regards to making this drive successful?
Okay, for this coming drive, I've been engaged with a lot of banks. Yeah, I've been the problem in Sierra Leone, like I'm in US, I teach there. So when you write letters, almost these emails will, when you send emails, those emails will bounce back. So you have to send in physical letters. So when I came in, I came in 2 weeks ago. I've been embarking on sending this message. So I think I have partnership with the banks and partnership with the phone companies. So it's just a matter of engagement for them to be able to support us. Yeah.
So take us to, of course, Mr. Kamara. Your intention is not only to, sanitize streams and rivers, of course. You agree with me as an environmental chemist, and of course, someone who is really knowledgeable about how rural life is in Sierra Leone. You realize that in most rural areas, residents, they depend for their livelihood sustenance. They depend on their rivers and their streams, yes. Which is really like their primary source of water, yes. For even drinking, cooking, and whatnot. But you see level of pollution, like my colleague Esther was saying, it's unprecedented. It's really in a massive scale. Yeah. When you move to the provinces, yeah. You see the level of pollution that has really caused. And now that you are helping government in this light, like Esther was saying, what has really been the collaboration between that? Because this is not a one-man business. Yeah, and I know you are not working in silos. Yeah, like I said, I've been trying to involve government. Like I said, I talked to Dr. William Keller. I've made an attempt to speak to the vice president and other government officials. And it's really hard to have a breakthrough when you go to these offices to talk to these people. It's really hard. But what I'm trying to establish here, my purpose here is not only to clean the rivers. I'm also here to collect about 20 samples. I'm working on a project called pharmaceutical and personal care products. Okay. There and also PFAS. So I'm looking at, when I collect these samples, Buma Valley has given me access. I'll be going to all of their dams to collect those samples. I'll be working with other rivers to collect them, to collect these samples and take them back to the US in my laboratory and do those testing and report back. All right, thank you very much. Going to stay with us in the program is Mr. Bai Kamara, of course, from the George Mason University in the United States of America, speaking to us there on, of course, his expedition as an environmental chemist. Quickly want to move now to another issue. Well, last but not the least, it is around entertainment, and of course, we want to spice up your day a little bit with it. The Tenka Tribe is an Afro house music duo based in Sierra Leone, made up of Tennyson Ngubi, Spongo, I hope I got that correctly. My producer is looking at me. A DJ and producer from Zimbabwe, and Kabasise, vocalist and producer from Sierra Leone. Together, they fuse African rhymes with modern electronic beats, creating vibrant, colorful tracks. Their music celebrates cultural diversity and aims to connect Sierra Leone's music scenes with global Afro house movement, and of course taking our music internationally. The debut track, specifically meaning we have arrived, signifies bold entrance into 2025, ushering the year of great hope. In the studio, we have been joined by Tennyson Ngobi, a DJ and producer. Mr. Ngobi, I hope I got your name correctly.
Thank you very much for having me. You are almost there. It's Ngube.
Ngube. Quickly, before talking to Mr. Ngobe, let's take some of his tracks been lined up to spice up the discussion this morning.
I just thought I'd remind you that my heart beats for you. Every notification of our fellows that I hope you're sending it me.
Forever
Yeah, you have it. Of course, that is part of the It's songs being produced by, of course, Tenzin Gobe, of course, or Spongo, a DJ and producer here in Sierra Leone. Welcome again to the SLBC.
Thank you very much, Matthew.
Yes, of course. Your songs really resonate with the Sierra Leone culture, and of course, our own setting, a traditional setting here in Sierra Leone, and of course you are mixing it with your compatriot or of course your partner over there at Zimbabwe. Before going into the songs you make, how did that collaboration came to be?
Well, I go by the name Spongo. That's the name I go by. I'm from Zimbabwe. I've been in Sierra Leone for 4 years now. I met this talented artist called April. I'm sure maybe you have heard one of his songs, Away, that is currently trending. I'm very passionate about Afro house music because the way the music sounds, it touches your soul. The beats, they do something to you when you hear the music. So this passion is what led me to collaborating with April into starting what we now call Tenga Tribe, which is Tenga is a shortcut of our names, Tencent and Kaba. And we started producing Afro house music in October 2024. We've managed to produce about 8 tracks up to now that are ready to be released. We've released one, Sifile, that was released on the 31st of December, and we are releasing tomorrow on Friday, the 17th, Stay, which is a song that features Kari and Donny Major, both Sierra Leone artists. That's the song that was just played moments ago.
Okay, so what gave inspiration with regards to your debut track, Sikile?
Sifigile is a Isindebele word. Isindebele is a language that I speak. It's a language spoken in Zimbabwe.
Is this Swahili?
Sorry?
Is this Swahili?
No, it's Isindebele. Isindebele, that's the language. It means we have arrived. So that was the inspiration behind the track. Like, what's going to be our first song? How do we announce that we are now making Afro house music in Sierra Leone? So when we're in the studio, this idea came up. Okay, Sifile, and then in the song there is a Nigerian artist that we featured. He goes by the name Dementa. He sings in I forgot the Nigerian language.
It's okay.
Now. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
But his lyrics translate to thank you God, you are wonderful. So we have arrived. Thank you God for arriving with us to this point where we are now.
Okay, so you bring in Afro house into Sierra Leone. How did you see the reception of Sierra Leoneans with regard to this kind of music?
Small, we they get there. I like that. I like that. Small. So originally, before I started producing the music, I was playing the music because every time you go out, it's the same song over and over. Every bar you go to Lamle Beach, they're playing the same song in the same order, the same Nigerian song. So I was yearning for something different, for something that can move people. So I started DJing, making my own parties, of which we have an event on Saturday at Mango Peak. People usually, when I get asked to play at other events that are not mine, where there is more local people than international people, you get some people that come to you, be like, this music now just beating no more, we want for dance. So that's why I said small, we are getting there.
So this is Pongo, of course. You've been a music producer, you've been a DJ, you are multifaceted. I mean, in so far as the thing called music in itself is concerned. If you are to really look at, our music journey here in Sierra Leone, we have the Milo Jazz, for example. I mean, a lot of our Sierra Leone arts have really made, history in so far as using that journey is concerned. They've, marketed this internationally, and of course, it's making waves. How do you intend using this Afro house, Sierra Leone beat, and mixing it with the Milo Jazz, for example?
I'm not quite familiar with that genre. Maybe I'm familiar with the music. I've heard it. We are currently working. We work with Papa Sorikon
It's a mixture of bubu and some other accompaniment on there.
That is danceable by Sierra Leoneans.
Danceable.
Yeah.
It's something that now that you've mentioned that we will look into. But as I was saying, we do work with Papa Sori Kondi, if you know we do our best to infuse his Kondi playing with the music that we make. We have a song that we are currently working on that is titled Vumani, which means agree or say yes. And we are definitely looking forward to sharing that collaboration that is actually a Sierra Leonean sound with the Afro House sound.
Okay, so what is your expectation from Sierra Leoneans with regards embracing this Afro House music?
What's really our goal is not just to promote Afro House music, but it's more to say let's try something different. Let's not play Davido all the time. It's not only Davido who makes music. It's not only Kiss Daniel who makes music. There are other different genres of music that people can listen to, that can dance to. There is dancehall music, which you don't hear so much here. It is great music. I listen also to dancehall music. There is techno music, which is great music for dancing as well. So our expectation is that the people can embrace new things and shy away from the normal. We are not trying to erase what is there, but we are trying to add something more so that in the plate you just don't have rice and cassava leaf only. There is something that you can choose from. You can move from this place and say, okay, I'll go here. There is Afro House, I'll go there. There is hip hop, I'll go there. There is dancehall. This is our goal in the entertainment.
Jesus Pongo, I believe of course our viewers will be still wanting to get more of your vibes and more of your music journey and all. But just before we do that, or maybe take that later on, and maybe you provide us an acapella before leaving our studio, because it's becoming fascinating altogether. But again, something is really bothering the mind of course our viewers, and of course I believe that's a thought my police I want you to share light on. Why is it most of the tracks, like specifically for example, and all the tracks you've released are really titled in the Zimbabwean language? When will we have the salon taste of it?
When we record the tracks that are leaning more towards let's say Sierra Leonean language,
like you can seem to conscientize our young people about push, the dangers of push or drug abuse.
Yes, we are getting there. But one fun thing that we are working on, which is fun, is not mostly on sensitizing. It's whenever you go around, you hear this top up.
Oh, really?
So we are working on turning that into an actual song that people can listen to.
We can't wait. We definitely can't wait. Yes, Spargo continues to stay with us in the program. We'll definitely come back to you whilst making your passing shot. But for now, it's time for us to give you the front page of our local dailies. For that, I begin with the exclusive newspaper. It opens with a banner headline and it says, Jagaban plans for Sierra Leone, innovative leadership, empowering citizens, promotion of human rights, good democracy, justice for all. Well, these are all part of the headline on the exclusive newspaper. SLFA presidency, Daddy Brema leads. This is really according to the exclusive. RSLAF announces 2025 recruitment. These are stories you can find on the front page of the exclusive. For more, let's grab yourself a copy.
My first pick here this morning is the satellite newspaper, and its banner headline says, as citizens anxiously wait for new prices enforcement, Trade Minister speaks on rice pricing formula. NASIT honors every customer contributors say. And AfriCell launches program of promotions, projects and events. For more on that, you're going for the satellite newspaper.
Yes, my next pick happens to be the Africa 24 communications newspaper. It has in its banner headline, AfriCell assures more opportunities. In Tonkoli district, 2 SLPP heavyweights out. Well, fight for accountability. Tower determined. This is from the Africa Communications News 24 newspaper.
My next speaker is the Awoko newspaper, and its banner headline says, our aunt's reality dream on the line as prosecutors closed case. Chief Justice calls for China's support in capacity building and judicial infrastructure development. Labour Minister announces crackdown on dormant private recruitment agencies. Well, for more on that, you go in for the Oko newspaper.
My penultimate pick happens to be the Premier News newspaper. It opens with Banadline Central Bank urges financial institutions to prioritize instant payment sensitization. Trade Minister updates on rice pricing formula. To go with that story is a portrait of the Minister of Trade and Industry, Alpha Sisi. Chinese envoy assures support for judiciary. All stories of the Premier newspaper.
My last pick here this morning is the Independent Observer, and its banner headline says, Mr. President, can we talk? Part 81. SLPB chairman arrested for attacking 6 youth, and Trade Minister provides rice pricing formula update. For more on that, to go in for the Independent Observer newspaper.
My final pick happens to be the Awareness Times newspaper. It opens with a banner headline on matters of global sustainable urbanization and local communities development. H.E. and Mrs. Bill discuss with King Charles III. Justice Bangura expresses confidence in new PPRC chairman Emmanuel Amara. This plus other stories you can find on the front page of the Awareness Times newspaper, which happens to be my final pick for this morning. That brings us to the end of the newspaper review. For more on that, go grab yourself a copy. But quickly, before going to our guests, we must remind you that views expressed on these newspapers are not necessarily sentiments of the SLBC. Quickly over to you, Mr. Kabal. In closing, how do you intend really to board in this idea, in as much as you are here to collect some samples for your laboratory experiments back in the States? How do you think you are really going to work with other like-minded individuals, both home and abroad, to really support this initiative?
Yeah, well, this initiative has been really, it's interesting because the last time I was here, I spoke with the Minister of Finance, who is a very nice man. We embarked on a project for what we call stream restoration, and he asked me to really write a proposal on stream restoration, which I did, but he's not currently in the country, so I'm trying to present that proposal to him so that we can start on that process. And there are a lot of people that are interested in what I want to do. I want to also create a youth program wherein I will be able to employ youth, kind of like a pilot program for you to be able to engage in monitoring, stream monitoring and other stuff.
Okay, many thanks there to you, Mr. Bye-Bye Kamara, an environmental chemist and engineer from George Mason University in the USA. Now, DJ Fongo, before we leave you, can you give us a little bit of a cappella?
A cappella. Okay, we have a song that is gonna be coming out, I think, in April. It's titled Spirit Leads. It features a poem that I wrote, so I'm gonna recite for you a bit of that poem. The poem is on theme with this gentleman's work. It's a poem that focuses on our environment. It goes something like this. Gone are the days of the rain dance, when the rainmaker through the orifice of the hot springs in Binga disappeared for 7 days and came back with basket loads of harvest maize to tell of a bumper harvest, a gift from the gods of the land. If he came with his hands empty, like promise of food security, the tribe knew that the drums had to beat for the people to clap and the gods to dance until the earth cried tears of rain.
Thank you very much. He's Bongo, of course, giving us his thing. And of course, he's from the Tenga tribe and Afro house music duo, based here in Sierra Leone, and he's working with our Sierra Leone brother DJ April, and together they are collaborating to take Sierra Leone music and African music to the map. But that's where we bring it all to a close this morning. That's where we are the curtains into this edition of Good Morning Sierra Leone. This program was produced by Daphne Zainab Kamara, and I'm Dennis Fraser.
And I am Esther Sako. But before we go, a quick recap of our quote of the day, and it's from an American leader, Martin Luther King Jr., and it says, "The quality, not the longevity of one's life is what is important." Good morning, Sierra Leone returns tomorrow at exactly 9 o'clock. Have a wonderful day. Continue to stay with your public broadcaster at the SLBC if you can. Bye-bye.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. In Kulenu Palm Soup Base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Inkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Inkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available brown gold natural cocoa powder, sunny gold brown sugar, need for full flour, shito, pisap, and moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Inkulenu Palm Soup Base.
Ghanaian original taste.
Very pleasant good afternoon and warm welcome to the podium. Today's Thursday, the 16th of January 2025. We start to quote to the village comes from H. Jackson Brown Jr., a philosopher, and it says, live so that when your children think of fairness, caring and integrity, they think of you. In this edition, Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources, to commence closes, we shall be speaking to the Minister of Fisheries and Marine Resources, Princess Rupa. Chief Justice directs a more effective bill application process, and Sierra Leone Environmental Education Foundation is to embark on cleaning streams and rivers. What's this all about? Shall we find out from the experts. All those issues include your messages, which you can send to 030-073-719, or you can leave your comment on our Facebook page at slbc.sl. It's a podium. To the podium. Today is Thursday, the 16th of January 2024. Welcome to this edition. You can be part of our conversation, sending your text to 030-073-719, or you can leave your comment on our Facebook page. We'll start right away. The Sierra Leone Environment Education Foundation is an organization that does water samples in Putlok, Western area, Moab, and other streams. They want to embark on cleaning streams and rivers. The head of the organization is Bye Kamara, an environmental chemist and engineer from George Mason University in the United States. Good afternoon, welcome to the program, Engineer.
Okay, thank you.
Give us a background to this organization, and later I'll be looking at this project at hand.
Yeah, this program was founded in George Mason University in 2014 when I started my PhD program. And it has been doing work in Sierra Leone. Basically, our focus was in Putloko, where we started. We started a pilot program there, in which we clean streams. We employ volunteers from different schools and also local community young fellows that do not attend school. So they all came together and be able to engage in cleaning streams. So we are just expanding. So last year we are able to clean Lumley. We clean it twice, and every year I'll come to Sierra Leone and collect water samples, take them back to the US and do testing in my laboratory that I'm working on at George Mason University.
What do you do? Why do you do clean of streams? What's there?
But the one thing when the environmental, when you're doing the water contamination, the cleaning of stream is very important, because all these debris that are coming from erosion, and when there is rain, heavy rains, all this dirt that's coming from all over, like we have what we call point and non-point sources. We have contaminants that come from industry like mining and all the stuff. We also have contaminants that come from houses and all the stuff. They all come together and go straight into our waterways. So I think the best way to help in cleaning our stream, in making our water clean, is to also clean the streams and remove those debris, so that it will be easy for us to sample and test for a lot of stuff. And when you're doing the testing in the field, we do a lot of other testing, like we do temperature testing, we do chemical oxygen and dissolved oxygen. Those are all things that really affect our drinking water.
So why do you do the water sampling?
We do water sampling for us to go and test for other emerging contaminants.
Have you done any?
Yeah, we've done a lot for the past year. For example, like we test for chemicals like metals like iron, we test for lead, we test for also arsenic. And Sierra Leone, who found out that most of the water there has arsenic in them, Yeah.
Why is that?
It's because of
Is it something dangerous for us?
It's very dangerous. Also, lead is very dangerous because it also affects the brain and all this kind of stuff, yeah. So we have to really take conscious of that, yeah.
So let's talk about, again, especially during the rains, one thing that's also facile is this seaweed. Yeah. Do you have an interest in that? Because again, year in, year out, it normally shows up during the rains, but at this moment it's yet to know where exactly these are coming from.
And most of them are coming from the oceans, Those are really something that the government just have to manage. It happens all over the world. It happens in Florida, but what the government in Florida are doing, they have a capacity for them to be able to clean it all the time. When it shows up, they have the manpower to clean it up. They have the machinery to take it off. But here, the last time I was here, I saw a lot of seaweed. That was 2 years ago in August. I had to do a cleaning on that time for it to be. But it's really hard to control, because it's just you can't control it. It comes from the ocean.
Okay, so let's talk about your interest, because there are a lot of environmental issues, but why your interest is on at the aspect of cleaning streams, doing water samples.
Well,
what's the impact?
Well, my interest basically is cleaning the streams is just part of a small fraction of what I do. What I do is I'm a researcher. I collect water samples. I test for a lot of emerging contaminants like PFAS and PPCP, which is pharmaceutical and personal care products, for which, like, for most of us, everybody in the world, they use medicine. When you go to the doctor, they prescribe medication for them, and everybody uses those medications. Sometimes you throw them out. All those stuff goes to our water streams, And the personal care product that women use and also men use, all those things will just, when there is rain, all those things will go into our water system. And my main project now is for me to test for those to detect what's happening, because those are really very they affect our system if you drink those water.
But again, beyond the aspect of doing the research, including water samples, what else do you do? Because again, like you mentioned, you find out during the water sampling, you have been seeing a lot of danger, its effect, especially on our SPG. Have you been proffering solutions to this?
Yeah, the solution is cleaning. The main solution is for us to do remediation. I'm not in government. I cannot give recommendation. I can only publish paper to say this is what I found. It's incumbent upon the government here in Sierra Leone to be able to give policy so that they will do what we call remediation. You can do either chemical remediation or biological remediation for you to clean the water. Beyond that, I have no control over what's happening here in Sierra Leone.
But again, do you share this with government? Because again, what's the essence of you doing your research, including water sampling, by the end of the day, virtually no impact?
Yeah, I've been trying.
I guess you have your own resources and your time, so you want something tangible.
Yeah, I've been trying to get through to government. Last time I was here, I was able to meet with Dr. Keller, he gave me audience, and it was fruitful, the meeting that we had. He referred me to the Ministry of Youth. I spoke to Minister Bangura there, and just when I came here, I've been visiting a lot of ministries. The last, I think I met with the Minister of Water Resources, who also spoke, and I've been talking to a lot of them, but it's just like it's very hard to make a breakthrough. When you come here, maybe I come for 2 or 3 weeks. It's very hard when you go. There are a lot of blocking stone blocks where I meet, where they will not let you even see the minister. So it's really difficult. So I had to just keep fighting. I've been fighting for the past 6 years. Just coming every time I come, I'm pushing to really try to make a big to really present myself. This is what is happening. I can be of help to the government in this Ghana. So, yes.
I'll come back to you to be with us, and he is Bye Kamara, environmental chemist as well as an engineer from the George Mason University. He's heading an organization called Sierra Environmental Education Foundation. They have been working on cleaning streams and rivers, including water samples. The program you're watching is The Podium, live on the Slbc. You can be part of our conversation this afternoon. Send your text to 030-073-719. Let's move on to another issue this afternoon. The Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources has announced a 1-month closure of artisanal fishing from the 1st of February to the 1st of March this year in an effort to promote sustainable fisheries. The closure, according to the ministry, is aimed at the declined fish pollution, a global challenge highlighted by the Food and Agriculture Organization. Research conducted in collaboration with various stakeholders identify February as the critical period for fish reproduction by restricting fishing during this spawning season. The government aims to rejuvenate fish stocks and ensure the long-term sustainability of artisanal fishing sector. For more insight into this and other issues currently happening in the ministry, including a recent visit to Bo, we have Princess Dupa, Minister of Fisheries and Marine Resources. Madam Minister, good afternoon. Welcome to the program.
Good afternoon, Salome.
Okay, so tell us about this, the 1-month close season.
Well, the 1-month close season is something that we sat down in the ministry and try to look at what we can do really to help to combat the illegal and the illicit use of things that are not supposed to be used in the fishing sector, like the fishing nets. You know, we've tried over and over. It's really very difficult, especially with the artisanal. So we thought it fit that really for us to be able to preserve our waters, the fishes in the waters, we need to do something a little bit drastic. It's not only Sierra Leone that is going to be doing this. Already other countries have done it. The Ghana, Guinea, they have done it. So we thought it fit that really it would be good for Sierra Leone to join other countries to be able to sanitize and give the water a rest. So definitely we want to close season to the artisanal from the 1st of February to the 28th of February. If we do that really, by the end of February to March, you see a bumper harvest. And we have done our research and we know that that's the season in February that the juvenile fishes try really to grow, to have muscles so that they can be able to swim into the deep. And that's the time again you have the pregnant ones that are coming to release their eggs. So if we don't preserve these, it will wake up one day and there is no fish in the water. So we thought it fit that definitely we need to put in measures in place. So the close season really is a time that the fisher folks are really not very welcoming because they thought that, you know, you're taking their livelihoods. Some of them have never stopped fishing. It has never happened in Sierra Leone, especially for artisanals, you know. But in anything you're doing, there is always a day that you have to face, a day that you have to make that decision, a day that you say, okay, let's do something so that it will be the benefits for the greater goods. So what we want to do really is to handhold at this time. For the first time we are doing it, handhold the fisher folks and say, look, it's not only, the onus is not just on you guys. As a ministry, as a government, the government of Sierra Leone is also very passionate. We had an approval from cabinet, which is the highest body. They said yes, we can go on, and they also look at all the benefits that the fisher folks we get and the government we get from close season. So definitely we are also looking at livelihoods for the fisher folks and the fishmongers, because definitely most times when we are talking to the fisher folks, the fishmongers are saying, hey, we're here, because these are our ladies, our women that really work at the back end. So definitely we have to include them. So what we are doing really is making sure that at this during that 1 month that they have an alternative livelihood, which would be like rice, a bag of rice. And then we want to also make sure that they have their health checks. You know that really here it's very difficult for people to just walk into hospital and say, oh, I want to check what's wrong with me. So really we want to make that available by using the Health on Wheels, which is housed in the Ministry of Health. Then also we want to ensure that we give them like compensation, because in Ghana what they did, it was a one-off, they gave them compensation. So we want to compensate them and give them a token at that time to see how best they can manage it until the end of the close season. So we are working relentlessly. We are going to be having a football gala as well, so that at least it's not doom and gloom. You have things going on, people are looking forward to it. We have football matches, from all the major landed sites. So it's something, it's going to be exciting. There are so many things that we're going to put in place. Sometimes you don't want to spoil things, you don't want to say it now, but seriously, it's not something that they will be, it will not be a burden on them.
Okay, so let's talk about why they target on artisanal fishing.
Already the industrials are doing close seasons. They close in April for the whole month, the whole of April. So definitely we thought it better we have to also include the artisanal, which really will be very beneficial to everybody.
Well, this sector has been a challenge for the ministry. It's difficult to regulate their method of fishing, even the way they preserve their fish, a whole lot. Again, how are we going to use this close season to enforce the regulations? Because they have been a problem for the ministry.
Well, definitely we are not doing it alone. We're definitely going to talk to, we have already had meetings, not only one, we've been to the landing sites, the wharves, we try to sensitize them. We've met with stakeholders like SLMA, we've met with the local government, we met with the Navy, we've met with the Marine Police, all of those people that we know will be integral in making sure that the close season will be a success. We've met them and they know that it's something that we really need to be passionate about it, because it's not only for our generation, it's the generation yet unborn. So definitely we've put measures in place. We've been to the wharves, we've sensitized them, we've spoken to even the paramount chiefs, so that they are part of this. It's not just the Ministry of Fisheries, it's a whole package. We want this close season to be successful. So the Navy will be patrolling the waters, so that at least there will be nobody going out to fish during those times.
Okay, so let's talk about what happens during close season, maybe for somebody who's hearing close season for the first time.
Okay, close season, really, I know when you say close season is making sure that the artisanals, they don't go out to fish. That's the bottom line. Nobody goes out there. But the industrial, the big trawlers, they will be doing fishing. But the artisanals, who are the local fishermen, they will not be going out to fish. Even those who are licensed with the local government, they are not allowed to fish during those times.
It sounds very difficult. Remember, there's a livelihood. For many of them, it's even for a day. You can just sit around, you cannot even have your way to the water. So have you been able to explain this to them just to get a clear understanding? Because again, maybe they could not do it during the day, but they have their own way to do things. And that's 1 month. For them, maybe it's a very long period.
Yes, it is very difficult. Everything is sacrifice. But really, we just want to tell them that it's something that we need to do. The urgency, I cannot really emphasize on it, because a few days ago we went to Tombo. We intercept over 52 big baskets of fingerlings, small fish. That one really is a signal that one day we'll wake up and there will be no fish in the water. So it's something that even when you tell them, you send people to monitor, it's so difficult. But when we are policing for that 1 month, I guarantee you that at the end of that close season, we'll have bumper harvest.
Okay, what is the significance of getting that on February?
The February, why we said February is because we had done our assignments. We have scientists that know that in February, that's the time that the fish will go out to spawn. They release their eggs, and if you leave them for them to grow, you have more fishes in the water and they will be able to swim to go into the deep, so that at least the trawlers will be able to also get enough catch. So it's not just for the artisanal, even for those that are doing the industrial fishing, they will also benefit immensely from the close season.
So let's talk about effective monitoring during this 1 month period.
Well, definitely that's key, because if you don't put in place a robust monitoring, then it's a fruitless endeavor. So what we have done really, we've engaged the Navy The Navy are the people that really knows about the waters. They know where to go. So the Navy are 100% on board for them to patrol the water to ensure that nobody goes out to fish during that time. So it's not only the Navy, even the Marine Police, they also will be going out. The local fishermen, they will be people that will be watching, you know, each other. They know when they go, you know, so they will be able to, we've told them if there is anything that is going on, just go to the nearest police station and tell them what is going on. And then the paramount chiefs, they are very essential, they are integral in this process, so we will not leave them alone. We've already spoken to them and they are on board. They are very happy that, you know, for once, let's have this and see what will happen in our waters.
So let's talk about the fear. Many times when the ministry do announce the aspect of closed season, the marketplaces, it causes a lot of, you know, scarcity of fish, there's panic, there's increase. Again, when you talk about closed season, does it mean that there's going to be scarcity of fish? That has always been the, you know, the apprehension around, especially for buyers.
No, definitely this time I will say no, because we have also engaged with the industrial fishermen that definitely there will be enough fish. I was speaking to one of them that told me that what is their problem now is space. They have enough in their cold rooms that they don't even know what will happen in the next few days if they carry on. So we have loads, you know, one thing I can always say with Sierra Leone, we are endowed, we are blessed, but we will not take that for granted. And also, most of these companies, they have cold rooms in the provinces, like Sierra Fisheries, they have loads of cold rooms, almost in all 12 districts they have cold rooms, and even the western area. So that one is not something that really people will be worried about. And I am ensuring that we have cold rooms in strategic areas so that people don't have to come from the western area to go to the eastern to get fish. Like most of them have to travel to Sierra Fisheries to get fish. And if you are not an agency in some of these companies, you will not be able. So what we have done is to get a list of fishmongers and talk to the industry to ensure that they get fish during that time. They can sell.
Do we have cold rooms at, for example, a prominent place? Like,
yes.
Like this place has Godrich.
We do. We have it in Godrich. Yes, yes. We have Tandin Fishing Company there as well. We also have in Tombo, we have a cold room there. So, and then along the line, we are also making sure that, you know, we get cold rooms along the line from Bobo, Levuma Beach, and all of those places. We are ensuring that there will be cold rooms during that time.
Okay, so Madam Minister, let's talk about this 52, you know, like you mentioned, huge amount of, you know, this little that was actually caught early in the morning. They were intercepted. What's the level of this kind of, you know, situation in that end?
Well, that really
it's not worrying though.
It is. It's very worrying. It shows really this is what has been going on. You know, thank God we were able to intercept it. What we did was really to try to speak to them, because there's a fine if you are found wanting, if you are found with those baskets. But what they did, all of them just disappeared. So we were not able to lay hold of on anybody, because you have to pay about $50,000 if you are caught smuggling fingerlings. But luckily, well, I won't say luckily, they all disappeared. So we have intercepted it, and we want to burn some of them. And some of them, really, what they use is they use it so that they can be able to feed aquaculture fishes, the fish in the ponds. So that's what they use it for. Or some of them, they use it for poultry. You know, so really, it's something that they make money for. But they are also depleting our fish in the waters.
Was this to an unannounced visit?
It was an unannounced visit because we had a tip-off. So we had to leave early in the morning, and we were able to get the 52 baskets.
Is there a regulation for these fingerlings?
Yes, it is. It is in our...
Are they not aware?
They are aware, but I can tell you, because they make money out of it, they don't care. But it is in our act that you shouldn't, even you as the fishmonger, you shouldn't buy it from the local fishermen, because whoever is involved in it, they will be fined.
So at this point, you cannot get a hold of any individual involved in this?
No.
How disappointed is it for the ministry?
It is, but that sends a signal that really, if you are caught and if we see it, we'll definitely destroy it.
Any excuse from those who are involved in this to engage in this, even when the law provides that you cannot engage in this?
To be candid, this really points out that we need to have a closed season. because it shows that we have fingerlings. The fishes are not really getting big. So what the fishermen are doing there, whatever they get in their nets, and because they are using very small nets, like mosquito nets, you know, they will just catch everything in that net, even the eggs. So if you have those big nets wherein your 3 fingers can go through, then you can get those fingerlings, they can escape in those nets. But because what they are using are really very small nets that even your 1 finger cannot go through, that's why we are having these fingerlings massive.
So what steps have you taken now that you have been able to intercept this 52 baskets? At the end of it, not arresting individual, but again, what are the systems put in place not to get to this point?
Well, we continue to monitor. We have an interim consortium. They are really very vigilant. They are going out. They were the ones that even gave us the tip. So that means really the consortium is working very well. So we have people, we have mechanism in place. We have community patrols that is going on as well. So as long as we are enhancing and giving them whatever will help them to do their work, they will be able to do it well.
Okay, so let's talk about the visit to Bo. What was the essence of that visit and how significant was it?
Well, with the Bo visit, seriously, it was something that came that I wasn't expecting, but because we are partners with the People's Republic of China, they have worked with us. They have been with us, especially with the Ministry of Fisheries. They have helped us. They are a partner that you cannot really just turn your face. You know that these people are there to ensure that, you know, what you are doing, you get to that level that will help the country to grow. So we were just chatting, and then the ambassador was like, oh, I'm going to visit the aquaculture, the experimental aquaculture site in Bo. And I thought it was a joke until I received a message from his assistant that we're going to make a trip. I had other things to do, but I thought it fit that I have to go with him because he's one big partner that you cannot say no. So we went to Bo, and really it was a trip that we all enjoyed, because what we have done in that experimental site, we have transformed the experimental site. You have a fish meal machine that now can turn like the one that we intercepted, the fingerlings. We're going to use it, add some maize, a little bit of palm oil, and make sure that we have a proper fish feeds that we can feed the aquaculture fish, the ones that are in the pond. So we are using that. So we have a machine that is doing that. We have a hatchery. You know, he looked at it. He was really like, wow, you've already done this. I said, yes, we are, and we are moving. So what we are also doing, we are ensuring, you know, with bore and water system is very difficult. So we had 2 boreholes wherein we ensure that the whole place has enough water. So be able to make sure that the water is going in and out of the ponds, you know. And then we have 12 big ponds, you know, and then we have the ones that we did, the cement ones, you know, that are there really to feed the fishes so that at least they can grow a little bit, and we move it to the bigger ponds. So it's amazing things are happening there.
Any commitment from the Chinese?
They are somebody that, yes, they did committed. Even last year, they were the one that gave us the money to do the refurbishment for the experimental site. So definitely they want to come in big, and hopefully we are looking forward to it, because already we are almost at the finish phase. But we also have another experimental site at Makali, and there also nothing is happening. So we also want to revamp there and be able to get fingerlings. These fingerlings really is for us to be able to sell it to people that wants to get involved in aquaculture. We want to sell it at a very minimal cost so that we can help them. And the experimental sites also be used as a training ground for people who are coming in, who wants to get involved in aquaculture, so that we know and we monitor them. Because if we have a register of all the aquaculture, the fish ponds that we have in the country, they will be able to monitor, because there's a downside, you know, when you are doing aquaculture. Sometimes, you know, the fish can get disease, which most people don't know. And if they get disease and then you throw it in the big ocean, then the others will get infected. So you don't want that. So we want to be able to monitor. We want to be able to register all of these ponds on our books, so that we'll be going out and see how they are doing, what are the questions they want to ask, and the help they will need from the ministry.
Okay, so let's talk about the Black Johnson. What's happened with that project, even as we start to New Year?
the Black Johnson. The Black Johnson is not going anywhere. Definitely that project is going to happen. I know people are still saying, "Paul, it's not going to be," but what we have done, we have signed the agreement that has given us a step-by-step what we will be doing in the 2 years that the construction will be taking place. At the moment, what they are doing in China, they are bidding for the contractor to come in, which construction company that they will be using. So definitely after their new year, you know their new year span from January to February. So after the new year, come March, by God's grace, we'll get them in country and we'll start the project.
Okay, continue to be with us.
Thank you.
I want to know your view on this, as you know, how do you also work with ministries like the Ministry of Fisheries?
Well, I've never worked with them. It just came to my mind when she was speaking about the fishing, that people are fishing short. I call it the length of the fish is so small that so my thing here, I want to ask the minister is is there a regulation that like the size each person, when you are fishing, you have to have like a size, maybe 12 inches. Some countries, like if a fish not up to 12 inches, you're going to be given a ticket for you to pay for. So is that something that you guys?
Yes,
yeah.
we do,
Yeah, because I'll be really willing to probably work with your ministry, and maybe next time when I come to visit you to see how best we can collaborate and improve the quality of fish in Sierra Leone.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's a good, I'm really interested in that. It's really good presentation. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Madam Minister, so round up, any new projects for this new year?
Oh, first of all, I just want to tell the people of Sierra Leone that the ministry is doing very well. We did very well in 2024. The revenue we raised over 150 billion leones, old leones. I really want to be precise. Let me just read it from what I have here. New leones, we raised 150,468,455 leones and 96 cents. So in a nutshell, it's over 150 billion. So we are also trying to project to raise more than what we have done. And definitely we have lots of other projects. We have projects that are coming in, hopefully with the World Bank, because we are trying to do our strategic plan so that at least we can have a bankable document that we can take wherever in the world that we are going, or the president is going to say, hey, the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources require this. We can partner with them. We want people to come in and invest. The private sector is key, because most times people just think that, oh, it's then closed. We want the people to know that anybody that has the capital can come in and work as a private entity in the fishing sector. So definitely there are lots of goodies, lots of stuff we want to do. We want also to do sports fishing, which we haven't done. We want to collaborate with the Ministry of Tourism so that we can have people coming from abroad to come and do what they like. Most people, they like to do sports fishing. They sit there, have their canoe, they are fishing. If they get one big catch, they are so happy. So these are the things that really we want to encourage, to make sure that really the ministry is moving.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Minister. Let's take a short break. After the break, we'll be right back with more issues on the podium this afternoon. To the program, the podium live on the Slbc. You can be part of our program this afternoon by sending your text to the number 030073719. As the way to improve on the justice system, the Chief Justice through the Master Registrar's Office has directed for an effective bill application process. The new system is designated to allow senior staff, administrative staff, sufficient time to effectively process all bill applications during the hours of 12 to 1 p.m. For more on that, I have the Assistant PIO for Judiciary, Francis Murray. Good afternoon, Mo. Welcome to the program.
Good afternoon, Salma, and thanks for having me.
Okay, we're looking at the bail condition later. What I look at, we saw just after the new Chief Justice took office, he held a meeting and a lot of discussions were held at around commitment, fair justice, how also as staff you could reposition yourselves with the challenges. Take us through that meeting. How significant was it?
Well, like you have said, earlier in December, we woke up to the appointment of the Honorable Chief Justice, Honorable Justice Komaka Manda, to the position of the Chief Justice of the Republic of Sierra Leone, and that has, to a very large extent, gotten the judiciary on a very solid footing going forward. He is an experienced bencher. He's somebody who has risen through the ranks from just a magistrate to a principal magistrate to High Court judge, Court of Appeal judge, and now a judge of the Supreme Court. So bringing that wealth of experience to the helm of affairs in the judiciary, he sees justice to be a human rights approach. And part of what he has really prioritized is to ensure that he brings all the judicial staff together. As a first action he undertook was to ensure we held a meeting with the entire registry or registrars of the judiciary of Sierra Leone. There, as a head, he gave the judiciary his vision, coming in as a very young person and with his desire to push justice forward. After the registry's meeting, we had another with the magistrates across the country. These magistrates were also explained to his vision and what he has come to ensure that he accomplishes as the head of the institution. After that, he had also a holistic meeting with the judges across the board, from the High Court judges, the Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court. And he has had reassurances from every other judicial officer that we're ready to support you, we're ready to get the wheels of justice working under your leadership, and that commitment has been made. Now, why is this significant? It is one thing to be the head of an institution, to have vision and to have ideas. It's another thing to carry your entire staff to ensure that that vision is actualized. So he's an experienced person. He knows that if any vision that I have come with on the stage is to be actualized, everybody needs to be on board. So he has made his vision clear to everybody, from registrars, clerks, magistrates, judges, to say, this is the path I want to take. We have to make justice free, fair, accessible, and impartial to everybody across the country. So that is what.
Let's talk about the registries, yeah? For many people, that has been also one department within the justice system that the public has a lot of challenges with, be it for bail or the aspect of how cases will come up. And what was the vision in line with that aspect? Because again, that's the first port of call when somebody wants to access the court system.
Yes, the registries have been up and running, and because he is no stranger to the operations of the judiciary. Before now, we've had a number of trainings to all of these registrars to train them in respect of our ethics, our do's and don'ts, and how they ought to carry themselves in court. We have made it very clear to them that you are public servants. Your actions and inactions have a great deal to either make or break us as an institution. So these registrars have been put on a very solid footing, and they are abreast with how to interface. They've been trained and abreast with how to interface with members of the public in respect of their roles, because they are the first point of call. Yeah. When a matter is filed before the court, the registrars have it. It's sent to the respective registries, be it the civil or criminal registry. They are assigned by the Chief Justice before the respective trial judges or magistrates or what have you. So until they are assigned, the registries have to be in charge, ensure that they get to the right offices where they ought to be, and then they are assigned before judges or even magistrates could sit on them. So they are central and integral and at the heart of the judicial process. So going forward, each and every one of them is being encouraged to ensure that we all put our concerted efforts selflessly to ensure that we curb this issue of public perception that has gone against the judiciary. So we up, The team is set. The Honorable Chief Justice has fueled the vehicle that he's ready to take off with. So we all are on board and to ensure that justice is not only seen done, but it's practically done and it reaches to the far and length of this country.
What's the challenge with the registry at the court level?
Well,
there might be.
Of course, there are challenges because as we speak to you, since he assumed office, what he has been doing basically is to forge alliances with different partners. We are constrained with running the registries. By now, we should run a paperless registry, but we are not yet there because of the number of cases we deal with on a daily basis. We should go to the registries. You have papers piled up to roof level. Now, where there are funds available, there are plans to ensure that each of those files are documented. So we will not have even to keep them for that long. You have them documented via electronics means. So once somebody comes to make an inquiry for say to say this file between 2015 and 2016, there's a click and then it takes you there. But we're not yet there. So these alliances with our international partners is just had a meeting with the Chinese ambassador, the Egyptian ambassador. We've just had one with the Attorney General. By as I speak to you, the American ambassador also is having a meeting with him. This is to ensure that we get them all on board, to ensure that we lift the judiciary from where it is. So a number of improvements have taken place over the years, but we know we are not yet there. Our accountability level will improve if the people that we're serving are satisfied that justice is really operational. So we're moving. The registries, even the space, is another challenge. Infrastructurally, it's another challenge. You come to the High Court building, the traditional building that we have, the registries are so small compared to when it was built and the number of people we deal with now. And you go to the provinces, some other courts in the province do not even have an office space for registrars. So it's a challenge, and until we get those challenges surmounted, we'll have to work within what we have to ensure that people are not robbed of what they are right constitutionally.
How will this new CMCJ with your staff, will you position yourself to addressing this challenge? Because again, like you mentioned, during the 60s or the 70s or the 80s, the justice system, then it's not different. And you know, public perception also is not too good, and a lot of problems, people are facing a lot of obstacles to access justice. So how again do you reposition yourself to address some of these challenges? Because it can't go on ending.
Of course, that was central to the meeting he had with the support staff, and he said, I know I come in at a time when public perception is not in our favor. He has made that very clear. He said, but together, all of us, each and every one of us is integral to ensuring that this perception changes for the better. We know the TRC's report, we know it has been a stainless, what do you call it? But now more than ever before, he has gotten all of the staff committed to ensure that these challenges are never ending. But as time progresses, there are stringent measures, stringent policies implemented to ensure that we curb them, we overcome them as they come. In the meeting, he said, by all means, if litigants are before the court by 9, all registries, all registrars, all magistrates should commence court sitting at 9. That has been made very clear. So a litigant will not go to the court and say, I have been here in this court from 9 to 12, the magistrate has not come, the court is empty, nobody is here. That is going to be an issue of the past. He has made that clear. The memo is cutting across that every magistrate across the country should commence court sitting by 9. If you are a registrar to a magistrate, you should be in court by 8 o'clock. You do the necessary paperwork before the magistrate comes in at 9 to commence sittings. And for the bail directive, he has said you don't have to postpone the applications on bail in respect of accused persons. He takes justice to be a human rights issue. He has said every magistrate, upon commencement of a court sitting per day, what you are forced to do is to entertain every bail application before the court. Before you entertain any other case, listen to as much as bail applications you have before you and ensure that if those offenses are bailable, you admit the accused person to be. Now, registrars have been warned to refrain completely from from any activity that will forestall the process of admitting an accused person to bail who has been granted bail, with regards to paperwork, processes, or what have you. We have had perceptions. People say my document got missing. They said I should.
But the aspect of that documentation on bail issues, it has nothing to do with perception. It's a reality. People are facing a lot of problems when it comes to bail with the registry.
So
you will agree with me on that.
The issues are many, but moving forward with this directive that we have, in fact, to ensure that we are keen on monitoring that this directive is implemented to the letter, we have now monitors assigned to the courts. Now, once a bail has been pronounced by a magistrate or a judge, for the magistrate court, those monitors ensure they lay hands on the file and vet the papers, the bail requirements put forward by the magistrate in that bail bond, and then ensures that the papers or the documents requested are in agreement with
what's the role of the police in that aspect? Or once it has to do with the courts, the aspect of bail, the police has no hands there?
No, they do. Well, for the magistrate, let me just complete with this.
Yes.
So once that monitor lays hands on the file, he takes that, ensures that the documents are in alignment with the bail requirements set out by the magistrate, and he or she takes that file directly to the DAR, whose business is to ensure that that bail is approved forthwith. For the High Court, once a bail has been approved, a bail has been ordered, the file is taken to the master's office without delay. It is approved, and then that accused person is released on bail. Now, for the police at the magistrate court, we have police prosecutors. Because for the magistrate court, we have criminal summons or warrant of arrest. A private practitioner can go to the magistrate court and commence proceedings. The police, by way of information, can go to the magistrate court and commence proceedings. So when the Inspector General of Police is charging a matter before the court, the police are in charge. Sometimes the prosecution can partner with the police to ensure that those files are handled. But when that happens, when that bail is pronounced, we have had instances where even lawyers are part of the problem. The police are part of the problem. But sometimes Sierra Leoneans are not frank to come up to say, we have made it clear, that is why the Chief Justice has said we go right around on public education. Bail is absolutely free. Police, there's been a lot of allegations around the police making the process cumbersome. To get people more informed about this directive is that magistrates have now been encouraged to refrain from giving stiff bail. Now, once an accused person is before the court, the directive says, and the common understanding they have is, the default position of every judicial officer is to admit the accused person to bail. Now, if there is any reason why that accused person should not be admitted to bail, the prosecution should do so in an affidavit in opposition. And while there's no affidavit before the court will be minded to grant bail. Now, this does not just cut across accused persons who have lawyers representing them. Now, even where there's been no lawyer representing an accused person, the judges or the magistrate will ask, I want grant you bail. You get possible for campaign, you get possible for standing in you. Or sometimes they can even go to self-bail. If that person, if the court is satisfied that person can appear to, can come to court whenever he or she is needed, they can admit that person to self-bail. But now it is made clear to them that the essence of bail is not to punish the accused person, it's not to get them to the correctional facility unjustifiably. Get them to come to court whenever the court demands them.
But for some people, they have seen bail as something like punishment, because again, the conditions given in some bail, it's very difficult to meet. So
yes, we'll agree. Before now, every other institution has those instances where people will not want to conform to lay down policies. But now, the Chief Justice has made it clear that everybody should come on board. If you are against the reforms, if you appear to be forestalling why he has come to promote, you find yourself wanting. So bail has been absolutely made, the issue of bail has been made clear. He was part of the bail and sentencing committee set up between 2015 and 2017 to work on the bail regulations. So he has it at heart, so that he has come to say these are priorities. Bail is not an entitlement; it is a right to accused persons. So we are ready. Every other person has the understanding now. It's no secret that he has not informed us about. He has made it clear. Bail is free. If at any point it comes to the attention of the management judiciary that any staff be it the police, even with the police prosecutors, that the monitors have their ears on the ground. If a bail is pronounced and the police want to interfere with that file, that matter is reported to the master registrar and there's prompt action taken, because the police also they have their own ethics. If you're a police prosecutor, you stick to what the court says is to be stick to with respect of bail. A lot of issues have come from them, but now we are monitoring. There are monitors out there. We ensure that everybody conforms to this directive in the interest of justice. We have seen instances where sometimes the magistrate will say, I will only entertain new files in the afternoon. And mind you, the prisons will take the accused persons back at 4 p.m. So if you say you are entertaining bail in the afternoon from 12, by the time you admit an accused person to bail and the paper works out, you say bring a bank slip, the banks would have closed. So we have encouraged them to ensure that the bail processes and the bail requirements are not cumbersome. Give them simple but straightforward bail conditions that will ensure that they come to court, and also ensure that the integrity of the court is upheld, because you cannot, in the interest of human rights implication, just admit anybody to bail and by the next morning he's to appear, he's nowhere to be found. So they are mindful that this is a human rights issue, and as much as we want people to be admitted to bail, we are also mindful of our national security, of the security of others around, should an accused person who's probably a notorious offender is released into the community again. So those are the instances where bail will be refused.
I understand also that some cases that has to do with an individual against the state, many times these bail conditions are interfered with.
Well, before
you have control over them.
Bail is a discretionary issue. That has been made clear. It's at the discretion of the judge. But whilst they exercise their discretion, they are guided by these directives, the bail regulations, the bail policy, and even the 1991 Constitution. Now, interference has always been, well, I'll say everybody's cliche. The people interfere, but when a matter is before the court, there are lawyers representing the accused persons. Procedurally, if every other procedure is followed in respect to that file for bail and what have you, I will say it frankly that those accused persons will be admitted to bail. Now more than ever before, we had the meeting with the Attorney General, Mr. Sisi. He has made it clear that government is committed to ensure that the judiciary is independent. In fact, we made it very clear to him that an independent and impartial judiciary is integral to any thriving democracy. So we have that understanding with the government that if we must uphold human rights, judiciary ought to be independent, and he has assured us of the president's commitment to get the judiciary independent. So that is an ongoing process. But to say interference, the discretion of judges, people who say, or magistrate to say, that's a broad term. What if the magistrate had a bad night, comes with that moon in the morning, what have you? Now there are plans to ensure that there is a guideline on bail. And once that guideline is developed, which they are working on, it will serve as a directive to the magistrate or the judge to say, in these circumstances, this is where you go. In these circumstances, this is where you go. So it will be devoid of whatever interference or what have you that people claim is being done in respect of cases. But we treat every case seriously, equally. Once an accused is before us, he or she is presumed innocent until it is proven otherwise by the court.
Let's talk, now that we have handled the aspect of the magistrates, let's focus on the magistrates. Again, these are a set of people that the CJO also met, and these are also very important people within the justice system. And we all know, again, they have been also on the spotlight on public, opinion. Anything that could change that public opinion against a set of individuals?
We know. Yes, by the level of commitment they have shown to the Honorable Chief Justice, and trying as best as we could to put the past behind us, and now putting premium on their willingness to get things done rightly. We're taking it from there. Everybody now has a duty to ensure, one, by the directive of the Chief Justice, you are in court at 9 o'clock. In fact, an additional directive had gone out from the Chief Justice saying every judicial officer, the magistrate or the support staff, should not leave their location without the express permission of the supervisory judge or the master registrar. Even if you are a judge, you should not leave your assignment post. You should not just leave abruptly. You should leave only with the express written approval of the master and registrar or the chief justice. So they know that we have had instances where if people call, I've been in this court from morning to 2, the magistrate is just coming and he has only entertained cases for 2 hours, he has left. So all of that, we're trying to ensure effective management with this directive. It will streamline effective monitoring to ensure that we check the returns of magistrates. If there are known compliance to these directives, we will know. We're tracking every case assigned to magistrates. Monthly, the registrars assigned to magistrates will give us the monthly returns, and then the chief justice will sit back and say, for the month of January, for instance, magistrate Bangua was given 60 files. All he could do was to complete 3. This number is pending, and then you have to answer as to why those cases were much progress was not made on those cases. So we have that monitoring mechanism. We also have the Justice app. The Justice app is an electronic device that is being introduced at the magistrate. It has been up and running. That will ensure that we track cases by their case number, the status of the case, the status of the accused person, date of adjournment, and what have you. So it will document the reason for adjournment, why the accused, if the accused person is on bail, why is denied bail. So once you click, every magistrate has their registrar with that app to ensure that we monitor. So you don't just go on a frolic of your own. You owe a duty to the court to ensure that you stick to our ethics, our codes, and to the integrity of the institution. Because he made it clear that public perception has to change with us as staff. He has made that clear across the board. Until we do the right thing, the public will not take us serious. So we have now that commitment, that burden to ensure that we set the example as judicial staff, and those that are coming will follow. Because if you as a member of the public, you have a case before the court, and you come to and say bail is free, and 1 or 2 processes say, well, I don't say I'll have small thing in your hand. You are initiating the process. But when you come and you know everybody is doing their job, you'll be compelled to just do the right thing, because we are setting the pace. So going forward, we want to set the pace, we want to set the record straight in changing the perception that the public has developed about us as an institution. We are accountable to the people of this country as a public institution, and we must ensure that our actions are in alignment with the interests of the public.
All right, so now that the new CJ is in the office and he has presented his vision, you as staff, how are you going to ensure that you actualize that vision?
It is to do the right thing, to comply with all directives he is giving. He's the head. If the judiciary should fly on the wings of eagles now, they say the leadership and the entire staff. So all we're doing now is to ensure that we take up his vision, run with it as much as we can, to ensure that he has the necessary support. He's determined, he's poised. I can tell you, he's poured out his heart to every staff. He say, I am young. I want to leave a lasting legacy. I want to have an institution that I will leave back and say, this is what I was able to achieve. So we all are queuing into that vision, and we play our individual roles to ensure that we make justice free, fair, accessible across the country.
Thank you so much, Francis. Yes, sir. Engineer, let's talk about how you intend to leave a mark with this sector.
Yeah. Well,
you're doing a very great job.
Yeah, I intend to continue working. However hard it is, I've been coming to Sierra Leone for a long time, and every time I come, I meet obstacles, but that doesn't discourage me. That's my that's my expertise, sorry. And I'm just gonna continue. I think one day I'll have a breakthrough. I'm starting to feel really good because I've met certain people in government, and the good thing about this government is to be fair to them, they always give me access to go talk to somebody, and I have to give them really credit for that. And I'm gonna continue. I have made visit to the Vice President's office to make an appointment. The young lady there that is a PA has assured me she's gonna do that. I've met a lot of people, and I'm just gonna try to also encourage reach out to industry and the banking sector and some of the cell phone companies for them to really get involved. This coming Saturday, we are having a cleanup day on Lumley Beach, and I encourage everybody to show up and really support. It's a really volunteer program that everybody can come, and we really enjoy it if you can come there. That's the last thing I want to leave. And secondly, I also have to do this stream restoration program, because when we're doing cleanup, we are losing our streams. The last time I was here, I was able to meet with the Minister of Finance, and we had a very good discussion. One of the discussion we had, he told me that we are losing our stream, and which is true, and he told me to design a proposal for how we can restore the stream, which I have already done, but currently it's not in the country. I went to his office, he's not there, but I hope to make a presentation even via Zoom, even after I've gone, so for us to really continue working here.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Sally, in the podium this afternoon. Just a reminder of our quote of the day, which came from H. Jackson Brown Jr., a philosopher, and it says, "Live so that when your children think of fairness, caring, and integrity, they think of you." Thank you so much for watching.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Good work here.
One of the most iconic battlegrounds in the animal kingdom.
Welcome back to the Nature Moment channel. In the enchanting landscape of vast grasslands, a vivid scene unfolds with massive herds of animals moving in perfect coordination. Stealthy predators lurk in the shadows, creating an eternal battleground of survival, revolving in an endless cycle. Welcome to the Serengeti, the starting point of the greatest survival journey across Africa's wild grasslands. Here, millions of prey face the toughest challenges: hunger, drought, exhaustion, and relentless predators. The survival race has begun. Join us as we explore this battle in the survival war in Serengeti, where life and death collide. Every creature, from the agile predators to the resilient prey, plays a role in the perfect tapestry of the wild. On the grasslands, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoes as a signal of the impending clash between hunter and prey. Cheetahs, with unmatched patience, stalk their targets, then haul their catch up high to keep it out of the reach of lions and hyenas. The cheetahs strike like arrows towards their prey, but victory is often just a fleeting moment. Even after capturing their prey, the cheetah's control is rarely secure. Meanwhile, the lions seize the opportunity amid the chaos to ambush their prey with strategic precision. They lead the antelope and zebras into narrow grass corridors, cutting off their escape routes. The chase begins, with the stronger animals pushing forward, while the weaker ones risk falling behind. Beneath the waters of the Mara River, lurking figures wait patiently. Nile crocodiles lie motionless with keen eyes, ready for the moment when the herds cross the river, where the chaos provides the perfect opportunity for a swift and powerful strike. As the herds leap into the water, the current becomes a violent swirl, and each jump is a fight for survival. Every escape from death brings them one step closer to survival. With an area spanning over 12,000 square miles, the Serengeti is an endless world, where vast plains evoke a sense of tranquility, only to suddenly come alive in a burst of energy. Millions of gazelles, zebras, and smaller animals like Thompson's gazelles begin their arduous journey across the Mara River, facing the harsh challenges of the wild. Each step of the herd carries the threads of a delicate ecological web, from the cool forests by the riverbanks to the waterlogged marshes, from the expansive grasslands to the dense woodlands. Each area is home to hundreds of bird species and 70 species of mammals. This is a connected ecosystem where every creature, no matter how small, plays a crucial role in maintaining the balance of nature. The wilderness here is not only a battleground for predators like lions, leopards, and hyenas, but also a place where fierce natural battles unfold with every migration. They create a dynamic, colorful picture, both graceful and intense, reflecting the majestic beauty of one of Africa's 7 natural wonders. The western region of Serengeti National Park is home to the Serengeti Forest ecosystem. This land, with its blend of vast grasslands and sparse woodlands, creates a unique and vibrant natural landscape that stretches for thousands of square miles. The Serengeti Forest provides a stable habitat for many non-migratory species, such as giraffes and African elephants. In particular, the rich vegetation here, including acacia trees and dense shrubs, serves as a crucial food source, supporting the food chain for both herbivores and powerful predators. With average rainfall ranging from 30 to 40 inches per year, mostly between November and May, the Serengeti Forest provides essential resources for the region's plant and animal life. The rainy season brings lush green grasslands and thick bushes, providing food for herbivores like giraffes and water buffalo. However, climate change is altering rainfall patterns, leading to prolonged droughts and erratic rainfall, forcing these animals to travel farther in search of water and food, increasing competition. This challenge becomes even more apparent during the dry season, when resources become scarce. The herds of water buffalo must compete with one another for patches of green grass, while giraffes use their height to forage for food in the tree canopies. With rising daytime temperatures, conserving energy has become harder than ever. Changes in the rainfall cycle not only affect the Serengeti forest, but also extend to the Mara, forcing herbivores to adapt to an increasingly harsh and unstable environment. The Serengeti forest, with its rugged and untamed beauty, is where African elephants stand tall as symbols of strength and adaptability. standing 10 to 13 feet tall and weighing up to 13,000 pounds. African elephants are not just gentle giants. They also play a crucial role in maintaining the balance of the ecosystem. Over 5 million years of evolution have left a unique mark on their bodies, with large ears like fans that help dissipate heat under the harsh Serengeti sun. Living in a harsh tropical environment, African elephants move in small herds, crossing the Serengeti forest in search of water and food. During the dry season, they search for rivers like the Grumeti or dig temporary water holes, not only for themselves, but also for other species that depend on this vital resource. The vegetation in the Serengeti forest, including iconic trees like acacias and kora trees, provides essential nutrients for the elephants. An elephant consumes an average of about 300 pounds of food each day, sustaining its massive body while also creating space for other animals to graze. Each step they take creates trails through the forest, encouraging the growth of low-lying plants and providing shelter for many smaller species. However, climate change is presenting new challenges. Prolonged droughts and irregular rainfall force elephants to travel further, increasing competition within the food chain. Despite these challenges, the presence of African elephants remains crucial, as they play an essential role in maintaining the nutritional cycle. Elephant dung not only acts as a natural fertilizer to promote plant growth, but also ensures that the Serengeti forest continues to thrive. The Mara and Serengeti regions remain thriving wild kingdoms, where dense grasslands and trees like acacias and kora create a lush paradise. African buffalo, with their muscular bodies and helmet-like curved horns, stand firm in the wilderness, ready to face predators like lions. These powerful horns not only symbolize the strength of the buffalo, but also serve as weapons to help them survive in fierce battles for survival. In each herd, the strongest individuals lead, forming a living fortress that predators find difficult to penetrate. As the sun rises high, African buffalo seek shade under large trees to escape the intense heat. When in need of food, they move in large groups to the vast grasslands, not only maintaining their diet, but also managing the surrounding vegetation. With the ability to consume up to 35 pounds of grass each day, the buffalo play a vital role in regulating the plant growth in the Serengeti forest. They graze on grass and shrubs, clearing space for smaller plant species and encouraging biodiversity. Their movements create trails and open areas where smaller species can take shelter, contributing to the structural integrity of the Serengeti ecosystem. African buffalo are not only caretakers of the grasslands, but also provide essential nourishment in the food chain. While adult buffalo are rarely threatened due to their size and strength, young calves are often targeted by hyenas and lions. As the dry season approaches and water sources begin to dwindle, migrating herds head toward the remaining water holes in the Serengeti forest. Small rivers and swamp areas become not only a lifeline, but also dramatic stages where predators lie in wait. This is the time when hunts take place, with skilled hunters hiding in the grass, patiently waiting for the perfect moment. The parched ground and the heavy breathing of the creatures heighten the suspense in the quiet moments before the storm. The swamp areas become battlegrounds where every creature not only fights for survival, but also to maintain the fragile balance of the Serengeti. Predators, in addition to their strength, must rely on endurance and adaptability to overcome the endless challenges of nature. Amid the wild backdrop of the Serengeti forest, the spotted hyena emerges as a master in the battle for survival, leaving its mark on the rhythm of this ecosystem. With over 22 million years of evolution, the spotted hyena stands as a testament to resilience and adaptability. They have survived through geological eras with their powerful jaws, group coordination, and flexible hunting strategies. During the dry season, when the land cracks and rivers dry up, antelopes and zebras gather around waterholes, creating a rare feast for the predators. Each step of the spotted hyena reflects the certainty of the pack. They live in large groups of up to 80 members, led by females. This social structure not only maintains order, but also forms a strong community that defends against lurking dangers. In hunts, spotted hyenas use group tactics to apply pressure, especially at night when darkness becomes an ally in their relentless pursuits. With a maximum speed of up to 35 miles per hour, they are formidable predators in this fight for survival. Spotted hyenas are tireless hunters, always ready to cover long distances to seize every opportunity. With a bite force of up to 1 to 100 pounds per square inch, spotted hyenas are not only skilled hunters, but also expert scavengers, often taking prey from lions and other predators. Each meal not only helps them survive, but also contributes to maintaining the balance of the Serengeti, where every action of the spotted hyena reflects the wild harmony and fierce determination of nature. The Serengeti is home to around 3,000 lions, one of the highest lion densities in the world. The Serengeti forest, with its open grasslands and sparse woodlands, is a predator's paradise for East African lions, known as the king of all predators. Over 2 million years of evolution, East African lions have developed the optimal physique to survive and hunt across vast grasslands, interspersed with low clusters of trees. Adult lions are powerful hunters, with males weighing up to 500 pounds and measuring 8 to 10 feet in length, while females are lighter, ranging from 260 to 400 pounds. The thick mane of the male acts like armor in battles, symbolizing strength and attracting attention in the harsh environment. Each day, lions consume between 10 and 15 pounds of meat. Instead of long chases, they prefer ambush tactics, relying on sophisticated hunting strategies. The Serengeti forest, with its scattered trees and expansive grasslands, provides the ideal environment for them to lie in wait for prey. With short, explosive bursts of speed reaching up to 50 miles per hour, lion prides can quickly close the gap on large prey, like gazelles and zebras, using their superior muscle power and sharp teeth to subdue their quarry. However, challenges are always present. Lions face fierce competition from spotted hyenas, who also hunt in packs, and aren't afraid to steal a meal from any rival. This competition is part of the food chain, helping to maintain balance in the vast ecosystem. Currently, East African lions are classified as vulnerable by the IUCN due to human encroachment and increased conflicts. Their decline threatens the entire Serengeti ecosystem, as they are not only top predators but also ecological symbols, embodying the relentless life cycle and the enduring vitality of the natural world here. The Serengeti forest stretches endlessly, where cheetahs race across the grasslands like a flash of bright lightning before vanishing in an instant. The vast landscape with tall grasses and scattered shrubs becomes the perfect stage for cheetahs to showcase their incredible speed. 3 million years of evolution have shaped their sleek bodies, optimized for agility rather than strength. Every movement of the cheetah is a masterpiece of grace and precision. The life of a cheetah differs from other predators. They don't roar like lions, nor do they live in large prides. Instead, male cheetahs often form small coalitions to defend their territory, while females raise their cubs alone, teaching them the essential hunting skills until they are ready to fend for themselves. When the soft sounds of birdsong or calls echo across the grasslands, it is a subtle connection that transcends the powerful roars of lions, creating a magical pause in the wild landscape. As the sun rises high, the cheetah begins to take advantage of its stealth, quietly approaching its prey through the tall grass. In the blink of an eye, it bursts into a powerful run, reaching speeds of up to 60 miles per hour in just 3 seconds. Each stride is like a drumbeat, with the heart and muscles working at full capacity, propelling it forward with extraordinary force. The cheetah can reach a maximum speed of 70 miles per hour, but it can only maintain that pace for about 300 to 500 yards before it must slow down. Its long tail acts like a rudder, allowing for swift direction changes to chase prey with perfect accuracy. Hunting is a race against time. The cheetah lacks the endurance to pursue for long. Sometimes, if unsuccessful, the cheetah must pause, abandoning the hunt to recover and avoid exhaustion under the harsh sun of the Serengeti. In Londo, at an elevation of about 5,000 feet, the grasslands stretch out with a semi-arid climate, with temperatures ranging from 50 degrees Fahrenheit at night to 85 degrees Fahrenheit during the day. Located between Serengeti National Park and the Noro Conservation Area, Londo unfolds like an endless scenic landscape. These arid yet vibrant lands are supported by resilient grasses like Thymanda triandra and Setaria, which help stabilize the soil and prevent erosion. For antelopes, zebras, and Thompson's gazelles, Londo is a crucial stop on their arduous migration journey. The small streams winding through the grasslands are especially valuable during the dry season, when water sources in the Serengeti become scarce. Here, animal herds gather to replenish their strength for the journey ahead. Londo is not only a buffer zone for life, but also a hub for natural balance, where wildlife and livestock coexist, sharing the vast grasslands. The Londo grasslands, with their open spaces and few obstacles, provide an ideal environment for Thompson's gazelle, a small yet agile species of gazelle native to the Serengeti. Here, herds of gazelles, ranging from dozens to hundreds of individuals, migrate annually alongside zebras and wildebeests. This journey not only takes them to fresh grasslands, but also helps them escape the predation pressures from their previous territory. Thompson's gazelles stand at a modest height of 22 to 26 inches at the shoulder and weigh between 26 and 40 pounds, recognized by their light brown fur with a distinctive black stripe running along each side. Their large eyes not only help them observe their surroundings, but also enhance their ability to spot predators. With long ears and heightened alertness, Thompson's gazelles are always ready to detect any threats. Living in herds provides a strategic advantage, allowing individuals to quickly alert one another, forming a natural defense line across the vast grasslands. The Londo grasslands serve as an open stage, where short grasses and low shrubs cover most of the landscape, allowing gazelles to easily spot and evade predators like leopards and hyenas. Their diet is simple yet effective, primarily consisting of short grasses and some shrubs, helping them maintain health in this arid and water-scarce environment. During the dry season, the Londo grasslands are also an ecological paradise for Grant's gazelle. With a height of 30 to 36 inches at the shoulder and weighing between 100 and 165 pounds, they stand out with their light brown fur, white belly, and a black stripe running down their back. Their flexible bodies and strong legs allow Grant's gazelles to adapt to the challenges of this place, where water is scarce and the grass is sparse. Living in small groups or complex social structures, this species finds greater safety and higher survival rates through cooperation. Grant's gazelles can reach speeds of up to 50 miles per hour, allowing them to escape from dangerous predators like lions and leopards. The long, curved horns of Grant's gazelles, particularly in males, are a distinctive feature. During the breeding season, mature males demonstrate their strength to protect their territory and attract females. Although the Londo grasslands can be harsh, they also provide an opportunity for Grant's gazelles to hone their speed and quick direction changes to evade threats. With a flexible digestive system, they can easily switch between grazing on grass and shrubs when food becomes scarce, a survival strategy that contributes to the ecological balance of the area. As the herds migrate to the grasslands, promising lush pastures, the relentless race begins. The grasslands seem to grow increasingly barren, with expanding livestock farming reducing the availability of natural prey. During the dry season, every drop of water and every patch of grass becomes precious, forcing predators to face intense pressure, with no choice but to fiercely compete for each meal in the vast yet harsh Lundo land, where life and death intertwine with every step taken by the great predators. In these semi-arid grasslands, East African lions have perfectly adapted to the harsh environment, not only in their hunting methods, but also in their physical traits. The lions in Lundo have evolved with thinner coats and lighter colors, helping them release heat effectively under the blazing desert sun. This adaptation reduces their need for water, a precious resource in this vast land where prey is scarce. East African lions are forced to expand their territories, moving constantly in search of food, with each pride covering a larger area than those in wetter regions, continually hunting their primary prey, including drought-resistant species like Grant's gazelles and other antelope. Their hunting behavior has significantly shifted to nighttime, when darkness becomes an ally in their pursuit. As temperatures cool, the conditions become ideal for the lion's large hunts. The lionesses lead the pride in complex strategies to surround their prey. During the peak hours of the day, when lions seek shade, they use ambush tactics to approach their targets stealthily, using the wind to mask their scent, creating a deadly surprise for unsuspecting creatures. In the harsh dry season, when water sources become scarce, the lions of Lundo can survive by extracting water from the body fluids of their prey, allowing them to endure without having to travel far in search of water. This adaptation provides a survival advantage, maintaining their status as top predators even in the harshest conditions of the Lundo grasslands. In the semi-arid grasslands of Lundo, spotted hyenas are considered the warriors of the night. Darkness is their ally, allowing them to hunt in cooler conditions, conserving water and energy in the scorching daytime heat. Their cunning and endurance peak when hyena packs can travel over 6 miles each night in search of food. Not only predators, spotted hyenas also serve as nature's cleanup crew, capable of consuming nearly all of the carcass, from tough bones to soft tissue, acting as natural recyclers for the ecosystem. When food becomes scarce, hyenas form strong packs, sometimes competing with lions, their direct rivals. Their coordination and teamwork help control food sources, especially when water becomes scarce. When hunting Thompson's gazelles or zebras, spotted hyenas maintain an impressive hunting pace, sustaining their endurance until the prey is exhausted. In these hunts, they easily change direction and coordinate fluidly, turning each chase into a tense and dramatic display of survival instincts. On the vast Lundo grasslands, where the landscape stretches endlessly, like a painting of endless grass and low hills, the Maasai community lives harmoniously with their livestock and wild animal herds. The livestock, sheep and goats, appear as small dots on the countryside canvas, wandering in search of each precious patch of green grass. However, this land also bears the pressure of a growing population. The increase in population has made grazing a difficult challenge, and the once abundant green pastures quickly become scarce under hundreds of footsteps. Yet, the traditional wisdom of the Maasai remains clear, guiding them to move their livestock seasonally, allowing the pastures time to recover. With patience in their eyes, they wait for the new grass to return after grazing. To maintain balance, ecotourism has emerged as a new livelihood, respecting tradition while nurturing the land under the relentless sun. The scavenger birds soar through the sky, acting as nature's cleanup crew, with sharp eyes scanning for signs of life's end. They help clear the Lundo landscape of carcasses, reducing the risk of disease outbreaks. In recent years, however, the challenges have increased. Each carcass has become essential for their survival in this arid environment. In the vast sky over the Lundo grasslands, small eagles glide, casting shadows over the sun-drenched grass below. With their small brown feathers, eagles blend perfectly into the semi-arid landscape, creating a camouflage that allows these predators to hide among the dry bushes and silver grass. Their thick plumage protects them from the scorching heat of the day and the cold of the night, optimizing their survival in a world where only the strong endure. From hundreds of feet above, their sharp eyes sweep the ground, detecting even the slightest movements below. Every glance is a potential opportunity for attack. The eagle's power comes not only from its endurance, but also from its speed. In a swift dive, it plunges like an arrow, targeting small prey like mice or young antelopes with pinpoint accuracy. Its sharp talons and strong hooked beak help it quickly dispatch its prey. Lundo is a challenging land, especially in the dry season, when water and food become scarce. The eagle's resilience shines as it maintains a diverse diet, from mice and small birds to carcasses left by other predators, fulfilling its essential role in the ecosystem as a cleanup expert, preventing disease and maintaining balance. Under the blazing sun, the white-headed vulture soars, its sharp eyes scanning for dead prey. As a natural scavenger, it is often the first to arrive at the feast, diving down to consume the remaining soft flesh before larger scavengers appear. The white-headed vulture's excellent vision is not limited to close distances. It can fly up to 6 miles in a day, searching for food with its keen eyes and powerful wings, gliding over the Lundo grasslands. Meanwhile, the ripple vulture, also known as the griffin vulture, soars high above like a silent guardian of the tranquil land. In the thin air at great heights, this vulture breathes effortlessly thanks to its unique lung structure, allowing it to have the endurance to observe the land below. With a record flight altitude of up to 37,000 feet, it is the highest flying bird in the world. The ripple vulture lives in groups, gathering around carcasses and rarely hunting alone. This social behavior aids in food finding and enhances their survival in the food-scarce area. Cooperation and strength during feeding help them maximize scarce resources. However, the challenges they face are not only from nature. The ripple vulture is currently listed as a vulnerable species by the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN. Threats such as illegal hunting and habitat loss have pushed this vulture species to the brink of extinction. Conservation efforts, including population monitoring and restrictions on harmful chemicals, aim to protect safe havens for this valuable scavenger species. The massive granite rocks rise silently from the Serengeti ecosystem, like resilient oases in a vast ocean of grasslands. These ancient rock formations were shaped millions of years ago, bearing the marks of time, with heights ranging from a few feet to several hundred feet. These rocks provide ideal shelter for animals seeking refuge from the intense sun and predators. Surrounded by low grass, the rocks help manage the flow of rainwater, preserving the precious moisture for the surrounding vegetation, especially during the harsh, dry season. These rocky islands are not just shelters, but rare green lifelines in the arid land, supporting the survival of the Serengeti ecosystem. The rocks in the Serengeti ecosystem are home to resilient species, playing a vital role in maintaining biodiversity across the vast grasslands. These rocks act like isolated fortresses, where rock gazelles have established safe lives on high outcrops and in narrow crevices. These creatures escape the sight of fearsome predators like leopards and eagles, thanks to specialized feet and sweat glands that help them cling to slippery surfaces. Although small and seemingly unremarkable, the rock gazelles have strong incisors resembling tusks, a reminder of their distant relatives, the elephants. These teeth help them chew through tough leaves and tree bark under the blazing sun of the Serengeti. They only grow between 12 to 20 inches long and weigh up to 12 pounds, with their gray-brown fur blending perfectly with the rocks, making them appear as if they are part of these timeless stones. Rock gazelles live in herds of up to 8 individuals, with strong social bonds that enable them to survive through cooperation, always alert to any movement or sound that could signal danger. Every member of the herd keeps a close watch, for even the shadow of an eagle soaring overhead can pose a threat. Amid the majestic rocks of the Serengeti, leopards have become masters of stealth. They take advantage of natural crevices and caves to shield themselves from the scorching daytime heat, hunting quietly in the darkness of night. The rocks not only provide shelter, but also serve as an ideal vantage point, allowing the leopard to observe prey from afar and avoid threats. This hunting ability has been honed over millions of years of evolution, making the leopard one of the most skilled predators among the big cats. The leopard's powerful body structure is a marvel of adaptation, ranging from 5 to 7 feet in length and weighing between 100 to 200 pounds. Its light golden coat with black spots provides perfect camouflage in the rocky terrain and shrubbery of the rocks. As a solitary predator, the leopard employs a stealthy approach, silently tracking its prey before launching a surprise attack when the target is least aware. Each leap from above is a powerful strike, capable of taking down anything from small antelopes to large birds. The leopard's climbing ability is exceptional, thanks to its strong muscles and sharp claws, allowing it to easily haul prey up trees or into deep rock crevices. This strategy helps protect its meal from competitors like hyenas and lions. Among the majestic rocks of the Serengeti, small lion prides, usually consisting of 5 to 10 members, live and thrive in the harsh limitations of this environment. Unlike the vast grasslands, this rocky terrain provides limited space and scarce food sources. However, these challenges have shaped a unique survival strategy for the lions here. They use the rocky terrain to hide and ambush prey from high vantage points. They observe and wait for migrating herds of antelope or other prey to approach. Instead of charging through open grasslands, they move stealthily between the rocks, ready to pounce unexpectedly to increase their chances of a successful hunt. The rocks not only provide ambush points, but also serve as safe places to raise their young. The lionesses choose secluded rock crevices to hide their cubs, protecting them from predators. Under the harsh midday sun, this unique rocky environment supports the lion's adaptation, helping them sustain and protect their pride, even in the challenging terrain of the rocks. The wetlands of the Serengeti, centered around major rivers like the Grumeti and Mara, serve as natural reservoirs amidst the arid landscape. These wetlands retain moisture and water even when the surrounding grasslands and forests wither during the dry season. They play a crucial role in attracting both migratory and resident animals, providing a stable water source. The Serengeti wetlands are not merely wet areas, they are biodiversity hubs. Tall shrubs and dense grasses offer shelter for large animals, protecting them from predators. This lush environment creates a vibrant ecological picture of a thriving Serengeti, helping maintain natural balance during the harsh, dry season. The Serengeti wetlands also serve as an ideal refuge for Maasai giraffes. The abundant water here helps them maintain moisture without needing to travel far, unlike in drier areas. With a plentiful food source and constant water, Maasai giraffes focus on foraging acacia leaves and tall shrubs, essential nutrition for their large bodies. Standing at heights of 15 to 18 feet, They have a significant advantage in observing their surroundings to spot predators from afar, enhancing their chances of survival. The long, strong legs of the giraffe allow it to easily move through soft, flooded terrain and also serve as a powerful means of defense. The rear legs of the Maasai giraffe are strong enough to deliver a kick that can seriously injure a predator, providing effective self-defense when threatened. During the rainy season, when the wetlands are at their most fertile, Maasai giraffes often focus on reproduction. The dense wetland areas provide an ideal environment for giving birth, ensuring safety and protection for the calves from potential threats. Shortly after birth, the calves can stand and follow their mothers, increasing their chances of survival in the challenging wetland environment. Stretching across the Serengeti wetlands, the sacred crane is found like a promised land in the shallow waters and lush vegetation. This environment is ideal for exploiting a diverse range of food sources, from fish and insects to various types of invertebrates. The sacred crane's flexible survival skills allow it to adapt when food becomes scarce, especially during the dry season, forcing them to seek new water sources. Crane flocks play an important role in maintaining the safety of bird species in the wetlands. During the breeding season, they gather in large groups, building nests from twigs and grass in dense bushes or low trees to protect their eggs from predators. Their social behavior helps them detect threats quickly, increasing protection for the young. The Serengeti wetlands provide an ideal environment for crane species with clean water and a rich ecosystem. With graceful steps on their long legs, gray cranes, black-headed cranes, and large cranes silently hunt with their sharp beaks. They search for prey beneath the clear waters, where fish, amphibians, and insects can become their meals with just one small misstep. Each species of crane has its unique hunting strategy. The white feathers of crane species blend perfectly with the shadows of trees and tall grasses, helping them remain undetected by prey as well as predators. The wet and uneven terrain of the wetlands allows cranes to take advantage of food sources without causing disruption. Their long legs and strong talons act like anchors, keeping their bodies stable in the muddy ground. They stand still, patiently waiting, their eyes focused on the water's surface. Suddenly, with a swift strike, their beaks pierce the water like lightning, creating a small splash. This attack technique is energy efficient and perfectly suited to the wetland environment, where food sources concentrate around flooded areas. Perhaps the true silent kings of the Serengeti wetlands are the hippos. In the wetland areas, large groups of hippos are often seen sunbathing in the calm waters, where nature provides them with an endless source of life. With massive bodies ranging from 10 to 16 feet long and weighing up to 4,500 pounds, hippos are among the most powerful creatures here. They spend most of the daylight hours submerged in the cool water, leaving only their eyes and ears exposed as they watch their surroundings. The submerged water not only provides coolness, but also protects the hippos from the harsh sun, causing their thick skin to secrete a reddish fluid, like blood, that defends against bacteria and UV rays. As night falls, hippos leave their familiar waters and move onto land to forage for nutritious food, mainly young grass and shrubs, which help them maintain health in this harsh environment. On average, they consume up to 80 pounds of grass each night, but only during the late hours when other animals have found shelter. This timing helps hippos minimize competition for food and conserve energy in the harsh daytime heat. In this world, the strength of the hippos is truly astonishing, with a bite force of up to 1,800 pounds per square inch, capable of making any intruder cower in fear. Their tusks, reaching up to 16 inches, are powerful weapons, ready to defend their watery territory. Hippo herds of 10 to 30 members form a tight social structure, with dominant males controlling access to water and protecting females from potential threats. However, hippos are not just gigantic creatures in the ecosystem. They also create pathways through small streams, allowing smaller species to thrive and maintaining life throughout the entire wetland ecosystem. Stretching along the Grumeti River, the western corridor of the Serengeti is a lifeline where vast grasslands and sparse woodlands blend with the wetlands along the river. Here, the flowing river and rich vegetation make this land irresistible to wildlife seeking survival during the dry season. Annually, this area receives 20 to 30 inches of rainfall, primarily during the short rainy season in November and the long rainy season from March to May. These rains rejuvenate the land, keeping the grasses and vegetation around the Grumeti River lush, providing a vital water source for herds of antelope on their migration journey. The landscape here becomes a vibrant natural painting with layers of intertwined vegetation, providing ideal shelter for both herbivores and predators like lions and Nile crocodiles. Under the brilliant golden sunlight, this area resembles a wild stage where survival battles unfold continuously. As other rivers gradually dry up during the dry season, the Grumeti River becomes a magnet for migrating wildlife, with large herds of antelope and zebras gathering here. These antelope and zebra species gather by the cool waters in search of moisture and food, helping the river maintain its humidity and supporting the lush vegetation along the riverbanks year-round. This creates a fertile environment for species that rely on the abundant resources found here. Hidden within the river are silent and formidable predators. The Nile crocodile, reaching lengths of up to 18 feet and weighing as much as 1,500 pounds, is one of the largest species on the planet. They are notorious for their deadly ambush hunting style. During migration, when millions of antelope and zebras cross the river, Nile crocodiles lie in wait, seizing the opportunity to strike quickly and store energy for the tough months ahead. When an antelope or zebra makes a misstep, the Nile crocodile rushes in with sharp teeth and a bite force of up to 5,000 psi, many times stronger than that of a tiger. Smaller prey can be taken down with a single snap, while for larger prey, the crocodile employs the death roll technique, gripping the prey tightly and spinning it underwater to tear it apart, often sharing the remains with other crocodiles nearby. But the Great Migration is not just a journey full of danger. The spectacular sight of this mass movement unfolds as large herds of migrating animals make their way to the promised land of fresh grass and rain. The Western Corridor, where the confluence of rivers, riverine forests, and vast flooded grasslands provide an ideal nutritional source with fresh vegetation for thousands of antelope, zebras, and other large animals. As the migration season begins, the end of the rainy season in May signals the journey toward the Grumeti River. Here, as the herds arrive, the flow of the river maintains humidity, nourishing fresh grass and shrubs, creating a rich feast. In June, the large herds stop at the riverbank, seeking temporary shelter as the Grumeti River teems with lurking Nile crocodiles. Crossing this river becomes a harsh survival test. Weak or unlucky individuals may become prey to the predators lurking beneath the water. Moreover, the depletion of water during the dry season causes exhaustion for many individuals, adding to the severity of the journey. The migration of the antelope is not only a survival instinct, but also a synchronization with the ecosystem. Moving in large herds, they form a natural shield against dangerous predators like lions, leopards, and hyenas. This unity not only provides protection, but also enhances the ability to locate and share the abundant resources of the Western Corridor. The departure of some individuals in the migration becomes life for others. The carcasses of antelope floating in the river become feasts for crocodiles and additional food for scavenger birds, creating a sustainable nutritional cycle along the Grumeti River. This annual journey leaves a significant ecological impact. Thick layers of dung enrich the soil, encouraging the vigorous growth of grass, which in turn nourishes other herbivores. This ecological cycle sustains life and prevents land degradation, preserving the richness of the Serengeti grasslands and wetlands. The northern Serengeti and Mara, the final stretch of the Great Migration, extends into Kenya, forming a mosaic of vast grasslands and sparse woodlands. The powerful flow of the Mara River creates a dynamic landscape, both rich and harsh. With average rainfall ranging from 35 to 40 inches from November to May, this region maintains stable moisture, ensuring a year-round food source for migrating herds of antelope and zebras as they complete the final leg of their journey. As the zebra herds reach the northern Serengeti and Mara, they benefit from the lush grasslands nourished by short rains from November to December. This journey requires excellent navigational skills and memory to locate water and food sources. The zebras follow traditional migration paths passed down through generations, demonstrating strong instincts and the ability to exploit the best grazing areas, avoiding barren regions that could lead to exhaustion. In the northern Serengeti and Mara, zebras find temporary shelter in sparse acacia forests. These areas with dense vegetation obscure the view of predators, allowing the zebra herds to move more safely through open areas. The combination of woodlands and fresh grasslands creates ideal conditions for zebras to recover, making it an opportune time for reproduction. The young quickly adapt to the nomadic lifestyle. Within hours of birth, they can stand and follow their mothers, an essential survival skill in this dangerous environment. The migration also drives the antelope to move north. forcing them to cross the treacherous Mara River to reach the lush grasslands of Mara and northern Serengeti. When the rainy season ends in May, the dry grasslands of southern Serengeti prompt the antelope to move north in search of fresh grass. Each individual in the herd faces dangers during the nearly 500-mile journey. From July to October, hundreds of thousands of antelope and zebras gather along the Mara River. Here, Nile crocodiles wait, hiding beneath the swift-flowing waters, facing their greatest challenge. The adult antelopes lead the way into the river, providing an opportunity for the weaker and younger members to cross more safely. The river crossing is usually timed for when the water levels are at their lowest, minimizing the risk of drowning and minimizing exposure to crocodiles. The migration of antelope and zebras into northern Serengeti and Mara presents an unmissable opportunity for lions, the top predators in the food chain. In this vast landscape with few places to hide, lionesses often form hunting groups, increasing their success rate to 40% through coordinated attacks. Each hunt is a synchronized performance, as they quietly lead the prey into disadvantageous positions before launching the final strike. Lions take advantage of the rugged terrain and cooler times of the day, such as early mornings or late afternoons, when prey is less vigilant. In areas with sparse vegetation, their coats blend with the tall grass, minimizing the chance of detection. This is when lions achieve optimal hunting performance, conserving energy while ensuring access to essential nutrition. Male lions play a protective role, guarding the territory from other predators like leopards and spotted hyenas, formidable competitors. Encounters with spotted hyenas occur frequently due to shared territory and food sources. Thanks to their superior strength and size, lions can push back these rivals, asserting their dominance in the food chain and preserving resources within their territory. In this fiercely competitive environment, leopards avoid establishing fixed territories and instead adapt by moving away from areas with high densities of lions and spotted hyenas. This helps minimize unnecessary confrontations and increases the chances of successful hunts, especially in the early weeks of the cubs' lives. Mother leopards continuously change their hiding spots, often concealing their cubs to protect them from threats. When the cubs reach 5 to 6 months of age, they are introduced to hunting skills through practice, chasing smaller prey, preparing them for an independent life. Leopards are keenly aware that their speed is both an advantage and a limitation. Therefore, they often bypass more difficult prey like adult antelope or zebras, instead using their superior speed to hunt smaller animals like Thompson's gazelles and impalas, which they can easily overpower and catch. The scorching heat of the northern Serengeti and Mara shapes the leopard's hunting schedule. They primarily hunt in the early morning and late afternoon to avoid dehydration and to stay clear of other predators who often hunt at night or during twilight. In this survival game, leopards often target weak, young, or solitary prey to minimize the risk of injury and conserve energy, maintaining their position in the ecosystem. The battle for survival in the wild is always intense, with the line between life and death as thin as a thread. But that's not the whole story. Whether predator or prey, wildlife not only has to fight among themselves, but also face challenges posed by human activity. Serengeti, a vast and majestic wilderness, is currently facing severe challenges from climate change and human pressure. Over the past 3 decades, the average temperature in Serengeti has increased by 1.8 to 2.5 degrees Fahrenheit, causing unpredictable changes between the rainy and dry seasons. The dry season has lengthened, and rainfall now occurs in unstable periods, depleting water and vegetation, forcing species like antelope into survival battles. Their population has decreased by 10% in recent years due to food scarcity, affecting the reproduction rates of zebras and impalas. Furthermore, grasslands are disappearing as erosion and desertification increase. A 2024 report indicates that 15% of Serengeti's grasslands and wetlands have severely degraded, threatening species like giraffes and Thomson's gazelles. If this trend continues, Serengeti's grasslands could lose more than 20% of their area in the next 2 decades. Human-wildlife conflict is also on the rise. Population growth in Tanzania and Kenya has increased demand for agricultural land around Serengeti, turning grasslands into farmland and blocking important migration routes for many species. Local communities frequently face confrontations with wandering elephants and water buffalo that venture into agricultural land in search of food and water during the dry season. The Serengeti ecosystem, one of the world's natural heritage sites, is facing tremendous challenges. This is not just Africa's land, but a global heritage, a precious part of nature that we all have a responsibility to protect. Times are changing too rapidly, and negative impacts are increasingly rising. Nature is calling for help. The Serengeti ecosystem is currently witnessing strong conservation efforts to protect wildlife migration and natural habitats. Governments and organizations like WWF have established migration corridors and buffer zones around Serengeti, allowing species like antelope and zebras to move freely without being blocked by farms or in conflict with humans. By 2023, the area of protected corridors increased by 15%, facilitating easier migration routes for these herds within Serengeti. In Serengeti and Mara, projects to restore native vegetation are underway to regenerate degraded grasslands. About 10,000 acres of land have been restored, providing a rich habitat for giraffes and Thomson's gazelles. More importantly, cooperation with local communities is a key component of these efforts. According to WWF, more than 5,000 local residents have participated in awareness workshops on conservation, helping them better understand their role in maintaining this precious ecosystem. Among the ongoing efforts, the recovery of African elephants in Serengeti is a truly inspiring conservation story. After decades of struggling with poaching and habitat loss, the African elephant population had drastically declined. However, since 2023, strict legal measures implemented by the governments of Tanzania and Kenya have significantly reduced poaching, with heavier penalties for illegal ivory trade. Local communities have also actively participated in this conservation effort. Organizations like WWF and the African Wildlife Foundation have launched educational programs, helping people understand the ecological and tourism value of elephants. Since 2020, Serengeti has used drones and surveillance cameras, cutting poaching by 70%. By 2023, the elephant population had grown by 15%, reaching about 6,000 individuals. This success not only protects wildlife, but also boosts ecotourism, providing additional income for local communities. The recovery of the African elephant population in Serengeti is not only a success in conservation, but also a testament to the power of unity and perseverance between humans and nature. Conserving the Serengeti ecosystem is a global responsibility, requiring participation from everyone. Raise awareness, refuse wildlife products, engage in ecotourism, and support conservation organizations. Every small action contributes to protecting this precious natural heritage for future generations. If you have ever had the chance to witness the inspiring migration and dramatic hunts in Serengeti, share your experience in the comments below. Sharing the story of Africa's great natural wonder will inspire and drive continuous conservation efforts, ensuring the ecosystem remains vibrant for future generations. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to join us in exploring more wonderful adventures. Red sands stretch beneath our feet, where the desert leopards, with their mystifying black coats, proudly display their strength. A pack of wild dogs surrounds its prey, leaving it no chance to escape. Scorching sands underfoot and the suffocating air of the survival struggle create a fierce scene in the Kalahari Desert. Day by day, the fight for survival is relentless. Kalahari, meaning the land without water in Swana, witnesses animals engaged in brutal battles for life. The gemsbok antelopes, with their sharp, pointed horns, are like resilient warriors crossing cracked plains, where patience and endurance become keys to survival. Meanwhile, the Kalahari lions, with an air of mystery in each step, watch silently. And then, in mere seconds, cheetahs burst forth with speed, showcasing their power in the ultimate chase. In this barren land, strategy is essential for survival. Both herbivores and predators must adapt to scarcity, constantly shifting tactics with the seasons. Only those who are patient and strong enough can survive. The Kalahari Desert is not merely sand and scorching sun. It spans over 360,000 square miles. And don't let the word desert fool you. This is a semi-desert where life tenaciously holds on. More than 500 species of plants, 120 species of mammals, 300 bird species, and thousands of insect varieties have adapted to this arid land. From November to April, water from the Okavango River flows from the Angolan highlands down to Botswana, creating floods that cover the region, transforming it into one of the largest and most vital inland swamps in the world. During the rainy season, the Okavango becomes a vibrant stage where water breathes life into Kalahari's arid landscape. This is the time when African forest elephants, the largest land animals, make a majestic appearance, moving into the flooded lands. The water from the Okavango River not only brings life, but also transforms the barren grasslands into a lush paradise, providing abundant food for the local wildlife. Let's explore more about the lives of these colossal elephants, creatures with enormous dietary needs, consuming about 660 pounds of food each day. To sustain their energy, they require a substantial amount of grass, leaves, and aquatic plants. Plants like papyrus and acacia thrive in the floodwaters, becoming essential lifelines for these giant animals. With their powerful trunks, elephants are not just eating tools, they are survival instruments as well. They use them to break off branches, clearing paths for smaller plants to grow. This seemingly destructive behavior plays a crucial role in maintaining the balance of the ecosystem. Although the rainy season brings abundant resources, elephants still have to travel long distances, sometimes up to 44 miles each day, in search of food and water. Their constant movement not only helps them survive, but also creates natural pathways, allowing them to access the most fertile flood areas. Even when floods make reaching waterholes difficult, elephants can dig deep into the ground to extract water from natural wells, sustaining life in an ever-changing world. The rainy season in the Okavango Delta transforms the Kalahari landscape into a vast network of flooded waterways. The high ground becomes temporary islands where predators and prey face new challenges. Cheetahs, with their incredible survival instincts, must adapt to the rising waters. Dense vegetation acts as a curtain, concealing the movements of predators in this damp forest. Unlike lions, cheetahs do not require large territories. They excel at utilizing thickets, riverbanks, and water's edges for cover. The appearance of herds of impala and reedbuck seeking higher ground to escape the floods presents a golden opportunity for the cheetah. With their sparkling green eyes, cheetahs patiently track their prey. Not only their patience, but also their climbing ability becomes a valuable survival strategy. High branches provide a safe place to pull prey out of the reach of scavengers like hyenas. Competition during the rainy season becomes fiercer than ever. Lions, hyenas, and many other species converge at Okavango, where the abundant water offers a feast for herbivores. However, for cheetahs, no meal comes easily. Despite their advantage in stealth and solitary hunting, cheetahs still face the risk of losing their prey. Hyenas can detect scents from afar, while lions can ambush at any moment. Cheetahs must be clever in selecting their hunting spots and quickly hoist their prey up into trees for safekeeping before scavengers arrive. Flooding also alters cheetahs' tactics. When water blocks their path, they are forced to seek higher ground, where the forest becomes their only fortress against larger foes. Rising waters do not deter cheetahs. They turn this world into their own hunting stage, where every branch and bush becomes a tool in the game of survival. Meanwhile, cheetahs, the fastest land predators, also face a new array of challenges and opportunities as the waters of the Okavango River rise. The higher ground becomes a refuge for herds of impala and lechwe, the small herbivores that cheetahs often hunt. During the rainy months, the tall grasses and plains create challenges for cheetahs, the fastest land animals capable of reaching speeds up to 70 miles per hour. However, in flooded areas and dense vegetation, this speed becomes useless if they cannot get close to their prey. While the expansive grasslands offer an advantage, the wet ground and flooded landscape can turn a hunt into a disadvantageous race. They must carefully stalk their prey, using dense grass and low bushes for cover, moving silently like shadows through the lush forest. As the wildebeest graze, the cheetah must wait for the perfect moment. When the time comes, they accelerate in just a few seconds, like a bullet fired from a gun. However, not every hunt is successful. During the rainy season, tall grasses and shallow waters can cause cheetahs to lose track of their prey or slip, forcing them to change their plans immediately. The pressure comes not only from the environment. Other predators like lions and hyenas are always lurking, waiting for the opportunity to snatch the prey. Hyenas can detect the scent of carrion from afar, charging in and pushing cheetahs away from their meal. This forces cheetahs to hunt more frequently and travel further to secure food for themselves. On the vast green fields, cheetahs must constantly fight for survival. Each chase is a gamble, a high-stakes bet against nature, where mere speed is not enough to guarantee victory. The rainy season in the Okavango Delta also brings serious challenges for African wild dogs, commonly known as painted wolves. The rain revives the vegetation, attracting a large number of prey animals looking for food. This presents a wonderful opportunity for wild dog packs. However, with rising waters, the battlefield also changes. Flooded areas hinder the speed and agility of wild dogs, forcing them to hunt in higher ground where the terrain is less watery. Herds of impala and lechwe often gather near the water's edge to drink, and this is where wild dogs patiently wait to attack. Wild dogs are famous for their highly effective pack hunting strategy, with a success rate of 70 to 80% in hunts, an extraordinary figure in the animal kingdom. Their tactics typically involve several pack members pursuing the prey, while others block escape routes, creating the perfect ambush. One of the wild dog's greatest strengths is their ability to run long distances at high speeds. They can maintain this fast pace throughout the chase, allowing them to excel in hunting even in challenging terrain. The rainy season in the Okavango Delta is a harsh test, where wild dogs must employ every hunting skill they have to survive amid powerful rivals and an ever-changing environment. As the waters rise, submerged plants like papyrus thrive, creating a vast green carpet that stretches to the horizon. With the arrival of the rains, water levels rise, and fish species such as tilapia and crocodiles begin to flourish. This is when the Nile crocodile embarks on its challenging journey of survival. Beneath the water's surface, they engage in an underground, yet fiercely competitive battle. These crocodiles take advantage of the explosion of underwater life, hiding in papyrus thickets that can reach up to 10 feet tall, silently waiting for their prey. With only their eyes above the water and their bodies completely still, they become almost invisible within the surrounding landscape. Just a quick and precise strike, and the life of their prey ends in the blink of an eye. The rainy season is also the breeding time for Nile crocodiles. Female crocodiles build nests on high sandy banks near the water, where they lay between 25 to 80 eggs, carefully guarding them against other predators. When the eggs hatch, the mother leads her young to the water, where the real struggle for survival begins. However, the hatchlings soon face the harsh realities of life. Fewer than 10% of them survive due to threats from predators and fierce competition in these rare flooded waters amid the desert. Only the strongest crocodiles are given the chance to survive and thrive. Although not a predator, the hippopotamus is one of the dominant forces in the flooded waters. As the water levels rise, papyrus and bulrush thickets cover the water's surface, creating ideal shelter for small animals and insects. At the same time, these plants become the primary food source for the enormous hippos. Each night, hippos leave the water, crossing the damp grasslands in search of food. A single hippo can consume up to 80 pounds of grass each night, a massive amount needed to sustain its body weight of around 3,260 pounds, making it the third largest land animal. The rainy season is also the ideal time for hippos to breed. The water provides protection for the young, keeping them out of sight from predators. However, even in the water, danger lurks. Nile crocodiles hide in the swamps, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Mother hippos must always remain vigilant, keeping their calves close in the deeper waters where they can easily escape predators. Life in the flooded Okavango Delta is not just a battle against nature, it is also a struggle for territory. The deep waters become a battlefield where large hippos fight for every inch of land. Their roars echo throughout the wetlands, signaling power and dominance. Hippos occupy the best water areas, where grass grows thick and water is abundant. As the water begins to recede at the end of the rainy season, battles for food, water, and territory become fiercer than ever. Tension never ceases in this flooded environment, where life and death are always intertwined. Hippos continue their journey of survival. When the rainy season arrives in the Okavango Delta, a vibrant world begins to awaken. The rising waters bring lush green grasslands, creating a vivid and rich tapestry for the ecosystem here. As the once arid landscape transforms into a paradise for foraging antelopes, this is a time of survival, where they must fight against both nature and predators to survive amid the life-giving waters. The common kudu stands out with its ability to reach speeds of up to 55 miles per hour, making it the fastest antelope in Africa. The rainy season provides an abundance of fresh grass, a lavish feast, but it also brings environmental changes. The vast grasslands they migrate to become open spaces, making them vulnerable to lions and hyenas. The kudu's strategy is to gather in herds, seeking strength in numbers. Each step they take is a race between life and death, in a fight with no second chances. In the higher grasslands, the majestic sable antelope with its curved horns also seeks shelter. The lush grasslands near the flooded rivers become a promised land for them. Sable antelopes face not only predators but also environmental challenges. They move in small herds, typically consisting of 15 to 25 individuals, seeking safety in numbers under the shade of tall bushes, utilizing every inch of land and blade of grass to survive. Heading north, the eland antelope, a large species weighing up to 660 pounds, searches for higher ground where the floodwaters cannot reach. As of 2023, their population in the Okavango Delta has dwindled to only 500 to 700 individuals. Facing floods and food scarcity, they migrate to sparser grasslands. In this moment, speed and agility become crucial factors for their survival. Meanwhile, the red lechwe, a species characteristic of wetland areas, confidently leaps through muddy puddles with its specially adapted hooves, swimming through the water as if it were second nature, a survival ability passed down over millions of years. In 2023, their population reached 60,000, making them one of the most abundant antelope species in the Okavango. Lechwe live in large herds, sometimes numbering up to 100 individuals, which not only helps them forage for food, but also creates an invisible barrier of protection against predators. Similarly, the waterbuck finds life in shallow waters and wetlands. The rainy season brings abundant water and grass, but it also opens the door to fierce battles, as they must always be on guard against predators like lions and crocodiles. Their distinctive gray coat, along with the oil glands in their skin, may help repel some foes, but that is not enough. They must always remain in a state of high alert, especially when approaching water holes. In the wetlands, the Sitatunga antelope moves slowly through the tall grasses and dense thickets. This species is highly adapted to living in a watery environment. Their swimming ability and wide hooves allow them to easily navigate flooded areas. Sitatunga tend to keep a low profile, staying out of sight from the ever-watchful predators lurking nearby. Not only the antelopes, but the chacma baboons are also struggling to survive under the heavy rains. They move from one area to another, climbing high into the trees and constantly searching for food to sustain themselves. During the rainy season, food sources become more abundant than ever for the chacma baboon troops. Lush green grasslands, fruit-laden branches, and aquatic plants spread across the damp ground. With a diverse diet, the baboons seize this opportunity. They eat everything from roots and berries to small prey like insects, snakes, and even rabbits. The rainy season not only provides food, but also serves as an ideal time for breeding, with troops becoming larger as groups of 30 to 100 individuals gather, helping to protect each other while foraging and avoiding predators. However, not everything is bright. As the waters rise, low-lying areas become flooded, forcing baboons to move to higher ground. The tall grasslands and open forests become their refuge. From these elevated positions, they can easily observe and avoid predators. Although baboons primarily live on the ground, the rainy season forces them to change their habits. Tall trees become their shelter at night, helping them escape the dangers posed by predators. Among the treetops, baboons sleep, using these trees as a natural fortress. While the waters may rise beneath them, life continues uninterrupted. During the rainy season in the Okavango Delta, the rising waters force helmeted guinea fowl to move constantly, avoiding areas where the grass is submerged. Seeking higher dry ground becomes their top priority for survival during this harsh season. They live in flocks that can number up to 20,000 individuals, banding together to overcome the challenges posed by nature. These birds look for elevated land to nest, where it is dry and safe for their eggs and chicks, minimizing the risk of flooding. Their small nests, hidden beneath bushes or low grass, provide shelter from heavy rain, ensuring the continuity of the next generation. When one of the birds in the flock detects danger, an alarm call echoes through the air, allowing the entire group to respond quickly to the threat from predators. The arrival of the rainy season also transforms the Makati fields from a barren landscape into a vibrant wetland ecosystem. The vast white salt pans, usually dry and desolate for most of the year, are now covered by shallow lakes, creating a completely new scene. Heavy rains bring flowing water into the fields, accumulating and forming saline areas, although the salinity has significantly decreased. The arid salt pans, often subjected to scorching summer heat, suddenly become expansive shallow lakes. These temporary lakes, though short-lived, bring life to the area, attracting thousands of herbivores migrating from afar. The zebra herds begin their long journey northeast from the arid regions of the Kalahari. As the first rains fall, their instincts guide them toward Magic Gip Pan, where fresh grass and drinking water await. This migration spans over 300 miles, with thousands of zebras collectively overcoming the challenges posed by nature. The lush grasslands in Madagascar provide a rich food source for these large herds, which can number between 20,000 and 30,000 individuals. At the same time, large flocks of flamingos also converge on Makadakati, where thousands of these birds gather. During the rainy season, nature showcases its most spectacular moments. Thousands of slender-legged birds wade through the shallow waters, creating a vibrant scene in the heart of the desert, with numbers reaching up to 30,000 individuals, forming a truly majestic spectacle. This migration, much like a regular journey, brings these iconic birds back to the salt pans as the rains trigger an explosion of abundant food sources. The shallow saline and alkaline lakes become the perfect environment for the growth of bacteria, algae, and plankton, essential food sources that flamingos rely on for survival and reproduction. During the rainy season, the Madagascar landscape transforms completely. Rain clouds gather, pouring water onto the ground and creating gigantic mirrors that reflect the sky. The saline lakes not only provide food, but also serve as ideal nesting sites for flamingos. They build their nests on mud and salt flats, forming small mounds that rise above the water to avoid flooding. Each nest typically contains 1 to 2 eggs, and for nearly a month, the flamingos patiently incubate their eggs. When the chicks hatch, they are nurtured in the shallow waters, where the rich plankton and small microorganisms provide the necessary nutrients for growth. The temporary lakes in Madagascar also attract many other migratory bird species, including great white flamingos. In 2023, approximately 15,000 to 20,000 great white flamingos gathered in this vast salt pan. The sight of flamingos soaring across the sky and gracefully landing on the water creates a dynamic and vibrant scene, breaking the stillness of the desert landscape. The abundant food sources from fish and underwater organisms brought by the rains help these birds quickly regain energy for their next journey. Their large bills skim the water's surface, plunging deep to scoop up both water and fish as the rainwater washes life into the lakes. The shallow waters, with their ideal depth, create perfect hunting conditions for the great white flamingos. Each powerful wing beat and gentle glide across the lake is part of a tranquil yet dramatic hunting experience. After the brief rainy months, the skies clear and Makadakati Pond becomes arid, painting a harsh and desolate picture of nature. The large lakes disappear, leaving behind a sea of white salt and long cracks stretching across the surface. This barren salt pan looks like a lifeless desert, but in reality, it conceals a hidden life, waiting for the right moment to burst forth. The cracked earth may appear sturdy and silent, but beneath it lies a vibrant ecosystem. Various plants and small organisms have learned to survive in a dormant state, waiting for the first rains of the next season. Madagascar becomes desolate, yet even in this harshness, life continues to exist quietly. In this desolate landscape, lions face harsh challenges for survival. The scarcity of water forces herbivores to migrate, creating a race for the dwindling resources among the predators. Lions are compelled to adjust their strategies as water becomes increasingly precious. They focus on areas where small water sources still exist. These spots attract species like eland antelopes and wild boars seeking water, making them prime targets. The extremely high daytime temperatures make hunting during these hours a waste of energy. Night becomes their ally, concealing all movements in the darkness. Lions quietly stalk their prey, employing all the skills in their hunting repertoire to encircle and swiftly and accurately conclude the hunt. They often hunt in small groups, with lionesses collaborating to ambush and surround large prey from multiple directions. This coordination not only enhances their chances of success, but also helps conserve energy for the entire pride. However, hunting is never easy, even for the king of the savannah. As food sources dwindle, hyenas and leopards emerge as formidable rivals. They not only steal kills from lions, but also provoke fierce confrontations. At times, lions must fiercely defend their prey against these scavengers in a relentless battle for dwindling resources. The eternal foe of lions is the spotted hyena, known for its agility and endurance. As predators, they seize every opportunity, hunting a variety of prey and even scavenging carrion. With a bite force of up to 100 pounds per square inch, they can crush and consume even long-dead animals, including bones and tendons, something very few species can do. Large packs of hyenas, sometimes numbering up to 30 individuals, hunt in groups to easily take down large prey such as zebras, eland antelopes, or wild boars. They are also unafraid to confront larger predators like lions or leopards to reclaim a kill or steal food. The dry season is not only a test of endurance, but also a fierce battle for survival. As food sources at Makadakati Pan become increasingly scarce, spotted hyena packs will travel long distances, sometimes hundreds of miles, in search of new areas with water and food. Lions, leopards, and hyenas must fight to survive in this harsh environment. Thanks to their teamwork and flexible survival skills, spotted hyenas maintain a position near the top of the food chain. Although Makadakati Pan during the peak of the dry season appears lifeless on the surface, beneath the resilient ground, life continues quietly. The greater kudu, a majestic antelope with its striking spiral horns, faces harsh challenges in this arid landscape. As water dwindles and vegetation withers, kudu are forced to seek drought-resistant food. With water receding and plants drying up, kudu must look for sources of drought-resistant sustenance. They consume acacia leaves, tree bark, and the tough grasses that remain. However, these food choices are not very nutritious, so kudu must keep moving in search of additional food. Their footsteps often lead them to lower areas where groundwater may still exist, or to open woodlands where some plants can survive the harsh, dry conditions. As food sources become scarce, not only do kudu face hunger, but even large predators like lions and hyenas feel the pressure. They become more determined and aggressive in their hunting efforts. The enormous kudu, with their graceful bodies and spiral horns, become attractive targets for predators. With sizes reaching up to 600 pounds and impressive horns up to 50 inches long, they are formidable prey, challenging the hunting abilities of their foes. However, despite these advantages, kudu must always remain vigilant, as a single misstep could cost them their chance at survival. During this time, wild boars often seek out burrows or hollows created by other animals. These cool, dark spaces help them conserve energy, prevent dehydration, and stay out of sight from dangerous predators. As water becomes scarce and vegetation declines, wild boars shift to eating roots, tubers, and drought-resistant plants. Their powerful teeth crush tough, dry vegetation, allowing them to extract every precious nutrient from the ground. Their long tusks are essential survival tools, enabling them to dig vigorously in search of groundwater and roots hidden deep beneath the cracked earth. In the harsh landscapes of Makarakaripan, life seems to pause beneath the cracked, dry earth. One creature sustains the rhythm of survival, the rock monitor lizard. The remarkable adaptations of this lizard allow it to endure the scarcity of the dry season with impressive resilience. In the extreme heat of the Kalahari Desert, water and food become rare. The rock monitor hunts with patience and agility. Small rodents, bird eggs, and insects all fall within its prey range. Its powerful, iron-like teeth can easily crush eggshells and the hard exoskeletons of other creatures. When fresh food becomes scarce, the rock monitor turns to scavenging. With keen eyes and sharp hunting instincts, it searches for what remains, like a solitary warrior in the desert. The carcasses left over from the rainy season become crucial nutritional sources that help this lizard survive the harsh, dry phase. Every bone, every piece of dried flesh is utilized carefully. At the edge of the Kalahari Desert, vast expanses of sand stretch across the landscape. Here, there are no flowing rivers, only barren valleys and temporary waterholes that form after each rain. The ecosystem here relies on acacia and eucalyptus trees, not only surviving but thriving despite the scarcity of water. Their sparse canopies create a stark contrast against the fiery sky, rising from the parched earth. The acacia trees, with their deep root systems like claws, search for groundwater, sustaining life in this arid land. As the rivers run dry and the temporary lakes disappear, a desolate desert scene unfolds. The grasslands, once a vital source of life for thousands of animals, have now become barren fields. Amid the harsh conditions of the Kalahari, the Great Migration of blue wildebeest begins. Thousands of them, sometimes reaching up to 10,000, travel hundreds of miles across dry riverbeds. In the remaining waterholes, this massive migration resembles a determined flow towards the arid regions where only resilient, nutritionally poor grasses remain. These grasses are what very few animal species can endure throughout the long dry season. The scarcity of food and water adds to the challenges of the migration. With their powerful digestive systems, blue wildebeest can consume tough, low-nutrition grasses while still maintaining their energy levels. Their ability to move quickly and withstand high temperatures makes them resilient survivors in the Kalahari. In the acacia and bica forests, their survival depends on perfect adaptation, utilizing every remaining resource to endure the harsh conditions of the Kalahari Desert. The Burchell's zebras, with their distinctive black and white stripes, partake in the dry season migration across the Kalahari Desert. Each day, they travel 20 to 30 miles across the parched grasslands, constantly searching for rare water sources. Although the nutritionally poor grasses provide very little value, they become a crucial food source during this difficult time. From afar, the herds of Burchell's zebras create a vibrant scene against the backdrop of the acacia forests and bica grasslands. Their ability to endure dry, low-nutrition grasses is key to their survival in this harsh ecosystem. Their persistence and adaptability to the arid Kalahari lands are a testament to the resilience of nature in extreme conditions. In the desolate landscape, the eland antelope, with its enormous twisted horns, moves quietly through the bushy and herbaceous areas. The vegetation here not only provides nutrition, but also offers the necessary moisture for the antelopes during the dry months when every drop of water is precious. The eland's ability to survive in harsh environments has made it a symbol of endurance. The moist shrubs and dry grasses allow them to thrive without the need for direct water consumption. Their slow yet steady strides demonstrate the strength and adaptability of Africa's largest antelope. Eland can travel several dozen miles each day in search of food, particularly water-retaining plants. This ability helps them survive the sweltering days when other animals succumb to thirst. Amid the cracked lands and barren plains of the Kalahari Desert, the red hartebeest keeps moving. As one of the fastest antelope species, the red hartebeest dashes through the harsh heat of the dry savanna. With their robust bodies and impressive speed, they can cover long distances in search of the remaining patches of fresh grass. Their endurance is extraordinary. Red hartebeest do not need direct access to water. Instead, they extract moisture from dry plants, a precious resource during the harsh dry season. The red hartebeest has perfectly adapted to the arid conditions of the Kalahari acacia forest. Their ability to digest low-nutrition grasses and extract minimal water from plants allows them to endure even in the most severe seasons. Despite the increasing challenges of life, this antelope maintains its speed and stamina, standing firm as a symbol of strength in nature. The veterinary fences erected in the 1950s to prevent the spread of disease now intersect the migration routes of wildlife. These barriers have disrupted the ancient migratory paths that wildebeest and zebras have followed for thousands of years. Forced to seek new routes, these herds face declining populations and inevitable loss. For the African buffalo herds, this is the most challenging time of the year. Once numbering in the thousands, their population is now gradually declining as life around the dwindling waterholes and fading grasslands becomes tougher. The scene is starkly contrasting. A vast sun-baked land with a large herd of buffalo moving slowly, dust rising with each heavy step. Their powerful bodies stand out against the desert backdrop, with their curved horns symbolizing strength and resilience in the face of nature's harsh challenges. The lushness of the rainy season has long vanished, leaving only dry shrubs and withered grass. However, the buffalo's robust digestive system allows them to make the most of what remains in the ecosystem. From acacia leaves to coarse, low-nutrition grasses, each step for the buffalo now represents a struggle to find the remnants of food and water. They migrate further each day, covering dozens of miles along dry paths in search of the remaining water holes. The pressures of the dry season come not only from the harsh environment, but also from predators. The last water sources become gathering points for both buffalo and predators like lions and spotted hyenas, turning each approach to water into a risky venture. When threatened, the buffalo herd uses their superior strength to come together, forming a protective circle around weaker and younger members in the center, a strategy reminiscent of a defensive formation used by warriors in a fierce battle. The ostrich, the largest bird on Earth, is a symbol of resilient life in arid landscapes. Under the vast blue sky and the scorching sun of the Kalahari, the ostrich strides across the cracked earth, its long legs steady like a solitary warrior in the desert. Despite the harsh heat, its body temperature remains stable thanks to an efficient circulatory system and insulating feathers. With its tall, slender frame and sleek plumage, the ostrich effectively dissipates heat, always alert in a sweltering world. Each gentle yet powerful step helps it traverse open lands in search of precious food. As green vegetation becomes scarce, the ostrich turns to drought-resistant plants like acacia and dry grasses. These resilient plants, though seemingly arid, still provide sufficient moisture for the ostrich. They also extract water from their food, maintaining energy even as other species struggle with hunger and thirst. In the arid acacia and bica forests, the tall acacia trees become a vital food source for the southern giraffe, standing between 14 and 19 feet high. These giraffes can reach the high leaves that other species cannot access. The small horns on their heads resemble a crown, symbolizing their noble status among herbivores. While the dry season depletes vegetation in the lowlands, the moist acacia leaves provide sufficient nutrition to sustain the giraffes. With their complex digestive systems, they can consume tough leaves. Giraffes have the ability to extract water from their food, allowing them to survive for weeks or even months without directly drinking from water sources. However, when they need to drink water, giraffes must spread their legs and bend down, making them vulnerable to larger predators. Despite being the tallest animals, giraffes rarely become prey. They can escape or defend themselves with powerful kicks. With their exceptional height and graceful bodies, giraffes stand like living beacons in the Kalahari, towering above the dry months, waiting for the next rains to revive the grasslands. The dry season in the Kalahari acacia and bika forests forces black rhinos to travel farther in search of food. The lush green grasslands of the rainy season are now just a memory. Instead, they must rely on drought-resistant plants like acacia and dry shrubs, which endure the scorching heat. The powerful digestive system of the black rhino allows them to consume low-nutrition leaves that many other animals cannot digest, helping them survive during these scarce times. However, the cost is high. They must migrate farther, sometimes covering dozens of miles, to seek out the sparse forests where vegetation still exists. This prolonged migration not only depletes their energy, but also increases the risk of encountering larger predators, especially as water scarcity heightens stress and danger. Throughout the day, the intense heat of the desert forces black rhinos to seek shade. They only emerge at night or early in the morning when the air is cooler and less harsh. This is also when they visit the remaining water holes, drinking quickly before returning to their safe hiding spots. The harsh aridity of the Kalahari has pushed even the hardiest creatures into a fight for survival. However, with their incredible strength and adaptability, black rhinos continue their journey through this unforgiving world. In the Kalahari grasslands, vibrant red sand dunes stretch across the arid landscape, adding to the harshness of the scenery. During the day, temperatures can soar up to 130 degrees Fahrenheit, but at night, a biting cold sweeps in, sometimes dropping to 41. Every living creature must adapt to the sudden and extreme changes in conditions. Some plant and animal species here have developed remarkable survival strategies. The ground cracks under the dry heat, and rivers and lakes run dry. Water sources become scarce, with only a few fragile puddles remaining in the lowlands. The daily struggle for survival revolves around these precious water sources, as all creatures depend on them. For the brown hyena, also known as the strand wolf, the dry season brings significant challenges for survival. As rivers run dry and grasslands wither, food becomes scarce. However, the brown hyena has developed unique strategies to endure. Unlike other hyena species, brown hyenas prefer to live solitary or in small groups, reducing internal competition for food. As the dry season prolongs and food becomes harder to find, the carcasses of herbivores like antelopes and zebras, weakened by a lack of water and nutrition, become more abundant. Large predators like lions and leopards often leave behind carcasses, providing opportunities for brown hyenas. With their strong jaws, they make the most of every remnant from meat to bones to sustain themselves in this harsh environment. When traditional food sources like mice and birds become scarce, the Cape fox must adapt to survive. They shift their focus to hunting insects, particularly grasshoppers. These insects and beetles hide beneath the dry sand. With their keen sense of smell and sharp hearing, Cape foxes can detect small prey, even when temperatures exceed 100 degrees. These tiny insects become a valuable source of protein, helping Cape foxes maintain strength during the harsh, dry months. In addition to insects, Cape foxes also search for berries, roots, and even tough seeds. These plants not only provide nutrition, but also serve as a natural water source, a precious gift in the arid desert. Thanks to their ability to extract water from their food, Cape foxes can survive for extended periods without directly accessing water sources. The dry season in the Kalahari grasslands forces all creatures to endure to their limits. The lush grasslands have vanished, replaced by withered vegetation. Under the scorching sun, water sources dry up, and the cracked earth reflects the harshness of the climate. In this unforgiving world, the gemsbok stands out as a master of survival. They seek out succulent plants and acacia trees, which can sustain life even in arid conditions. The moisture that gemsbok extract from these plants not only keeps their bodies hydrated, but also helps them survive through prolonged dry spells. Gemsbok can survive on minimal water, maintaining the necessary balance to exist in such a water-scarce environment. When fresh grass is no longer available, they continue to graze on dry grasses and fibrous bushes. Their powerful digestive systems allow them to break down tough vegetation, enabling them not only to survive, but also to maintain energy during the harsh dry season under the blazing sun of the Kalahari. Gemsbok do not rely on water sources like many other animals. They conserve every drop from their food, turning each step on the scorching sand into a symbol of endurance. The meerkat is also one of the resilient warriors of the Kalahari, developing unique survival strategies to overcome the challenges of the arid land. In an ecosystem where most species struggle to survive, meerkats stand out as exceptional hunters, making the most of every available resource. The complex burrows that meerkats dig deep underground are key to their survival. These burrows maintain a stable temperature, providing ideal shelter from the daytime heat, minimizing water loss, and protecting their bodies from extreme conditions. This burrow system is not only a refuge, but also serves as a flexible base. Meerkats move between different burrow systems throughout the year, allowing them flexibility in foraging for food and avoiding being tied to a fixed location. On hot days, they stay underground, waiting for the heat to subside before returning to the surface to hunt. When primary food sources like insects, scorpions, and spiders become scarce, meerkats expand their diets. They use their sharp claws to dig for insects hidden beneath the sand or in crevices. Scorpions and grasshoppers become key sources of nutrition and moisture, helping them survive without directly accessing water. Their ability to extract water from their food allows meerkats to adapt perfectly to the severe water scarcity of the Kalahari. Their social structure also plays a crucial role during the dry season. They hunt in groups, sharing food with younger and weaker members, fostering strong solidarity. This ensures that the entire group receives proper nutrition. It also helps protect the group from predators like hawks or snakes. The journey for wildlife survival in the Kalahari Desert is becoming increasingly fierce. These creatures must not only contend with the food chain and harsh environmental conditions, but also face unpredictable changes due to human action. Climate change is one of the biggest factors, with temperatures rising by 1.5 degrees Celsius over the past 30 years. The Kalahari is becoming drier than ever, Prolonged droughts have depleted precious water sources and natural grasslands, reducing grassland areas by 20%. This severely impacts large herbivore species, as they must migrate farther in search of fresh grass and water. The foraging journey of the gemsbok has become a race against the harshness of the climate, where each day presents new survival challenges. Meanwhile, the expansion of agriculture and livestock farming by humans is creating fierce competition for resources. Vast areas of land are being converted for cultivation, forcing wildlife to live in increasingly shrinking environments. Species like zebras and springbok not only face water scarcity, but also must compete with livestock for scarce food resources during the dry season. Fences erected to control livestock have severed key migration routes for wildlife. Species like eland and zebras, dependent on moving between grasslands and water sources, find their paths blocked. When these routes are hindered, they cannot access vital water, leading to a 30% decline in their populations, creating a significant gap in an already fragile ecosystem. Water is not only crucial for herbivores, but also serves as the lifeblood of the entire ecosystem in the Okavango Delta, regarded as a freshwater oasis. Water levels are decreasing due to over-extraction for agriculture. A 2024 report indicates that the water flow into the Okavango has decreased by 10 to 15%, threatening thousands of migratory animals that depend on this water source during the dry season. In addition to natural threats, wildlife faces the risks of poaching and illegal wildlife trafficking. Iconic species of the Kalahari, such as lions, elephants, and rhinos, are hunted for their ivory and horns. A 2023 report estimates that up to 10% of the lion population in the area is killed each year. Smaller species like meerkats are also captured and sold as pets. The Kalahari Desert, a dry and harsh land, is becoming a battleground for wildlife. The parched sand dunes call out and the baobab trees sigh. The Kalahari needs saving. Wildlife habitats need protection. This planet needs safeguarding. To address these challenges, several conservation efforts are underway to help protect the survival journey of wildlife in the Kalahari Desert. One of the most important solutions is the creation of migration corridors as part of a cross-border conservation project between Botswana, Namibia, and South Africa. Many barriers that hinder migration have been removed, allowing species like blue wildebeests, zebras, and springbok to move more freely during the dry season, safely seeking water. According to a 2024 report from the World Wildlife Fund, WWF, the restoration of migration corridors has increased the survival rates of large herbivores by up to 20%. The Kalahari Desert has witnessed one of the most remarkable conservation success stories with the Black Rhino Recovery Program. Once hunted nearly to extinction for their valuable horns, this species was on the brink of disappearing, but change has begun thanks to persistent efforts. Reserves like the Central Kalahari Game Reserve have become safe havens. Advanced barrier technology and continuous patrols have created a strong shield, significantly reducing poaching incidents. A major turning point occurred in 2021 when a group of black rhinos was successfully reintroduced into the wild. In the following years, through careful management and strict protection, the population of black rhinos in the Kalahari increased to over 50 individuals by 2024. The success in restoring black rhinos not only serves as an inspiration for broader conservation efforts aimed at protecting wildlife, but also represents crucial links in the ecosystem. We need to act now. Each individual can play a role in supporting conservation projects, minimizing the use of wildlife products, and raising awareness about the importance of biodiversity. If you have ever set foot in the resilient yet harsh Kalahari, share your experience in the comments. Your stories can inspire and motivate ongoing conservation efforts to protect nature and endangered species, preserving ecosystems for future generations. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to join in on more amazing adventures, or continue following the survival journey of African wildlife through wild savanna stories, wildlife documentaries, and tales of the fiercest predators in Africa. Let's explore and protect this world of wildlife together with Nature Moment.